don't resign. 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 Don't. You can resign again. You can resign again. You can resign again. You can resign. You can resign. You can resign. You can resign. Resign. You can resign. You can resign. Resign. You can resign. You resign. You can resign. You resign. Resign. You can resign. You resign. You resign. You can resign again. Don't resign. You can resign again. Don't resign. You can resign. Resign. Don't resign. You resign. Don't. You can resign again. You can resign again. You can resign. You can resign. Don't resign. You can resign. You can resign. Don't resign. You can resign again. Again. You can resign again.
Rete, es war.
Ja, rete.
Ja, es war.
Berete.
Du wäre.
Hova, sucha. Wo wäre.
Holzer.
Heise, des war.
Tuocha. Auwa.
Heise, des war.
Tuocha.
Das ich soll. Das ich soll. Berete.
Bereite.
Das ich soll.
Das war
Ja.
Heise,
Flickmann.
das ich soll.
Berete.
Ja.
Geboren.
Das war Heise, das war Heise, das Dumme.
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
Ja.
Das ich soll. Streetes, sa.
Auwa.
Flickmann.
Ja.
Rete.
Das war
Flickmann.
Bereit.
Hey, ja.
Ja.
Rete.
Das war das Dumme.
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
Das war, das ich soll. Das war,
Das ich soll.
Hey, ja.
Ja,
Ja.
das ist toll.
Ja,
Hey, ja,
Ja.
das ist toll.
Ja. Hey, ja.
Ja,
Ja.
das ist toll.
ja. Das ist so, das ist so, das ist so.
Hey, ja.
Das ist Stürme.
Hey, ja,
Heiße,
Hey, ja.
sa.
bereite,
Hey, ja.
Stitchen. Ja,
Gebure,
das ist so, das ist so, das ist so.
Hey, ja. Hey, ja. Heiße. Heiße. Dass ich soll. 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 Dass ich soll.
To die like this? You played like this? You played 2 hours to die like this? You played 2 hours, 2 hours. You played 2 hours that died like this. You played 2 hours, 2 hours. You played 2 hours to die like this. You played like this. You played 2 hours. You played 2 hours that died like this. You played 2 hours, 2 hours. You played 2 hours. You played 2 hours that died like this.
Hello guys, welcome. Final day of Silver Group Stage. Thank you for being here. I am feeling ever so slightly better today. My symptoms have changed. I'm now a little bit more sneezy, so just be aware of that throughout the day. That's fun, but I think otherwise I'm feeling better. Last 2 mornings I certainly felt worse, so that's good. It's been some stressful times behind the scenes to get things to pan out on time for all 3 leagues. We're working hard. Thank you guys for showing up. That's kind of the whole point. So what's up, YouTube chat? Welcome. Hello, Mothman. Hello, Magical. Hello, Kellen. Hello, Soy. Soy says, what do I need to do to play in TTL Silver? Well, you would need to qualify via bronze. So you would need to play. I'm sorry, guys. You would need to, you need to make it via bronze. So next time there's a bronze bracket, you would need to sign up. Probably ELO cutoff might be like 18 or 1900, depending on the amount of signups. That might be the lowest ELO player in the bracket, if it was anything like this season. So work hard, get there, and then you can give it a run. So, Black Moon, hello. What's up to Kirby? Hello, fan. Thank you for the 14 months. Hit from behind. Thank you for the 15 months. We've got the first series coming up here soon. I think if I'm going to blow my nose, I'm going to do so away from you guys because I'm respectful like that. Oh, shoot. I don't have tissues, actually. Okay, that's going to be a problem today. Look at the draft. Say ooh and ah. I'll be right back. Still a bit of a runny nose with my cold. I just need to have tissues here. So one sec. Alrighty. There we go. Professional intro, huh? Professional intro. Sorry about that. Anybody else sick or going through something right now? Chat was saying yesterday that a lot of people are getting sick where they are. So for me, again, just a cold. But when you're talking all day, it can get kind of annoying. So I did actually take some like decongestants and stuff today. So hopefully that'll end up helping out. Angelus Sorrow, thank you for the 28 months. Damn, he says, I'm homesick. And thanks to that, I have the time to watch TTL. Well, I mean, there's positives, I guess. Feel better. And don't get me any more sick than I'm already feeling right now. Hopefully, we both get through it soon. But not too soon, because then you can't watch Titans League, right? So, okay. So let's do some housekeeping stuff before we get into today. We'll talk about the schedule. And some of the new patch stuff. There are lots of questions to talk about, things to do. Let me guess, you can't see this? Oh, you can. Perfect. So, all the Silver League things here are on the docket for the day. All right? So, we have Uciel versus Monos, Chart versus Upudding, and then Kambita versus Ozone. We have 4 sets today. The first series is actually at the top of the scoreboard. It's not showing on that page. So we got 4 sets today. This will completely close out Silver League. We'll have our Silver League winners. We'll have the second and third place players and what the playoff matchups will be. All right. Now, on the topic of patch, people have had some patchy questions. We just had a new patch. We just had some new civilizations. Those will not be seen today. Those could potentially be seen and like the new balance comes in tomorrow. All right. So the silver players, basically, you don't want to change anything midway through a round. So in the case of silver, they're completing their rounds because it started prior to that patch. We will cover this. They'll play on the same balance. And then basically from then on, we're going to have the new civs available in the drafts if players wish to play it or ban it, which could happen as well. So there will be a lot of change for everybody. People have been notified of this for some time, and we'll see how it goes. All right? We'll see how it goes. Now, in this group, this series is kind of like a warm-up series for the day in terms of importance. It's not, unfortunately for both of these two players, they are both relegated out. There's still money on the line, but they are out of Silver League confirmed. Goku and Babarum. Actually, wait. Oh, no, we have to input the results. So yesterday, Niaz got the 3-0 win, which was... What happened yesterday with Niaz was nuts. He got the 3-0 win over Antagonist, and then Target won 2-1, which put Niaz into first place, Blue into second, and then it basically said everything here. The only thing that can technically change with the positioning today would be Babarum winning 3-0 and then moving into 5th place. If you get 5th place versus 6th place, you're still relegated, but you get an extra $50. And then there's the $10 per win. So that's our first series of the day. And then we'll have the other sets coming up. Am I missing anything? I don't think so. I think I'm missing the game at this point. Hop into game 1, reverse Acropolis. If there's any questions, any thoughts, please say something now. Or, well, anytime, but it's easier for me to see it now. We'll do this play all 3, and then we'll keep moving throughout the day. So, are galleys still dominating the water? Galleys haven't been dominating the water. I think galleys and war galleys can both work, depending on what map and what situation you're using them. But with the new water balance, I'm not sure. I think it will also depend. I think we'll have they're adding in the Hulk there, so Hulk should be very strong. What's up, son of an Eric on YouTube? Thank you, Amy, for the super chat on YouTube. I see that. Thank you, Marek. Yeah, well, that stuff will all be here tomorrow. So T90, many players complaining in TTL about new civs. Will you be adding more bans / admins banning them? Players were notified of the situation with the civilization and the schedule for basically many weeks. I'm in talks with them, but all discussions that have started from the Players Council came in extremely last minute and too late to make any changes. As well as, you know, I already had some information from World's Edge on what we were planning on doing. So I'm working with the players as best I can. I think it's possible we will see a draft change for the following week, maybe add in an extra ban or something, but we're not going to ban the civilizations from the whole tournament. That would feel really out of place, especially as far as like Microsoft's concerned. So we're doing what we can to communicate there and keep things, get things good for everybody, right? So I'm gonna lean towards Goku winning this one. No, actually, I'm gonna lean towards Baba Rum winning this one 2-1. But not many big stakes in this series. I feel like the story's already written for these two. They're both relegated out. We might end up seeing some really good levels of play because we might not have a situation where players are as nervous or get as frustrated if they were to lose, right? But we'll see. Because there's less stakes, maybe this is a series that's kind of a wash, but we got 3 more coming up later. So Tilted Ducks, every tournament has a different way of viewing things. So whether it's random bans, random picks, or whatever. So, I mean, I can't really speak to future tournaments because it just depends on who's hosting it and what they decide to do, right? Yeah, Plan Peak, if players want to communicate, there's player feedback channels, internal player feedback channels where they can reach out to me and my team. My door and all my admins' doors are always open. Like those avenues for reaching out are always there. And then there's also internal discussions that can be had as well with like a players' council, etc. So there's a lot of discussions that could be had. Sometimes what's said publicly is very different than any internal discussion that's brought up. So yeah, all I can tell you is that we're doing our best to work with the players. I take it very seriously to do my best for everybody for the whole structure. So okay. Game number 1, let's hop in reverse Acropolis. And Civ matchup is looking interesting. Capture Age, please cooperate with me today. There will be the red X's. We will be plagued by the red X's for another stream. And then tomorrow the red X's will be gone. Just Capture Age was updated for the new patch, which we basically moved to with our broadcast tomorrow. So sorry about that. But not too much I can do on it. Here we go. Here, hold on. My streaming program is off-center on my other screen. Perfect. All right, folks, welcome in. This is a series which will hopefully be some good Age of Empires, but there isn't some huge significance in terms of the placement for the players. Unfortunately, Goku and Babaram are confirmed relegated out of Silver. They, had seasons which were a little bit underwhelming by their high standards. And now we have the 2 relegated players up against each other, kind of fighting over who is the biggest loser, I guess. Baba Rum would need to win 3-0 to pass Goku. And if Baba Rum were to make it into that position, then Baba Rum would get $50. An additional $50 because you get a $50 bonus for being 5th versus 6th. There's also the $10 per win. And of course, it's on the main broadcast now, so these players get to show what they're capable of. That is extremely unfortunate for Goku. Those sheep Maybe these sheep are just a sign that this isn't his season. I mean, what in the world? That is okay. Maybe he'll find them. I've seen situations like this where people don't find them. Okay, he finds them. It's fine. He'll get his sheep. He's going for the Romans. Romans 5% efficiency. I'm seeing straggler trees being chopped, and we have seen a lot of early barracks. But I think he was just waiting to find a wood line. And there's not a lot of very good wood lines on Acropolis here, so he's going for the bigger wood line there. And of course, it's reverse Acropolis, so you got a lot of the bigger wood lines towards the middle, but it's very far away and up that hill, so it hasn't been a risk the players have been taking early. I do have to say, Baba Ram definitely benefits here. I mean, not only does he have the mule cart, but this is a big chunk of trees. I mean, see if I can select them all. I'll probably miss a tree or two, but that's 26 trees in one clump. Versus here, honestly, I think I should include these because I think Goku should have probably placed the lumber camp there. I guess that would have been 18. So it's actually not too much of a difference, but certainly having the mule cart where you can wheel around, well, benefits Baba Ram. So, and normally we're seeing Armenians go for swordsmen in feudal age on aggressive maps. Not really sure about that one here, just because they're so far away from each other. I find that infantry openings and archer openings are much worse on this map because of the distance between them. So, yes, the important questions from chat. T90, how often do you wrestle alligators in Florida? Only on Tuesdays. A lot of people think that's all the time, but no, it's people are blowing it way out of proportion. We only have to wrestle alligators on Tuesdays. So, as long as you survive Tuesday, everything in life in Florida is completely normal. So, by Tuesdays, I don't know. Ask the gators. That's just when they show up. I have never wrestled an alligator, nor do I encounter alligators on a regular basis. Now, if I wanted to go see alligators, I know where they are. I know where to go. You know, I'm a shortest drive from the Everglades. Gator or a boar, what would you choose? I'd choose a boar. I know boars can be nasty, but I'm not beating a gator. Boar, I feel like I'd have a chance. But, yeah. Maybe that's a crazy statement. Maybe I don't know enough about boars here, so. Barracks is on the way for Goku. He'll get his sheep, pushed in some deer. You could not beat a boar? Well, thank you, chat. Babu says you need to hit the balls. What, the boar or the gator? Boar is way worse? I mean, what type of boar are we talking about, man? I guess it depends how big of a creature we're talking about. And also how big of a gator as well, right? I think we've now encountered the category of it depends. Goku trying to push in another deer. No, I don't like this for the lack of scouting, but to be honest, I guess what could be nice here is once you see the downward slope, you know your opponent's base is going to be in there. But this is just very greedy. But maybe it's worth the greed for him. Both players are going infantry. Militia are coming out across the map right now for Baba Ram. Yeah, it would also depend if I have Loom. Do I have Loom in this scenario? Am I a Supremacy Villager in this scenario? I feel like that changes things as well, right? Alright, so no scouting from Goku. He took the risk for that extra food. He's going for Man-at-Arms. Baba Ram has scouted. He hasn't actually seen the berries yet. It's important he goes to the right side. He's going to end up going to the left. I think Baba Ram needed to scout here. Typically where the barracks is, there's always going to be some eco. So he's going to the back right now. Goku still doesn't see this. And here are the Man-at-Arms now. And Goku, just lack of scouting, is going to punish him here to start the game potentially. 2 villagers have to leave. Quick walls needed. Nice quick walls. But now we have the scout over here attacking. We got the Man-at-Arms coming this direction. And back at home, Baba Ram is actually walled up a lot here. So I think for Goku, could have used that scout to deny some walls. Goku's going to lose that fill. And could lose more because the scout can block as well. And this is a perfect example of why you need to properly scout. And if you're not properly scouting, you probably need some preemptive walls. This is a disastrous start for Goku. And it could get worse. This villager's still walking around. I don't think Goku's kept good track of that. I guess the town center will keep things safe, but yeah, amazing. And these villagers are walking around as well. This is a nightmare. And Baba Rum's still got work to do at home. He's dropped the archery range and he's dropping walls. He's killing the scout right now. And those 2 villagers have now been spotted. So Goku's got, what, 2 lumber camps with 5 on wood? The rest of the villagers pooled. Has lost his scout, has not broken into his opponent's base. Very clean start for Baba Rum. I think for Baba Rum, he understood that there was the risk his opponent could go man-at-arms. So he preemptively walled. And he had his scout active on the front very early. Goku just had no clue. I feel like this is just something you can get away with like half the time. 50% of the time, you can get away with how Goku's played it. But the other 50% of the time, you get punished. And there's another villager out here, which Goku... Oh, man. You just gotta wonder. They're already relegated. You just gotta wonder the level of fight Goku's gonna show here. Oh, man. That's so brutal. 3rd villager down. Still doesn't have any answer to this. Villagers are running out of straggler trees to chop. Has to place a 3rd lumber camp now. Will kill the scout, which is good. And will try and wall in the man-at-arms there. But, I mean, these could still be longswords at some point. So I would say back up. Wait for the archer follow-up. If you can get the food eco for it, maybe consider longswords. Baba Rum's going stable now. So I guess he's going stable because he sees skirms. I think with any other civ, I'm kind of okay with the early scout switch. With Armenians, I feel like at least the way their civ flows, it should just be the longsword upgrade. See someone pointing out I'm maybe saying Baba Rum wrong. Am I supposed to say Baba O Rum? I've always just said Baba Rum. I think that's close at least. I really like this player. He's a really unique player. He had a really good run in Hidden Cup qualifier. So we have a lot of full-time players in our scene. He is not one of them. And he's one of, both these players are older players. Goku, as more villagers go down for Goku, I think has been around for like 20 years at the high level. Baba Rum has been around for, I don't know, maybe like 10 or so. And my goodness, 6 villager kills in feudal age. Talk about a perfect start here. Archers are going down though. And now you're adding scouts into additional man-at-arms from Goku. So, and Goku is maybe going to kill this off, but dude, this is brutal. It's really hard to look at Goku's economy. To be honest, though, is worker efficiency is okay. The resources collected is okay. But I think the Armenians are just going to benefit long-term. Farms are up. We got 11 farms there for Baba Rum. He added the 1 scout, and he's just stopping now. Yeah, his name is a French pastry, but not only that, I think it's also from the Asterix comics, right? Because I think in the comics, there's locations on the map that are like, it's like Baba Rum, and then there's also, is the other one Tarto Pum? I only know Tarto Pum because Baba Rum's alt account was Tarto Pum. It's a Roman camp called Baba Rum, okay. Yeah, I can't speak French. My dad grew up in France, actually. He had those comics around the house growing up. So I would just kind of look at them and, you know, use them for visuals, but I never really knew what was being said. I'm telling you, man, like, I still think longsword is the play here as the Armenians if the opponent is going for this much infantry as Romans. It also could just counterattack. Decisions need to be made for Baba now. This wood line, I think that's overchopped as well. Oh my goodness, dude. Oh my goodness, man. This has been so messy from both players. Believe me, if you didn't see anything from these guys this season, they can play a bit stronger than this. But they're both relegated, you know, and it's just that type of energy. And my goodness, maybe we're beginning to see why these players are going to be relegated. Again, I think Goku wins this fight, assuming the skirmishers take down the archers. But even still, this is probably a really decent fight. Okay, the skirmishers all go down. And maybe it's not too bad for Baba. Man-at-arms are slow after all. The archers will maybe deal with this. But In Wood's situation hasn't been great. He had to relocate the mule cart. In the end, he deals with it. In the end, he cleans it up pretty nicely. Goku didn't have enough skirmishers there. And yes, it was messy, but you're still up quite a few villagers. Probably a game where both players could benefit from a market here. What's up, El Cuban? Cuban, no promises, dude. No promises, man. It's tough for me. People ask me about Hidden Cup all the time. Unless things are public, it's hard for me to talk these days because I don't want to let people down. So, more man-at-arms, more skirmishers. Baba Rum probably thinking just about Castle Age now. And I think he's going to back up, wait for Castle Age. And I think that would be the play. There's no easy way for Goku to do damage. We'll still just have the one man-at-arms inside of the barracks. You could produce more now. And you could still consider the longsword upgrade. But I think for now he just wants to play towards crossbows and knights. Already has 2 ranges. Already has the 1 stable. Decent farming eco here. Just don't want to be caught out. Losing 1 archer is fine. But it's decision-making time on how he treats this. I think you just avoid this army. But I mean, Goku should lose this game 9 times out of 10 based on the start alone. The start was so bad. The fact that he's given himself a chance here is really nice recovery. That's half the battle, guys. It's like, do what you can to not fall behind early. Half the battle, even at the highest level, is just having a clean start. I talked about it yesterday in the Say My Name Survivalist series. It's like, you have to have a clean opening. You have to have solid scouting. And then, if you're a good adaptive player, then from there you can adapt, you know? I think Baba Rum has done a really nice job here. Goku was running into the dark. Had no information on what his opponent was up to. No preemptive walling either. So there's got to be some preventative actions if you don't have the scouting. But for now, he's just going to camp it out and wait. He's about to be in Castle Age. If he can full clear this army, this would be very strong for him, especially because Goku will need the skirms. Good micro. The skirms are the most important thing to kill, I'd argue. And should be able to do that once he gets his upgrades. And yeah, he'll clear this. Well played. I'm curious when he will see a move to the hill here for Baba Rum. You could, in theory, stay down here for a little longer. But saying that, he's already running out of wood. So he really needs scouting on the side. A town center over here would be huge. A crossbow coming in for him. A knight has been added as well. And he'll be moving forward. Props to Goku for still fighting here. I mean, I've seen players resign over worse situations. He's playing it out. Still $10 on the line. And, of course, if he gets 1 win in the series, Goku is confirmed 5th. Which is an extra $50. Plus a little bit more pride. And Knights and Man-at-Arms just chasing that down. Second TC now from Baba Rum, sorry. Just needs to keep a very close eye on this. If I were to be playing this, at some point in the game, I would grab 1 unit and I would just check these areas. Easier said than done. But imagine if he knew this woodline was there and could just shift the villagers over there. It'd be so strong. Guys, I have important news, okay? It's not the important news you're hoping for, but it's important news you need to hear. You know the guy, the crazy counter guy on YouTube? He's decided to retire. He left a comment yesterday. He says, okay, it seems the T90 got the message about the crazy. I've done my job here. After 20 plus comments of counting how many times I'd say crazy in a TTL set, he is now retired. The bad news is that he's moved on to another phrase. And so I'm not really sure I'm going to tell you what it is, but he has moved on to make me even more paranoid about something else I continuously say. Like, come on, do I have to use unique words every single second of my 8-hour day? Like, come on. So I'm not going to tell you what that is because I know what happened with the crazy, but we'll see. Goku is running out of wood, running out of space, running out of time to survive here. Clock is ticking now. 54 villagers against 39. And Skirmisher Longsword still has its window. The window is rapidly approaching its close, though. The T90, you could have unique words for each civ, thus creating the perfect match each time. No, that would not create the perfect match each time. That would just be confusing and weird and annoying. So, what, with 50 plus civs, I have to use a specific word each time? I don't think that would be very realistic for me. Sorry. What's up, Gromp? What's up, Bear Care? Thank you. Yeah, Babarum's going to take this one. Camping the gold with the 2 crossbows. Still has the crossbows and knights being microed perfectly here. The 20 villager lead now. Babarum, super clean Castle Age play. He's not really neither player's a flare player. They don't have a lot of speed. But they're just very solid overall. I think clearly the theme for Babarum was to be the aggressor here. And he took control of the game. And I mean, Goku is desperate to clear this up right now. The fact that he doesn't have the hill as well is just so brutal. And I think Babarum will end up winning this fight. The knights are too strong there. The crossbows on the hill. The skirms lack the final armor. And we'll see the GG for game number 1. A crazy opening from Babarum. There you go, chat. Since it's retired now. Crazy opening. Very clean play. Again, though, at the highest level of AoE, it was very greedy from Goku to A, not scout against a civilization that's known for opening with infantry like that. And then B, not add any preemptive walls. I think you can be greedy and not scout if you add a couple preemptive walls. He did neither. He got punished. Babarum went for the attacks, and he defended with the walls. It's a very clean play. I think the only questionable thing about Babarum there was just that hole in his wall, but beyond that, pretty solid game. So, again, both players are relegated, but if Babarum wins the next 2 games, he gets into the 5th place position. And he just earned himself $10 there. And all the viewers get to see their gameplay. So that's something as well, right? It's important to me for these guys to get some eyeballs on their gameplay because they're really good players. So, thank you, Bear Care, for the 28. JT, thank you for the 25. Dale, thank you for the 40. Good first game. Next game is going to be on Valley. Goku's a very land-oriented player. Just kind of a classic old-school Arabia player. Likes his scouts, likes his knights. He's very good in team games. He's very solid in team games because he's a big eco and knight player. Really fills a role there. Actually, he could kind of do everything. I remember him playing, I think it was Ethiopian Arbalest on the flank in a big 4v4. It was Brazil against, who was it? Like Brazil against Finland or something like that. It was a couple years ago. Let's see what he's got in store for us here in game number 2. All right. So maybe the last time that we see Incas in their present state, in the state we're looking at them right now, guys, because with the most recent patch and the DLC, Incas were changed. They no longer get Eagle Warriors. They now get the Chompy Runners, as well as some of the other new civs introduced in that DLC. Now today, it is no DLC day. They're still playing on the old patch. Tomorrow, the DLC gets incorporated. I honestly do not think we will see Incas very frequently. I think Incas are going to be banned a lot. As for the Muisca, the Mapuche, and the Tupi, we'll see. But that also answers the questions from people wondering when we're going to see those new civs in TTL. That would be tomorrow and onwards. If the players don't ban them out. There will be 5 bans per player. But the reason Incas are so strong is because of their early flexibility. You get the extra llama, which has already been eaten. Sad. And then the extra pop space from the houses. So you have 25 pop space already, which means you have a lot more population to send some army forward. That also means you need to spend less wood on houses, right? Like you need fewer houses, which means you then can save your wood for an early barracks. So very frequently you're seeing early barracks from the Incas. And Babarum has gone for the Khmer. There's very few deer on this map, but he has found one of the few. Maybe he could get over here and push another one. His civ is all about rushing to feudal age and skipping the barracks. You don't need the barracks to build the stable or the archer range. And honestly, not a bad civ matchup to skip the barracks because it's not like you need the spearmen here. So Incas can't make horses. But Goku will find a sheep in the back and be looking out with his eagle. Eagle could maybe snipe a villager. Scouting pattern is very confusing for me for Goku. He needs to be careful. And he runs into the town center a little bit. Not the end of the world. Baba Rum knows he's there. Baba Rum will bring in his second boar. And again, there are the chickens and the deer. Sorry, chickens and the hares in the middle, but a lot of the time people don't seem super interested in moving out there. We have seen a couple players do it. It's high risk, high reward, and because it's high risk, people don't want to take it, you know? I think it was Cosmonaut that's done it. And oh my god, Baba Rum is stealing this boar. He wants 5th place so bad. He's already relegated. That much is confirmed. But every win still counts, and he found the boar on the front, and he is going to attempt to steal this. Now, he is expecting the eagle to be around for Goku. Goku sees the boar is on the move in the fog of war, and Goku will have to try and block, but the scout is slightly faster here. Oof, but the pathing there with the pond was brutal. I'm wondering if Baba Rum actually wants this now. I think he might just want to keep the boar away from Goku. The other thing is, look at Gaia Vision. This is kind of stupid, but the animals are Gaia. So if you if you run through the middle where there's always Gaia, the boar will chase you from very long distances. Oh my god, that's actually really smart. Just stay in the chickens and stay in the hares, and it'll never stop chasing you. Oh my god. Oh wait, it left for a second. It left for a second. There wasn't a chicken there. And now the boar goes back. Okay. Wow, that's funny. Yeah, the more I look at Gaia, the more I feel like you're probably going to hit some dark spots. But well played from Baba. Well played from Goku. That boar's going to come back to where he can take it. And he really needs that boar right now. Because he didn't get these 2 sheep because his eagle was on the front. He's also adding the militia now. So Villager needs to get out there right away. He does know roughly where the berries are at least. And he'll go out to pressure Baba Rum. Baba Rum's scout is now weak, which will slow him down a little bit. So let's see. And Vito, hello, says, hi there, when is Gold League final round? Honestly, if you want to do exclamation mark calendar in my chat, it'll actually show you all of that. I don't know if it'll give specific matchups yet. But as far as like when the broadcast is going to be. But that is probably easier than me remembering the exact date. Villagers hide inside the house there for Baba Rum, but that's still idle time. He did find 2 sheep down here. I actually think that's not that big a deal for Goku. I think if you have the boar and you add a couple farms here, you're fine. This is some nice idle time forest. And the eco for Baba Rum isn't pretty either. So, it's all about the worker efficiency and how many workers you have, right? So when you go up quickly like this, you only have 18 workers against 22 from Goku. So Goku has his berries. Goku has the farms. Goku will go to golds. Goku will go up. I really like Goku's position here. I think Baba Rum's eco is extremely fragile at the moment. I like the transition, though. I like the change of build. I think initially he wanted the scouts, but instead he's going to go for the archer range. Makes a lot of sense. More often than not, what we're seeing is 2 follow-up militia from the Inca player into man-at-arms, so you're going to need some archers out here. The villagers hop in and out of the house. Nice work there from Baba. And still could farm with the Khmer. I think you have to skip your farm upgrades here. Resources are really at the limit, but Goku's just making him work. And Goku's follow-up militia will be here in a second. Here comes 2. Smart move to follow up with 2. If you follow up with 1, the first one could get sniped by a scout or something. But obviously this scout is weak from earlier. So that's still... You're up against just archers. You could easily mix in a couple skirms. And following up with the skirms feels very realistic when your opponent's scout is weak. It's amazing how many times we go back to a starting scout being weak. The scout is such a valuable unit here. Browsy says, since when can you put vills inside houses? Oh, it's been a really long time, actually. It's been before the Definitive Edition. It's only for the Khmer, though. So don't try that with other civs. Fun fact, though, about the Khmer house bonus, and I want to eventually make a video on this, but I need to find the footage. And obviously, I'm very busy right now. So, when they implemented the Khmer garrisoning and housing bonus for just the Khmer, there was this side bug which existed for many years where houses for other civs could attack. Yes, they could attack. So, like, I can't really explain why, but I just know what could happen. So, if there was a house over here, let's say, and there was a 1 HP scout attacking the house, you could select your own house and you could right-click the scout. It would do 1 HP damage every couple seconds. So scouts got, like, weak units would get sniped, or, like, you'd be attacking the house and you'd get an attack signal. You're losing HP on your man-at-arms. And so there was kind of like this honor code. Most people wouldn't do it, but then MBL would. And MBL was, like, kind of a demon with it, and people would get really annoyed. It was very tempting. Like, there were a couple instances I did it too against a 1 HP scout. Like, they didn't even have to be attacking it. If it was just touching your house, you could attack. So it was a really crazy bug. Guys, okay, without that house bonus there, Baba Rum is completely screwed. He saves those 2 vills. He pulls off the berries. He has transitioned very nicely with his army, though. He knows he needs something against the skirms, so he's going for scouts. So panics up a couple more houses here. He needs patience, though. I think with 1 or 2 more scouts, he can clear this. With the current numbers, it's probably an issue. Much better game for Goku. Much better game. And the difference, of course, is he took initiative. He didn't take early damage. Maybe he's warmed up now. He will get housed, which is kind of embarrassing with the Incas, but, you know, it happens. Still just that 1 kill for Goku here that was on the starting scout. But he sees the scouts and he sees the archers from Baba Rum. Yeah, Baba Rum's got a nice build here. Fletching is already in as well, so... Sometimes when you go for the scouts this early, you don't have fletching for the archers. But yeah, I would love to make a video on that. About the houses attacking. I think... There's so many old niche bugs, or not even bugs, but like things we used to consider a feature, which would be so fun for a video. I'm just really busy right now, and every time I think of it, it slips my mind, so... It'll come eventually. Oh, man. You got to the wrong side here, Baba Rum. You got to the wrong side. Scouts need to be in front. That's a little bit better now. And Goku still massing skirms. He's going for a second archer range. He's also hoping to make some eagles here. Yeah, Goku's had a lot of TC idle time, but I think that was him getting housed. His eco's been really good. I just think he got housed a lot this game. And when you get housed, you can't produce out of the town center and all your military buildings, so it slows you down. The scouts come over this way. We'll snipe an eagle. Nice work from Baba Rum. He definitely seems like the more aggressive player today. Should be able to snipe another skirm. Could actually snipe 2 more skirms, but I don't think he sees it. He's going for bloodlines. You know, moving forward with the scouts should immediately mean that Goku moves forward with the skirmishers and eagles. But they're just going to miss each other here. I don't think Baba Rum saw that army's coming in, so he could have some issues. But also at the same time, Goku could have some issues. I like the double archer range now from Goku, because at least your range units can perform better against the scouts. I really wonder if Baba Rum rushed it with the bloodlines time. I would have preferred 2 more scouts here, and just using the blacksmith to research armor over the bloodlines upgrade. But obviously, long-term bloodlines is going to be an amazing tech to have, and he still has the ability to hop into houses, saves the villagers, and is going to pull back all of his army to deal with this. Yep, villagers in and out. Does have another woodline here. But still, though, this gives Goku a lot of time. Both these ranges are producing back at home. Even dropping another barracks. He will have a very big army follow-up. So I think Goku should treat this as just buying himself time now. Take a good trade. He just takes the fight, so I don't think he cared about buying himself time. That's a fine trade. If he killed a lot of archers there, that's more than fine. Yeah, that's huge for Goku. Not what Baba Rum would have wanted there at all. The KD will end up being even. But now you compare the archer count, and Goku's got more archers than Baba Rum, and Baba Rum still has a pretty low scout count. We've got 2 range production and 2 barracks production. against one stable, one archer range right now. And the stable's not even producing anymore. This could be over. Nice job from Goku. And the walls still aren't completed yet either. And if Goku wins this game, he is 5th place. Guaranteed, no matter what happens in the next game, I believe. Which would be an extra $50 for him, even though he's already going to be relegated. Baba Rum's on the way to Castle H. But, oh, man, his base is like Swiss cheese, dude. Holes everywhere. Trying to wall in 3 or 4 different areas where things aren't completely walled yet. The tower doesn't really protect the gold long-term either. And when your opponent's inside the houses like this, you're just like, oh, whatever. They're idle. They're not working. My eco is working. And, yeah, if Goku sees the tower, he should probably be pretty happy. So I guess the idle TC has been the weird thing with Goku, but beyond that, you're really seeing the strength. But like I said, Goku's an old school player. Lots of old school tendencies. It gets housed a little bit more, sure. Idle TC is a little bit higher, but can really lean into the extremes with the army when he needs to. And the economy is really his biggest thing. More villager kills on the gold, more farmers getting sniped. Did build a tower on the gold just in case he's counterattacked, but there's very little here from Baba Rum right now. Nostradamus, what's up? He says, just watched one of those long videos on YouTube, the game where the players used all the wood on the map. Then I started to think, what if there was a possibility to decompose/unfold some old buildings so you don't need to gain... that you don't need anymore to gain extra wood? What do you think? Decomposing buildings? Do you mean like taking them down, like chopping your own buildings? I mean, what I think is that's just going to add an extra hour or 2 onto that game. Right? So you think, okay, this is going to help in situations where you run out of wood. No, it's just going to mean the game goes on for another 2 hours because then they're going to start like eating their own buildings. It's actually a pretty cool idea. I really do not want it to be added because I feel like there could be a lot of bugs and issues that get brought in with that, but it's actually a very creative idea. So, yeah, recycling, exactly. But yeah, I mean, I feel like in that Jordan, I don't know what game you're talking about, but in the Jordan Dogao game, the game would have probably gone on for an extra hour. It would be interesting, though. Right? Because it's kind of like... it's somewhat strategic. Because it's an obvious downside to lose out on buildings. I think somewhere in the dev boardroom, they're like writing this down on a whiteboard. And the next time they want to come out with new civs, that might be implemented. And then we can say it was Nostradamus' fault. It's a good thought. Counterattack from Baba Rum needs to happen. He doesn't have a lot of control right now. Goku's had his eyes on this, though. And Goku sees the armies coming through. Nice awareness from him. He's still denying this gold. Still denying the farms. Quick walls on the stones. Perfect to keep those villas protected. He is housed again, but he just finishes the house. I think he's got more than enough army to deal with this. There's only 2 knights in there. So crossbows and eagles can come over. I do find scorpions to be really tough for some civs to deal with, and Ink is one of them. When you don't get knights, and you're just infantry and archers, scorps could be a real nightmare, so... it's good for Goku, he has the eco lead. Yeah, especially commerce scorpions with the 8 range. He needs to get away from there. Would like to see a second town center for Goku, to be honest. I feel like he's got the stone fort now. He will probably place a town center here. Boom. Protects the wood, protects the gold. Whereas back here, it's not really in the front of your base too. Front of your base, it's easier for protection. Siege Workshop would be the best thing, I would suggest. But rolling forward with Siege takes a lot of time. So really, you want the forward Siege Workshop for a Mangonel. Might be best for Goku to pair up these armies and just become one big blob of army. I think 2 separate groups could get a little bit difficult. And guys, vill count is even. Despite Baba Rum losing all those villagers. He shows up with the knights. He sees the monk there from Goku. He's still trying with some counterattacks. There's still this army over here. He's done the right thing. You don't really need the army at home when you just have the scorpions. But there's the other army from Goku. Baba Rum getting pushed off of a wood line again. The eagles will die for the scorpions there. I don't think he's noticing. He's also over here with the knights. He's also over here with the knights. But his wood line's getting massacred. 3 more villagers down. The eagles are in. Goku has found a way in. Baba Rum doesn't notice it. He's microing in so many different areas on the front. And here, he just does not see this. Yikes. Well, in the end, Goku splitting groups into different directions was the right play. And Baba Rum will need to pull those scorpions back home. Knights, maybe finding some raids, though. The Knights have +2 armor, so the Knights are really strong. And he's still running around with them. But I think Goku having 2 TCs should mean that he gains a 10 to 15 villager lead here soon. He's done a lot of eco damage. He might end up losing this army, though. Yeah, army count is an issue for Goku. I think monks become your best friend from here. And, oh, that was... Okay, he gets 1. But yeah, monks become your best friend here. Maybe you even get redemption so you can convert siege. I think you just have to play very defensive and hold. I've lost games like this before with the Incas against Khmer. It's a really awkward matchup against mass scorpions. So redemption monks and probably some mangonels. The worry then becomes, what if the opponent goes light cav? But you have to hope that you have enough of a meat shield in front. Sorry, just gonna... blow my nose. Drink some water. Freaking cold. Sorry, did you hear that? If you heard that, let me know. I can be better there. Sorry. I could have just moved the mic away. That's my bad. Bester says we can hear everything. I don't know about everything. Hopefully it's not everything, but... Sorry, my bad, guys. So at what point is Goku going to add siege to flatten these scorpions? Because he's still not doing it. The Knights got into the back because he's distracted on the front. Baba Rum continues to fight here. And the whole villager lead is just disappearing on the wood line right now. Monks are not something that Goku is really known for. Monks are really awkward to control. Guys, what is happening here? He is counterattacking with the knight, actually. This knight also gets 2 villager kills. I just gotta be questioning some of the decision-making from Goku at times. The previous game, when he didn't scout and then he didn't have any early walls, and the Siege Workshop comes now, it's like, if you had the mangonel there to meet that with all your monks, I think you deal with this, and then you have more attention span to deal with this. But clearly things falling apart for him. He can't quite finish the game. 10 villager lead for Baba Rum. And Khmer are great here in messy games. And Baba Rum, if he can just keep up the flood of knights, he's got 20 knights right now. He can win the game. It'll be 20 knights against 17 crossbows, 17 eagles. But then with the scorpions, I think the scorpions make all the difference. 1890, do you fart while casting or only after? Casters don't actually fart. It's a learned behavior. So that's why you guys never hear it. We've trained it out of our systems. So, yeah. Pretty crazy stuff. But we do blow our nose, though. So, sorry about that. Love the counterattack from Goku. This is such an old school game, dude. Such an old school game. Far from perfect. We've got armies in both bases. Idle TCs flying high. Idle time everywhere. And it could go either way. Look at all those scorpions lined up there. But Goku has the mangonels. Goku still has the villager lead. The fact that Goku got counter damage was very nice here. Because Baba Rum can't send any more reinforcements forward. And Baba Rum might be distracted. Oh my god, and Baba Rum wants to drop a castle. Oh god. The knights are there. The Knights need to attack. He clearly wasn't looking. He loses 2 Scorps. Oh, man. Oh, he's still got units in the back of his base. But hold up a second. Hold up a second. He can still win this fight. Ooh, the Knight getting converted is not good. But the Knight won't kill the Mangonels. The Scorpions can kill the Monks. The Siege then can be sniped by the Knights. This castle can go up. This castle can go up. Ooh, Scorpion's getting sniped. That's good work for Goku. Does he have enough army against just the Knights then? I don't know if he does. I really don't know if he does. This is getting cleared. The Knights can dive. There's not many monks to get conversions. This monk is still recovering from a conversion. Oh, it's so close. Obviously, this castle has to go up for Babaram. He's really far behind in Vils now. If it's a doubt castle, it's game over. And maybe it is. Goku coming forward. Goku will snipe the Vils. Goku snipes the Scorpions. He can convert the Knights. Castle at 60%. Holy cow, what a game, man. What a game. And Goku wins. It was a game that I thought he played really well early. He kind of let it slip a little bit. But Babaram's an aggressive player, so makes sense. I also think the matchup's a bit awkward. Truthfully, though, the counterattacks beyond the villager kills won him the game. Because if these Knights were on the front all the time, that castle goes up. But he had to send military back home and put time and attention back here. I mean, Babaram's micro wasn't as good on the front either because he had to look back at his base. So that's a really nice idea from Goku to counterattack with the Eagles there. It was beginning to become a problem that he was being attacked. And his opponent was always safe at home. So, well played. 1-1 with the live standings. They're both relegated. But Goku will be in 5th place. And we still have the final game for an extra $10 between the two of them. And one last chance to show their skills in TTL Silver. All right, to explain to the people who were asking, because earlier today, there was YouTube and Twitch chat very confused. So the other day, somebody tried to call the GG, okay? And for whatever reason, I still haven't figured it out or asked him about it. But he, misclicked his keyboard. And he said 34 RFZG%. I have no clue why. But that's what happened. So, now there are some chatters who are just typing that instead of GG in chat. But it's very specific, and it doesn't make any sense if you weren't there. So I'm just explaining the context for those that weren't there for that situation. All right? Because, again, kind of a weird scenario. So, but yeah, if you want to join in, there you go. Here's what the live standings looks like. Let me move my cam here. There we go. So live standings based on the game so far. You have Goku confirmed 5th place. Babaram confirmed 6th place. The whole group is set now, but we still have that final game. And again, it's like $50, or sorry, $10 on the line for the win, and one last showing in TTL. But Goku will be happy that he snagged a win there. I think if he would have lost that one, it would have felt really brutal. They'll go into game number 3. Actually, I'll wait a minute or two until we're in game number 3 because the next series is live, and also I got to run some ads. So we'll get the ads out of the way. Streamer ruined another funny inside joke, SMH. I feel bad, dude, because normally inside jokes you can figure out over time. Usually you could learn the context, but there's no way you could possibly learn the context there. It's like when Viper meant to call GG in the past, and he did I think it was the Norwegian keyboard, and he did the egg, right? Yeah. I think the egg thing you could figure out because there's a GG in there. But Syscon has an RFZG percentage sign, you know? So I don't know how you're supposed to know that. Yo, Johnny, thanks for the 69 months. Very nice. Thank you. Thank you, Eric Eggplant. Pache, thank you for the 21 months. Welcome back. Welcome back. Yes, new DLC will be incorporated into the show tomorrow. But we don't have anything today because we're still concluding Silver Round 5. And I'm very curious what's going to be banned and what's even going to be picked tomorrow. Because, it'll be map dependent. But you have 5 bans on either side. Look at the draft here. Look at some of these bands. Wu, Wei, Chinese, Khitans, Jurchens, Shu. The whole freaking Three Kingdoms DLC was banned. And Chinese here in this draft. So I think possibly with the new DLC coming up, maybe we see some of those other civilizations banned. All right. How do you decide which civs to ban? You just base it on what you do or do not want to face, right? So if you want to play a civ, you might not want to ban it, but you have to weigh the pros and cons when you're drafting. So there might be like 3 really strong civs, but you might get the first pick. So if you get the first pick and there's 3 really strong civs, you might want to ban 2 of them and then save that one, right? And then the opponent knows you might want to save certain civs as well. So it's kind of map dependent and strategy dependent and also player preference dependent. So some people have civs that they really like that others would hate as well. So BWO on YouTube says, what's up with the money? $10 for what? $10 per win. So in silver, it's $10 per win. In gold, it's $20 per win. In platinum, it's $30 per win. And then you also have the placement prizes on where you end up in the league. So there's prize per game in the event that there's a game that like doesn't matter, kind of like this one. There's still some meaning to it. So it's a combo of your position in the league and your position after the season ends and also per game. YouTube is calling me T90 right now, but like not T90, but like TEA 90. I will get some tea after this. I will definitely get some tea. I haven't had tea in like a year, so we'll see how I do on tea. I think I have some green tea or something. I don't want to drink anything that can possibly make my sore throat a bit worse. So I think coffee would be really bad. Any energy drinks would be really bad too, right? So I think I'll probably just stick with tea today and try and continue to take it easy. Yeah, I'll throw some honey in the tea as well. Sounds good to me. Byzantines for Baba Rum and Japanese for Goku. So like I said, these guys are like classic players, right? And we've got 2 old established civilizations. Very, very nice map for Goku here, though. Like these wood lines allow for a really easy wall this way. The berries being on the front, the stone and the gold being on the front will be awkward. So we'll have to protect the wide open front of his base. I think if Baba Rum controls this hill, he has a very good game. But this hill otherwise is a real big problem. You control this hill, you control every other resource behind. It does also benefit from having this gold and this stone in the same area there too. So it just needs to control this area. And it's high tides. So you've got the tide in the north. And the water is very important here. Usually the Japanese and the Byzantines are both going to contest it. But the Japanese have the eco bonuses to get the fishing ships out early. So if you add ginger to your tea, I will not complain when you say a 6-hour stream was a long day. Ginger and tea? I'm not a very big ginger guy. I find ginger very overpowering. I've had some recipes that would call for like ginger, and I've usually excluded it because I find it a bit strong. I think ginger's probably one of those things, right? It's like you either love it or you hate it. I've had ginger, not ginger tea, but like these little ginger candy things that are like lozenges before. And that was fine. I'm not a big ginger guy. You guys are big. And I mean like the spice, you know? I'm not anti-ginger unless we're talking only spice here, okay? Yeah, docs from both players. Could always lose your villager there, so you have to be very careful. Yeah, you guys are now saying I hate redheads. Yep, classic. Spice Girls? I mean, I may like one Spice Girls song. How's that? Is that good enough? Does that mean I like Spice? T90, what is the crossed out X's in the tech tree at the top? That is a bug. That is a bug. But it works twofold. It makes sure that my chat's paying attention to the screen, which sometimes I don't know. Rumors are people are just here to hang out and take naps. So now I know people actually look at the screen, so that's really good. And then also, it tests our knowledge of the unique text. So now we have to think, do we know the Japanese unique text? What do they cost? What are they named? Baba Rum getting housed here, which is a little sloppy. I think Byzantines don't really have the luxury of playing 2 docks very easily here. Just lacking eco bonuses to get the docks up early and get to feudal age early can make things a struggle. I wonder if it's worth it to play 1 dock. I know it's hard to kill Japanese fishing ships, but Byzantine fires are superior, so maybe 1 dock versus 2 can work out. It'll be a very defensive game for Baba Rum here. Yeah, it's Messy. What's up? First time chatter on Twitch. You're welcome, man. He says, I got this game in early 2000s out of a cereal box. Recently saw the upgraded version on Steam, and I'm hooked again. Found your stuff on YouTube. Instantly became a fan. Ah, that's so sick. Thank you so much. Welcome in. I love to hear that stuff. Never gets old. I don't think I played the cereal box version. But I don't know, because I just played on my brother's PC, so it very well may have been. Isn't that crazy, though? Game was like, introduced via cereal boxes, and here we are in 2026. That's so wild. There can't be many games that have the same story. And, ooh, Scout could... Against a different player, if Scout was spotted there, Scout could be trapped. But yeah, Baba Rum walling up, controlling the hill with his barracks. Should be able to have the full walls to keep himself pretty safe. He's expecting man-at-arms. And I think he ran into the town center there. So his Scout is super weak there. But he does know the flags on the barracks, so he is expecting the man-at-arms. But yeah, for me, it was... I would always watch my brother play, and he would never let me play. Maybe not never, but like, you know, he was playing, so I couldn't play, basically, for some of my early memories. And then he would say, don't touch my PC while I'm at work. And then I would immediately get in his computer when he left. So, and then I would play AoE. I would play, I played a little bit of Age of Mythology, but I was like, all I remember is flying around with Pegasus. So I don't even know if that's a legit memory. And then I played a lot of Stronghold on his computer. And then later on, I moved on to like different games. Like Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 is one of my favorite games ever. Had such good times. Very relaxing game. Very peaceful game. So, yeah, Serious Sam was the other one my brother played. True. Yes. But that was kind of scary for me. I didn't really play it much. I'd watch him play where the guys are like... like, just coming in from a distance with the exploding bombs. Great times. I don't know what Baba Rum's build is, by the way. It's been a pretty disastrous game. He almost lost his scout to the town center. He adds 1 militia, and then decides, I don't have the eco to do more. This is what I mean, though. Japanese have the early bonuses, so... I think if it wasn't for the scout and the militia edition, this is completely fine. But he's clearly under some pressure. He is going 2 docks. He might end up winning the water here, so it could be very strong. And so if he wins the water and ends up trading against the man-at-arms with the archers, he could be in the better position here. Kind of over-queuing villagers a little bit, which is an indicator he's a little nervous. Or just not able to focus on the tiny details. But again, still I consider that to be fine. As long as he remembers he doesn't have double bid axe, he can always get that. With Byzantines, if they just survive the early game in this matchup, they become the better civ. I'd say late feudal age onwards, so. Japanese, it's all about the opening. Yeah, my brother eventually had a password on his computer, which I never knew. It probably was like Tristan sucks or something, and I never even thought to do that. But, there were some times where he would forget to lock his computer, so I would then be like, yes! And I get to game all day, so. Yeah, the water's going to be 1 for Baba Rum. After winning water, he could almost immediately start to add fishing ships and have the eco lead there. Still just waiting at home, and there is no real incentive. If you've got the water control, and you know there's still man-at-arms around, no real incentive to take any big risks. Nice hits there. He can chill and adapt from here. I don't think I have a favorite civ from the new DLC yet, because it's still pretty early. So, I think I'll have to wait and see on that. I definitely know which civilizations I would want to play in a tourney right now. Like, which civs I think are maybe the strongest. But I think that's different than favorite. So we'll see. I think the new Incas are going to be very, very strong. I don't think we'll see that a lot in TTL. I think that will be banned a lot. I think the additional pop space from the houses and from the settlements is way too much. Said so in my review of the patch. We're gonna see a lot of early militia, or I guess chompy spam. And the chompies are a bit stronger than militia. Or not chompies, champies. But I think we'll see the champies chomping, you know? And so Babaram decides to go forward. Feels a little indecisive right now. I think this is because of the lack of intel. He doesn't have the scout anymore. I think maybe he thought the army would go home. But he's up to 4 fishing ships. There's no dock or anything from Goku now, so he could be up higher than that. He did lose a villager here. So very late to fletching. He's about to lose another villager. Wow. Yeah, guys, I mean, it's a relegation match. Both players are... Sorry, it's a match between relegated players, right? And both players have really just not had the sharpest set. You can tell maybe with some of these details you expect higher level players to manage why they've been relegated here. Gonkel, I think... I don't think Fire Lancers are going to be a big problem on the new patch. I'm curious to see how it goes, but they're quadruple nerfing Fire Lancers. So I agree with the sentiment that, like, it was ridiculous that they were balanced like the way that they were. But I think the changes that they're going to make for the Fire Lancers should make them fall into place in the game a bit more. So yeah, if you want to watch my patch video, I talk about it at some point, but it's like a quadruple nerf. The ranged attack no longer works in melee mode. The cost is increased, and the training time has been increased. I think it's those 3 things and maybe one other thing. So, again, totally with you. Like, there's definitely some... The Fire Lancers were getting really frustrating to deal with. And the civilizations were also really stacked already that had them, but I think it'll be okay. And Babaram chasing down this army still. He's been passive, but again, I think if you have the fish, you can afford to be somewhat passive here. Surprised he stayed on 4 fishing ships, but that is still the 4 fishing ship lead over 0. And with Byzantines, if you just make skirms, if you make skirmishers, then you're probably fine against the Japanese. The Japanese are likely going to play cav archers or knights or crossbows. If they play longswords, you can always mix in a few archers or monks. So Baba Rums just played super safe AoE too. Nothing special. Nothing to get you guys jumping out of your seats, but from my perspective, I think this is exactly how you have to play the matchup. And Goku needed more value from the early man-at-arms and the follow-up. And Goku's on the way up now. Will still play crossbow, it seems. But you can convince yourself in Baba Rum's position that your opponent's not going to go crossbow. Because it's like, why would you? They just lost all their range units. Why would they ever do that against Byzantines? But you have to stay consistent with the skirm production here based on scouting. And it's scouting he doesn't have. So I think if this spearman finds... Ooh, villager was there. Wonder what she's doing. But I think if you find this and you see double range, you just continue to make skirms. He sees that range, he sees that range. Now he'll probably queue up more skirms. Or at least get the elite skirm upgrade. Yeah, you see, he queued up camels there for a sec. So I think initially he was thinking his opponent would just go knights. We'll drop the TC in the back. This villager's definitely for a siege workshop, I think. Still doesn't know where the enemy, what the enemy's up to, and if the enemy's fully walled. And Goku is fully walled here. So that means all the army is forward for Baba Rum. And now Goku can just go to the middle. And Goku can drop a siege workshop and play crossbow bodkin. If you have siege and crossbows together on this hill, this can be insanely strong. Baba Rum just misreading the game here a little bit. And Goku reading the game very well. This is not a matchup that scales very well for Japanese. This is the position on the map, which is critical, right in front of the golds. Baba Rum can't see this a long ways away, but he has to bring all of his army back home now, and he doesn't know about the siege workshop yet. That's going to be the real difference maker here, because he might run right into the Siege Workshop. Siege Workshop's actually perfect. Normally, Byzantines are always going to see that. And crossbows will find that villagers have moved away. Skirms are on the way. Babaram will think he has this cut off right now. He'll think he can clear this army, and now he sees the siege. Oh, God, and he noticed right when the shot was coming in. Yeah, this completely changes how these engagements will be taken now. And Goku's got 2 town centers behind this. Pretty clean eco upgrades. I like the setup, and he just landed a big shot. It's all about the position of the Siege Workshop as well, right? That Siege Workshop would have never gone up on the front if Babaram held the middle with his skirms instead of moving around. Very easy mistake to make when you want to be aggressive. But this was the hill we talked about in Dark Age. And it's the hill that Goku stands on now. If you control this hill, you're unbreakable. Almost every resource behind. But now fighting up this hill feels very difficult. It's tough for you to justify knights based on your economy and being up against crossbows. And your own siege will struggle too. I think the only thing you can do is you can just out-micro him now. Use the skirmishers and your own mangonels. Third TC now. LC Siege Towers, we'll see... Siege Towers will be the balance that the devs are implementing. So the weird tweak that we did for TTL to nerf Siege Towers will be removed. So it'll be whatever the patch notes list, which is you can garrison 10 units in the Siege Tower. Siege Towers go down to 175 HP, which is exactly what we did with our map scripts. And then I think the speed no longer increases for Siege Towers when infantry's inside them. But the base speed of Siege Towers is higher than it was before. So it's a nice little middle ground. I think it's really tough for Babaram to envision a counterattack because he doesn't know where to hit, right? He has no knowledge here. This whole game comes down to he has no vision and understanding on what the game's gonna look like. So from his position, he feels like he has to keep himself safe and just defend. But yeah, like a counterattack could make some sense because this is not going to get much better for you. The hill is just so valuable in siege engagements like this. The repair villager's critical. Big shots from Goku. And Goku's micro continues. Goku will get another kill. Oh, this is looking brutal for Babaram. Good micro there. Okay, they trade 1-for-1, but 1-for-1 trades is fine for the player with the hill. 1-for-1 trades is completely fine for Goku. No complaints about that. But don't leave your hill here. You want to be on the hill at all times. Take down the houses, take down the barracks. I think this is where some patience is needed. Babaram is super heavy on... Or he was super heavy on stone. He's going to spend some of that now in a town center. Yeah, neither player has anything beyond just super solid core gameplay, right? They're both slower players, but you can just tell they're both really solid overall, and games could maybe swing either way. The siege ends up hitting the monks there, and now the knights are going to dive for the siege. The knights will dive here. The town center isn't garrisoned right away. Siege goes down again. Knight does get converted. That was a lot of knights that just went down for Goku. And when you start to add the economy behind, it's when you could potentially micro a little bit worse on the front here, so. I think Babaram should consider... I want to say consider some outposts over here to get vision, but I guess the TC already gives you a lot of vision, and he's about to be spotted. He sees this now. Goku should have been thinking about this a little bit earlier. What we might see is another siege workshop there. But oh man, the micro is just so good. Lands another big shot. I think Babaram was gathering up his forces to deal with the crossbows over there. Stone count's coming in pretty heavily for Goku, so Goku might be thinking about a castle. I'm completely fine with the forward castle here. I think it's always tough to justify forward castle fast imp against Byzantines because they have the cheaper imp and strong castles, but you do have to like kill Byzantines off quickly. So I think defensive castle might not necessarily help you there. So I suppose if you just castle here, it defends you, and then you can still treb this down and treb all this. So yeah, it just repositions to this hill now, because here you can actually hit the TC. I mean, I just realized, guys, that Baba Rum is a 20 vil lead. I thought it would be a lot closer because the town center timings were similar, but I guess he's on 4 TCs. And he was Castle Age faster. Goku, another 1-for-1 trade. He's adding the Knights. If you do this, you do delay your Imperial Age time, but if you do this as well, you can maybe snipe the siege and get the castle position. Nice shot. I think Baba Rum's still struggling to justify ever moving up the hill. Here come villagers from Goku. Critical moment of the game because Baba Rum also has enough for his own castle and will want his own castle. And they both have 1 mangonel here. The mangonel feels really valuable. For Goku, you just want to play patient. Complete your castle. Knights will dive. And I don't know if the Knights have actually accomplished what Goku was hoping for this game. Knights really struggle against this many ranged units and monks. But I think you have to sell the barn now. Sell off everything. Look at Baba Rum sneaking up a castle over here. So he's repositioning over to this hill because there's no siege there. But sell everything at the market when it's castle v castle like this. There's this market now and get up to imp. Just double checking. Is there a market? Yeah, there is a market for Baba Rum. I think Baba Rum could still be fine. He'll lose this town center, which is not great. But he just regains his main gold, and he regains this hill. This feels like a very valuable position. Now Goku can't push back up the hill. And Baba Rum should click to imp faster, but he has to still use the market to do that. Goku's going to sell off his wood here. Sell off the wood and a little bit of food, maybe, after the micro. Yeah, I think Baba Rum has just made camels because they're cheap, and he saw a couple knights. I'd be more critical of it if it was another civ, but with Byzantines, I think it makes sense. Nice clear. Nice clear. And imp time's going to be the same. But honestly, if these skirms and the siege eventually pushes forward here, this is a problem for Goku. So Goku might need a defensive castle here. If you want to play defensive, though, against the Byzantines, when the Byzantines scale so well against you, 47 on food for Baba Rum. Crazy economy behind this. He will be raided. He's now moving forward to harass Goku a little bit. Baba Rum will see that. The Knights will die. Look at all the golds that are protected now because he has this hill again. And the answer as to what you make with Japanese is probably Samurai. But if you go Samurai into Cataphracts, even that feels bad. Impressive hold from Baba Rum. I thought when he lost that hill that he was going to be in big trouble here. And here he comes to push now. Has ballistics for his skirmishers. Has a lot of skirms. He wants to go forward now. I don't know. Maybe you just castle where the villagers are standing right now. The second you see the siege, I think running up that hill makes it... I think this is way too ambitious. Yeah, this is way too ambitious now. Skirmishers might even need to pack it up and go home. Split micro. The camels get wasted. The villagers are still standing around. He needs another castle. The castle foundation is still there. And now Goku's been waiting for his castle spot. Goku, his castles that could be killing a lot of these skirmishers if the castle had ballistics. And I think Baba Rum misclicks there into the siege workshop. This just got extremely chaotic. Will Baba Rum even remember his castle foundation is still sitting there? Okay, they're both an imp. They both could be on a second castle, but they're not sure where to put it. And Goku will start with the trebuchet at least. Goku is taking all of this gold, which is Baba Rum's gold. So eventually Baba Rum can run dry. No relics for either player. Arbalest will be in. I think Baba Rum has lacked faith in the skirmishers this game. Or maybe he just lost a lot of them there. He needs more skirms right now. And there goes... Now Goku gets this hill. Which protects the stone. There's also the stone and gold in the south. Again, there's this gold up here, which no one is taking right now. Advantage to Baba Rum, though, because he has the docks there. I really think if you just play Skirm, Bombard Cannon, Japanese have very little response, except for Samurai. But if the Japanese player has the better setup and the better eco, they could go Samurai against the Skirms. Double Siege Workshop from Baba Rum. Chemistry's on the way. Tower from Goku now. Arbs are going to dive in. I like the energy. I love the guard tower upgrade. Yasama's one of the unique techs. Our capture rate is bugged today, but that would be a good upgrade to get here. And I just still think that Baba Rum doesn't have the eco he needs. These towers are going to cut him off. Very easy to make mistakes when you have the towers in the center of your eco like this. Who wins this game, guys? I guess I just keep looking at the population. It feels like Goku's winning, and then I keep looking at the pop, and Baba Rum's got a crazy economy. But Goku's got momentum right now. Again, these towers are not going to be easy to clear up. So what normally happens is the Trebs and the Bombard Cannons they just get out of position. They get sniped in these situations a lot of the time for the player that's getting tower rushed like this. The town centers will start to get Trebs down. Trebuchet here will be Trebs down as well. It will be. Yeah. Very easy for your siege to just be forgotten about when you're so fixated on all this. And keep upgrade is on the way for Goku as well right now. These are just houses for Goku, by the way, so that's not military. If there's movement down to the south, Baba Rum has that locked down. Still 0 relics collected. We have 28 skirms in queue for Baba Rum, so he'll eventually get to the skirm count he wants. And nice micro there against the Treb. That could go either way. I think what's worrying for Goku is that his towers are starting to get cleared up. And what's worrying for Goku is that he doesn't have a good enough eco to realistically go for Samurai. I think with only 2 castles, with only 25 on food, it's really tough to justify Elite Samurai. And I think that's what I would have wanted to see here. I know the Byzantines have the castles, but you still could go Elite Samurai before Cataphracts are in numbers. And he's consistently been behind in food. Like, Baba Rum's farming eco is better even now. Is a tower in the back of his base, though. But, I mean, Baba Rum's playing it well. He's actually clicked the Cavalier upgrade. Kind of hate that. Would prefer he mixes in Cataphracts, but you can't produce Cataphracts and Trebs. Nice micro. Don't know if he'll see this tower, though. That keep is killing villagers. And down here in the south, we're going to have some towers from Goku, which Baba Rum may or may not see. But this is the direction that Baba Rum needs to go now. This is kind of stalled out. You have Trebs. You have your own castle. You probably want to push this castle now. And, oh, careful, 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 careful. What? How is he alive? Okay, he's dead now. But I don't think Baba Rum noticed that. This is where Cavalier could be really strong, though. And he has full armor. Oh, man, those Trebs are going to get sniped. They should get sniped anyways. Goku's going to pack him up quickly, being Japanese. Oh, man, Goku's towers are giving himself chances, guys. More towers in the south. Baba Rum will see this. He wants to drop a castle. He has to buy the stone to drop a castle. He's bringing the Cavalier through. This tower is still up. This keep has killed 8 villagers. What a messy game. Castle will go up. Oh, and camels and cataphracts are killing farmers right now, which I was late to seeing. I think Goku's also going to be late to seeing because it just doesn't click for what you're expecting to come in the game next. And if that's the case, could be a game-ending raid because he was already behind an eco. The best raid is the raid your opponent is not expecting. It's not... I mean, no one would have expected the camel raid to kill 13 villagers, but it has. Yeah, and Goku's just falling apart. He's super focused on the front. Probably looking down here now, too. Doesn't see the attack signals in his base. And Baba Rum's got 45 on food, with Goku having 8 on food. And the army count is ridiculous for Baba Rum here. 85 military, fully upgraded skirms, fully upgraded Cavalier, at least for what the Byzantines can do. And I think this probably ends the game. Baba Rum will win 2-1. He'll still be 6th place in the group, but he'll have a good showing at the end of it. Goku and Baba Rum will both feel as though they could have played better this season. I wouldn't have expected them to be... I think maybe Goku and maybe one of them in the relegation zone, but it was a really strong group. The other players came prepared. They'll still be out of TTL Silver, but good fight from both of them. I'm always worried when it's a game like this that the players are not going to give us a good show. The raid's still back here, by the way. These 5 units killed 33 villagers. Crazy. I guess Goku did take down this castle, but he's just going to lose his only castle. Skirms and Cav are all over the place. Likely that he ends up losing the south at some point. You kind of need food economy to win a game. And he doesn't really have the food eco right now, so Goku is well and truly dead. Fun game, though. I think they might have actually played similarly in skill, but Byzantine bonuses made the difference. I would still say that Baba Rums did a really good job at getting himself out of that hole. That Siege Workshop position looked like it was unpushable. Maybe it was a mistake from Goku to relocate. But when he applied pressure to this TC, that also felt pretty strong as well, so. And Baba Rum, he still only has 1 Trev for this castle, but he's just killing everything else. I mean, it's like, go ahead. Go ahead, have your castle. Every other town center is garrisoned with villagers. And the TCs are starting to go down as well, so. Not actually sure what time this, at what point this game was played. But since we're covering it as Rex, it is possible as well that they didn't know the results in the group. So maybe in Goku's mind, he thought that there was still that slight chance he could stay alive. We knew coming into this it wouldn't be the case because of those other results, but again, I don't know exactly what time this was played. 40% worker efficiency last minute. That honestly feels way better than I was expecting. How is he getting 40%? This feels like 2% right now. I guess these villagers are working. He does only have 59 vills, so... But alright. Goku's still fighting. Goku's lost his starting town center. He's losing his next town center. He's losing his towers. He's still pushing. 14 Arbalests, 5 Skirmishers, 4 Trebuchets, and a Dream, baby. Let's go. And Baba Ram has pretty much just ignored this. And gone everywhere else. And I think maybe it's time to come back and clear this now. There's towers there. It's still tough to engage into. There's nothing worse than having to patrol into a fight and you patrol into an enemy tower. It already has 6 kills now. Also, playing Cavalier with Byzantines feels really brutal against good Arbalests. The lack of bloodlines is really obvious. But guys, I mean, he's added Navy up here. He's adding some galleys now to secure the shoreline. He's sniping the Arbs. Goku is still trying. It's not like he's not trying. So if it seems like he's wasting someone's time here, he's actually actively fighting. He's bringing armies back here. He's actively microing his armies on the front. He doesn't get the bombard cannon. His base is a wasteland. But he still has the army. For now, anyways. 45 pop for Goku. 180 pop for Baba Rum. Goku. There we go. There we go. Calls the GG. And like I said, maybe some frustration there for Goku because I think both players would have wanted a better season here. So, well played. Sloppy series. It actually felt like a series that was between 5th and 6th place in Silver. Because we've seen a lot of Silver games now, and there's been some really clean play there. Next time Silver rolls around for the relegated players, they can play in the Bronze bracket. You guys watching right now could sign up, be in the Bronze bracket, maybe make it back into Silver League. So technically they could be Silver again next season. Just one big Bronze knockout bracket, unless there's some format changes, which I wouldn't expect. But we'll pull up the group there. As far as the game, it was just the food eco for me in the mid game was crazy. Food eco, he had like 50 on food against 25 on food and Castle Age. It didn't look like Babaram was doing a lot when watching the fights, but he was expanding the economy. Didn't have as much gold and stone, but didn't really need it. Skirmishers just took really good trades against the gold units, and then the bomber cannons were a difference maker. So, GG, and well played. So in group, what was that, D? I think it was group D. No, sorry, group A in silver. This is how it ends. We have Niaz going immediately to gold for the next season with 11 wins. Blue and Antagonist will be in the playoffs, which I'll pull up in a second. Target survives. He's back in silver next season with 7 wins. Goku with 5 and Babaram with 4 get relegated and pushed out of Titans League Silver for the next season. Let me update this, though, because we have more silver stuff today. So this will have spoilers for the previous 2 days, but we need to be up to date. So Say My Name won 2-1. So he's at 11 wins, hoping to still get first. And then later on today, I think the next series we actually have in 30 minutes, Chart versus Upudding. I have to double check the schedule. I think the schedule might have changed a little bit. But anyways, Chart versus Upudding happens today. Basically, with Chart and Upudding, whoever wins that series stays alive. Whoever loses is relegated. Say My Name is in my chat saying my name. Are you freaking kidding me? Say My Name. Bro, that is the Say My Name in my chat, saying my name with chat. You are such a troll, bro. For 10 plus years, I've been dealing with this shit because of you. Come on, man. I love you, bro. That's funny, though. That's funny. So yeah, Chart Upudding, whoever wins that will end up winning, staying alive in the 4th place position. And then in Kambito Ozone's case, I think Ozone cannot end up getting first. He can get 2nd place, but Ozone would have to win 3-0 to get 2nd place. Kambito, to get first, needs to win 3-0 over Ozone. So Say My Name is hoping for no sweeps, basically, in that upcoming series. I think we have Monos and Husiel. That might be the series that's coming up here soon. I have to double check with the schedule, but Gabby ended up winning 2-1. So she's confirmed for playoffs. The Cosmonaut ended up winning 2-1. So Cosmonaut, he needs to hope that Husiel does not win, 2-1? Oh, shoot. Wait a second. Let me verify these results are correct. I don't want to misspeak. I'm going based on memory here, but I think Cosmonaut won 2-1 there. I thought Thunderbolt snagged a victory, right? Yeah, I'm correct. Okay, so according to the stat sheet then, Husiel, to get first place and go auto to gold, needs 1 win today. Wait, no, 2. He needs 2. Yeah, he needs 2. So he has to win 2-1 over Monos. If Monos ends up winning twice, he's 4th. If Monos ends up winning 3 times, he goes 3rd, and Husiel goes out of top 3. Wow. So Monos could do some big things here today. And honestly, Monos and Husiel, they're pretty even players, I would say. And then I think the only other group I didn't show, sorry, is Group D. Group D's already finished. I don't think we have any Group D action today. But Group D was a crazy finish. You had Bad Koala beating Nahwell 3-0, which put Nahwell in a really risky spot. You then had Dennis beating Stark 3-0, which put Dennis into the playoff positions. That confirmed the top 3, and then it came down to the series yesterday. Mori was already relegated, only had 2 wins this season. And he goes in, and he relegates Deeker with him, and he beats Deeker 2-1. And third game, if you missed it, they were like trolling and chatting. Deeker was like, thanks for making me bronze or something like that. And Moray was chatting back. So, yeah, Group D is already set. Cool. So apparently, Monos Husiel is our next series. That series is going to be live. I'll switch over my scoreboard. We might have a little bit of waiting time because it's live, but that's fine by me because I want to make my tea. And, man, should I have tea or can I have coffee, chat? I'm sick, but I don't really like tea. Maybe I haven't had tea in a long time. I should have tea. I got to do it for Titans League, right? Even if it doesn't give me that jolt to my system I'm hoping for. Coffee would be really bad, yeah. I wanted you guys to be a good influence on me. Tea and honey. All right, we'll give tea a shot. Coffee is probably a little too acidic, where if I have a sore throat, I would have some issues, right? Green tea with honey, my guy. You will love it. All right, I don't know about love it, because I've had it before, but I think it'll be better than water, so. All right, let me take that break then. We'll be right back in a few minutes. I'll go get some tea. See you soon.
Rete, das war.
Ja, Rete.
Ja, das war.
Berete.
Du wäre.
Hova, Sucher. Hova, Sucher. Hova, Sucher. Bu wäre.
Holzer.
Heise, das war.
Tuocha. Auber.
Heise, das war.
Tuocha.
Das ich soll. Das ich soll. Berete.
Berete.
Das ich soll.
Das war ja Heise.
Flickmann.
Das ich soll.
Berete.
Ja.
Geboren.
Das war Heise. Das war Heise. Das Stürme.
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
Ja.
Das ich soll. Das ich soll. Streetjes. Sa.
Auber.
Flickmann.
Ja.
Rete.
Das war
Flickmann.
Rete.
Hey, ja.
Ja.
Rete.
Das war
Heise.
das Stürme.
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
Das war das ich soll. Das war
Das ich soll. Das ich soll.
Hey, ja. Hey, ja. Heiße. Heiße. Dass ich soll. 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 Dass ich soll.
All right. I returned. T was a really good choice. T was nice. You know what makes it even nicer? T90 Titans League mug T. No. Well, the mug's nice, but the tea's very nice. Thank you. The honey helps. I'm not sure if it's the tea or if it is the honey, but it's not bad. No, it's always a bit weird because my mic arm goes this way, and I typically would drink with my right hand. But then it's like, I guess I should have it with my left hand from here. Maybe that's the proper form. I don't know. But yeah, it's solid. I'm happy with it. Why is Texas playing? Don't be that guy. That's the Chilean flag. Don't be that guy. Actually, I bet you wrote in, if I go back into your chat history, I guarantee you've made that joke before. I would bet some subs on it that you made that joke before. I'd have to really look. I don't know if I can control F your chat history searching for Texas, but I bet you it's back there, man. Yeah, I would win that bet. I'm looking right now. We have a little bit of time, so why not, right? He's been following since 2016, so that's a pretty long chat history. I find it very satisfying to be able to go back and read people's chat history. But what's weird is you don't know the context of someone's message. So you'll see maybe we had a conversation on like a koala or something, and then someone will just have a take on like koala bears are actually blah 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 blah. And then 3 years later I look back at chat, or 3 years later I look at their chat and I don't know why we were talking about that. So T90, how best support you and TTL? Subs, donation, or something else? So honestly, it really depends on what's best for you, right? Don't go out of your way to support in one way, which is slightly better for me, because they're all relatively similar. Subs are really motivating for me. When the event ends and there's more subs, that means a lot to me. People continuously coming back, subscribing is awesome. If it's just like the straight dollar amount, a donation is probably the best. Everything takes their fees. Everyone takes their fees, of course. But sub split on YouTube and Twitch, for example, is 70-30. A donation would be, I don't know exactly, maybe like 90-10 or 85-15, depending. So hopefully that helps. But really, as a viewer, I really hope you guys don't stress out about that too much. If there's a means of support that's better for you, then any of that's awesome. In the case of like merch is probably I own maybe get like $3 to $5 to $10 maybe on each merch item. But that's just because I didn't set the prices super high. I just want people to have some cool stuff in their hands. And if this merch goes well for TTL this season, maybe I am able to open up some opportunities in the future. Because basically some of these companies will be like, if you want to do higher quality merch or move on to another company, they basically will look and say, well, how many sales did you have last time? So if we have a lot of sales this time, even if I don't make a lot of money from the sales, I could maybe do some cool stuff in the future, you know? And if you're wondering what the merch looks like, it's on the site, by the way. T90official.tv also has like the probabilities, also has like some of the cool stats and stuff we've been looking at, and we'll look at over the next couple weeks. But yeah, Roden, thank you for the 5 gifted, man. Handing you an envelope in London is best. You want to hand me an envelope? I would be, if a random viewer just came up to me and handed me an envelope like real discreetly and just like walked away real quick, I'd probably be a little suspicious. I'm not saying I wouldn't open the envelope, but no, I'm not advising that you slip me an envelope discreetly in the night while we're both wearing hoodies in a poorly lit area of the street. Please no, okay? Then you open it, see $500, and you're all right with it. Well, exactly, but it's like there could also be some other things in there. So I don't know what I'm dealing with. Also, what if they give me a counterfeit? If they give me counterfeit pounds, I don't encounter regular pounds enough to know what's counterfeit or not. So what if I'm wearing a TTL hoodie? If you're wearing a TTL hoodie, I'm pretty sure everything's fine. I would trust you then. So Mushroomism, thank you for the 2 months. He says, how do you feel about Margugu ruining the perfect 3-0 group in gold? Ruining the gold group? What do you mean? Are you talking about the results? Or, well, obviously you're talking about the results. Let me pull up gold. I think Margugu's in a playoff position, right? I'm not sure what you mean exactly. Oh, every set. Oh, the sets were 3-0. Oh, true. 3-0s and 0-3s the whole time until Margugu got 1 win against Jordan. Yeah, how dare he? How dare he? This has been a weird group. Ganji's been amazing in the past, and he's just not had it. I mean, I think I saw the first 2 rounds, and he clearly is just not nearly as sharp as he used to be. Maybe just not as active, because I haven't seen him playing otherwise. Jordan is pretty much, well, he's not confirmed for first yet, but close to it there. Jordan's looked really good. And Jordan has to play Ganji yet, so I think the odds are very good that Jordan gets first in the group. We'll see, though. Margugu, Dogao, Kingston could all fall into the playoff positions there, but Kingston already played 4 rounds. This group is crazy. I saw Stark was in YouTube chat. Is that the Stark? That's got to be the Stark. I see your logo, dude. Stark, who do you think wins Group D right now? Group D is wild. So Daniel is in the relegation zone. Daniel was messaging me saying how crazy it is. He was like, holy crap, like, the scene is crazy these days. In the past, I would have never needed to train, and I would have been completely fine. He was like, who are these people, right? Like, Stone Please and Turs, like, everyone's really well prepped, firing on all cylinders. I probably would have said Classic Pro wins the group. He's looking really strong right now. Classic Pro Dudaju is the last round. Daniel Kazva's the last round. And then Stone Please Turs is the last round. Wow. Stone Please and Turs are tied. Damn. Hold on. Let's look at this real quick. Let's look at probabilities for gold. Here. Wow. Wow. There's a lot that can happen there. And I think every set affects the other as well, right? Like, so if Turs wins 2-1, is Stone Please out? No, Stone Please is likely 4th. Okay. If Stone Please wins 2-1, Turs is likely 4th. But so that means it's dependent on how Daniel does, right? Like, what if Daniel then wins 2-1? Yeah, then Turs is out. No. Turs would win tiebreak over Daniel. Oh, Danny Boy's going to need Stone Please to stomp Turs, I think. Or maybe the opposite. Maybe Turs to stomp Stone Please. Daniel's in a really rough spot, guys. He needs a 3-0 on either side in that series. Sheesh. And he's also up against Kazva, too, and Kazva's not easy. And Kazva could go first. Group is super close. This group seems very figured out, though we still have to see Kingston Ganji. I think Kingston Ganji already happened, though. I'm pretty sure this is just not showing. I think Kingston swept him. So Ganji's dead last, guaranteed. And then like B. Yeah, this is also a fun group for the top 3. Because you have Kapoch plays Fire. Actually, I think this set happened, though. How did Kapoch do against Fire? He swept him. Okay. So Kapoch won 3-0. And now you have 10 wins for Doubt. You have 10 wins for Sorakuma. they're tied for first place, and look who plays each other the last round. Doubt and Sorokuma. So what's weird about that, too, is Kapotch is right behind them with 9 wins. And Kapotch plays Sobek. So, like, let's say that Doubt wins 2-1 over Sorokuma. That doesn't mean Kuma goes second, because if Kapotch wins over Sobek, he could, depending on how those wins go, he could also... Oh, he could even steal first. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. We could have a tie break for first scenario, which is super rare. Wow, because Kapotch beat everybody in the group. 4-0 in sets. So he would, if he 3-0s Sobek, the only way he's not first place is if Doubt or Sorokuma 3-0s. Because a tie would not put them over Kapotch. Wow. That's a really fun end of gold. That'll be next week, by the way. So, just like we're doing with silver, we're going to cover all the last round of golds. And then we will also cover silver playoffs, and we'll also cover gold playoffs. So, we won't miss any of that anymore, which is amazing. I hope you guys are excited for that. And then also, I didn't show the other groups. Let me just double check. The draft hasn't started yet. Okay, Monos can't make it for another 9 minutes. Perfect, Monos. That's fine with me. I have things to talk about here. It's all good. I understand. Like, just because we end early, players can't shift their day up. So, yeah, so this group going into the last round is also pretty crazy. Miguel, former Platinum. Veleza, former Platinum. Valis, former Platinum. So, the fact that, like, Veleza could get relegated, maybe, or Valis could get relegated is already a big story. The young guns are showing up, man. Prisma, super young and motivated. Wide, super young and motivated. So, it's Valis, Miguel. Must win for Miguel, right? If Miguel loses a game, he's likely relegated. So, Miguel needs to sweep to survive. Veleza, Prisma. I guess maybe Veleza... I mean, Veleza wants playoffs. Because if Veleza makes playoffs, he could make it to Platinum. That's what he needs. So this is a must-win series for him. He needs to win, like... I don't even know if 2-1 is enough to guarantee anything. But like 2-1 or 3-0 against Prisma to get into the playoff position. And then Prisma, he needs, what, 1 win and he's first? Not quite. But it's likely. Yeah. Damn. Cool, Gaddy. Next match is in like 7 minutes, so we're just chatting until then. Yeah, that is the group of blue flags. True. True. T90, is there a minimum ELO requirement for the community tourney? There's a minimum amount of games played, so you can't just have like 0 ranked games played before signing up to the community tournament. I believe it's 10 ranked games or something within the past month. I would join the Discord and look at it, but for the community tournament, you can be 0 ELO as far as I care. So it doesn't matter. Apparently, also, we have some higher ELO players sign up. I might play as well. Because Nilly signed up for it. Last time we had some like 2K2s, 2K3s signing up, so we should have groups for almost every ELO category. How is your green tea? It's actually very nice. And I feel like my throat is feeling much better, so I gotta keep drinking it. It's a very good suggestion. T90, are you scared of the new DLC civs making their debut in TTL? It seems like they're quite unbalanced, especially in early game. I'm not, because we already have dealt with other DLCs, which I feel were way more imbalanced. Like the Three Kingdoms DLC still has some somewhat questionable balance things there. They're nerfing some things. I mean, we've got 5 bans on either side of the draft for now. I agree the early game's strong, but I think it's very map dependent and their late game's rather weak. So I think it'll be rather exciting to see how some of the how things play out, especially with players that maybe prepare some things. So we've had situations in years past where new civs or balance patches happen mid-tournament, and it's still early, but I think they were much worse. Like it was scarring how bad it was, and I really think that this should be much better. So I'm hopeful it should be good. Like, what's more OP in a high-level player's hands? One of the new civilizations, which have some quirks, or Chinese? What would a pro player pick right now? One of the new civs or Chinese? That's how you have to look at it, right? That's how you have to look at it. It's like, okay, these new civs are new. They have some things that could be strong. I think 9 times out of 10, they're still always going to go with like Chinese or something, right? But again, map dependent, player dependent. I think a player like Dragonstar, the players who have already done a lot of Dark Age shenanigans will really like the new DLC civs. Players who don't like that will probably just ban them, most likely. So, like, technically, let's say you're playing in this and you don't want to face a single new civilization or Incas. You can ban those 4 and 1 more civ. And that's before we even incorporate the opponent's bans. So that's a lot of banning. So I think as I've been saying, I think Incas will be banned a lot because the new Incas will be really difficult to deal with. But we'll see. Looks like the players have started the draft for this series here. T90, do you expect Phosphor coming up with new shenanigans? Oh, of course, dude. Of course. He already has. I haven't had time to make any videos on it, but he's been on top of it, so. Yeah, the water balance I'm not really sure on. I think it's just going to be the water balance on high tides, I guess, will be interesting because you'll have probably just Hulk v Hulk there. I don't really know how the new demos are going to work out to recover water. I think Northern Isles, though, we'll see. It depends on if the player's prepared. Let's be real. There's probably only going to be like 1 or 2 players that really test the new water balance. So we might not see the new water balance really get a good showing in this tournament. Maybe on Seychelles, maybe on Northern Crossings. So game 1, Toulouse, African River, and Quarry are the other maps. And players are going to be picking civs, but again, no new civs in this draft. That all starts tomorrow. So don't be looking for the Tupi or the Muisca or the Mapuche just yet. That is correct, YouTube chat. We have a lot of maps that incorporate water, some more than others, but none of them are just like straight up water engagements all the time. Seychelles and Northern Crossings have really big water elements, but there's still other things you can do. So I wouldn't say it's a hybrid map per se, but it's like between hybrid map and water map. Don't really have a term for that. All right. Civs are in. Only everything here is flipped. I'm sorry. I'm going to flip the draft real quick. It's the other way around. So there we go. So it was Husiel who ended up picking African River. It was Manos who picked Quarry. And Manos who picked Persians, Spanish, Portuguese, Goths, and Georgians. And then Husiel who picked Wu, Aztecs, Britons, Koreans, and Malians. Anybody new here today? If so, say hello. I'm still getting over being sick, but I'm feeling much better. The tea has improved my mood massively. The chat peer pressure has gone a long way. So thank you, chat. You don't hear me say this enough, but chat was right. You guys were correct. Should have been on the tea game to start the day, but this is good. I have so much tea. I don't know if tea expires, but there's definitely been instances where I'm like, I should drink tea more, and then I just never touch it. So, yeah. What's up, Kirby? What's up, Great Knowledge? What's up, Nathan? Hello, Hackerman. What's up, Mlock? You drink 8-year-old tea, it's fine. Okay, good. You're still here, so I'll probably survive. Thanks for the heads up, dude. Salt Blue, I think I said thanks. Maybe I missed it. Thank you for the 3 months again. So let's get into the stakes, shall we? Talk about the meaning behind these games. Just a reminder on where we're at with that. Also, I don't think he's listening right now, but how freaking awesome is what WDW has helped us with this site. Dude, we also have had some help from Adrian, who isn't really active in the scene. He's my website guy. But, like, holy crap. Compared to previous years, it was crashing all the time because the community was going to it. The fact that you can set the results and you can go through all the different groups and it doesn't reset them for the entire day is so nice. And then you have the reset button. I've just been in love with it. Maybe some slight bias, but it's been killing it. So, don't even get me started about the matchups, which we'll show for Platinum once we go back to tomorrow. But to stay focused here, this is the situation. So Cosmonaut right now is sitting in first place. If HuCL only gets 1 win today, Cosmonaut remains in first because he has the tiebreak, which the first tiebreak is set wins because he's 4-1, okay? But if HuCL wins 2-1, HuCL will pass him and take first place. And guys, I don't know if any player here is a guarantee to win their playoff set. I really don't. Like, the level is that high. So first place is just auto-promoted to gold from 10K League to 25K League. You could celebrate. You could chug a beer. Watch the other people struggle in the playoffs. Like, huge series for HuCL. If he wins, he gets 2 wins here. He doesn't have to play a best of 7 against another really good player with a lot of pressure. So let's see. Now for Monos, he is safe. But Monos, if he wants to get to the playoffs, he could do so. He would have to win 3-0. If he wins 3-0, he takes the 3rd place position, and then he pushes HuCL out of the top 3 and into the 4th place. So literally, HuCL could be 1st or 4th at the end of today, which is crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. So, yeah, they're going to start soon. Coming into this group, I think Monos is a really serious tournament player. He's a very extreme player. He can be very aggressive. I predicted Monos to be in the top 3 of this group. I think when I had polled some players, they said Monos would be number 1 in the group. Now, I think Cosmonaut has been extremely well prepared. Gabby's brought an insane level. And then HuCL has been the standout for me. HuCL's not really that new. He's a super fast Arabia-style player, right? But sometimes on like closed maps and different tournament maps, he has lacked experience. I don't know enough about him to know if he's been practicing, but I can tell you every game it looks like he has. And things are really sharp there, so. Guagua says in Group A, why is Neo ranked higher than Blue? In Group A, he's ranked higher than Blue because he has 1 more win, my dude. He got 1 more win. That's why. He saved himself yesterday. This is the updated standings. This is the updated conclusion of Group A. He needed a sweep yesterday against Antagonists, and he needed Blue to get 1 win. So he won 3-0 against Antagonists to get 11, and then Blue needed a 2-1 to get first still, and he lost 2-1. Heartbreaker for Blue. Heartbreaker. Brutal on YouTube, thank you. Says, hi, T90, enjoying Titans League. Thank you for the content. Yo, thank you so much. Thank you. We're about to hop into the first game here. Thank you for waiting, guys. 2 more sets today, by the way. And then Platinum, the top 24 kicks off tomorrow. We have Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday action. 3 sets a day, round 3. But it will be Koreans against Spanish here. This could be a long game. Korean, Spanish on Toulouse. I haven't seen it yet, but whew. If they play defensive, man, this could be a super long game. T90, how are you liking the new patch? I haven't been able to play it. Guys, I show that everything's going well, and I show that everything's going smooth, and I show all the positives. This season has been so rough, dude. The last 4 days, after 8 hours of content, I've spent an extra 2 to 3 hours just trying to get this event to run smoothly and working with the team. So I've had no time. I had some early access, and I've been experimenting with, but So I do like the civs and the overall balance, but it's been very stressful couple days. So also, the patch breaks the hotkeys every time I go back and forth, so I haven't really had a lot of time to do it for that reason too. So, yeah, there's the answer on that. But it's been a lot of work, and that behind-the-scenes nonsense, which I never talk about, makes the appreciation feel much better from the community. So thank you for the kind words. Okay, so welcome. I want to repeat the stakes quickly here, because a lot can happen in this group. Husiel, if he were to win 2-1 today, he would go first place and immediately be promoted to gold, which would be his best result in Age of Empires. He's been around a long time. He's a fast player from Chile. And he's gone for the early dock here as Koreans on the shorefish. But if he were to get swept today, okay, he actually goes 4th place, and then Manos goes into the playoffs. Luckily for Manos, he is safe. Basically, the only thing that changes things for Manos is a 3-0. Now, this is a regicide start. The kings are out there, looking all fat, doing their thing, waddling around. If you lose the king, you're dead. Still a play all 3 with $10 on the line, $10 per win. And yeah, the map is really, really specific here in how you can play it. Very unique. And this is called Tulu. So you have the you have this wood line here, and you can kind of already tell that Manos is planning on it. So you have all the trees here are 100 wood, and Manos has 3 villagers on the first tree. Now you can't cram 3 villagers through the choke to get the 3 on the second tree, but you can get 2. And the faster you chop through there, the earlier you can get to your stone. So stone is over here and here, which you eventually have to scout. There's no stone in the inner areas, which should dominate the conversation here because Koreans and Spanish are both really good civilizations for regicide starts. Starting with the farms, having all the food around, and starting with more food in the bank is all very, very strong here. But Manos chose not to come to the middle. Husiel is going for a feudal age time. He's added some fishing ships. I think Manos is pretty clearly just going to go fast castle and adapt. Villagers don't have loom in the middle because you don't start with gold. Husiel will start to mine some gold. Not really sure what his plan is right now, to be honest with you. I think if his opponent had docked, he would add a fire galley, but his opponent didn't dock. Now he doesn't have a lot on wood. So it's not like he will go for a barracks or an archer range or something. Going fast feudal isn't necessarily the worst thing here. His resources are looking pretty good. I guess we'll see. So, but I think the big thing you just got to remember is that you don't have loom. If you have the villagers out here, it's very efficient, but you got to loom up. All right, so let's see if Manos clicks these 2 villagers onto the tree. I labbed this out, by the way. I tested this for another tournament. If you are perfect with this, you can be through to the stone while you're on the way to Castle Age. But your villagers are not going to take that tree unless you force click them there. More often than not, it's still, even if you're getting stone while on the way to Castle Age, you're still not going to have the castle once you make it to Castle Age. Blacksmith in the middle for Husiel. And just scouting around to see what Manos is doing here. But it could just be a very boomy game. On the outside, there's berries and there's deer. So I think once Manos is through, if he gets through. Hold up, what's he doing? Why are the vills coming this way? It's for his buildings. Never mind. But yeah, we might see a town center back here. You have the food around as well, so you don't need as many farms. And Manos just wants his market and his blacksmith here. And there it is. Market, blacksmith, palisade wall. That'll complete the wall off on that side, and then he can go back to the trees. Husiel, did he snag loom? He did not. I think if you don't snag loom, the starting scout could end up killing multiple villagers. But you might not need to snag loom if you can always wait here with your own scout. Manos sees the scouts there, just passing. Fortified tower has 13 range. 13 base range, which is insane. So it's very strong. It's always fixed on the front. And right now the kings are in there, so. Someone asking, is Gabby already in playoffs? So Gabby is in this group. Gabby is confirmed to be playoffs. She's likely going to be third place, but she would fall into second place if Monos wins 3-0 here. Wait, do I have it the wrong way around? I think she's third place. Yeah, and she would go second if Monos wins 3-0 here or something like that. So she's confirmed second or third place. So she will be in the playoffs in some way. Wouldn't an adjustment into scouts or archers been worth it upon scouting the middle for Monos? No, because your opponent can see it as well, and then they can just deviate their plan. That's not a very easy switch to do. Barracks is 175 wood. Stable is 175 food. His build isn't really set up for that. He's buying a castle. He is buying the stone. Wow. I mean, I guess that's one way to do it. You do get the castle much faster than I've seen. Okay. Sorry, apparently I'm allergic to castles. One sec. Last night, I reached this point of my cold where my nose gets extra tickly, you know? It's really annoying. So I might have it might be lots of sneezing today. Look at this castle, though, for Monos. As far as protecting the gold, this is insane. You're not supposed to have all three of your golds in one spot. Like, that's unreal. Like, look at Housekeeping. He's got 4 tiles here. He's got some here. He's got some here. But that is an excellent castle spot. I also just don't think Housekeeping is ever going to expect him to actually have the castle. Housekeeping is going to think that he has time before he has to face conquistadors because the stone is on the outside. What a build for Monos. That's really smart. I like it. Yes, it's less efficient with your resources in theory, but like everything looks fairly balanced for him, right? He still has food. He still has gold. He can still make the first conquistador. We do have a pause here, but Housekeeping, remember, if he wants guard towers, he still is not through onto the outside here. That'll take him some time yet. So just a monastery, maybe to get relics and adapt towards late game. I'm going to tab out and just double check because I don't trust the game. Okay, I can see in game they're chatting. T90, is it Turs co-cast? Oh, shoot. I talked to Turs. I thought Turs was casting... Oh, did I just leave Turs in the... Oh, shoot. I reached out to some people to co-cast. Turs, are you here, bro? I can call Turs. I don't care. I mean, if it makes Turs feel better, I've done this to 2 other people over the last couple weeks. I'm cool to bring in Turs. Turs is a gold player I wanted to have cast today. If Turs reaches out to you, JBR, and says that was the plan, let me know. I can just back out and call him right now. No problem. It's actually the perfect game to hop in. We'll do a little intro for him, and then we can move into it. Turs is here. All right, Turs, I'm going to call you, bro. My bad. Conks are killing a fire ship and a fishing ship, guys. We're going to call Turs. My bad. As I said earlier, it's been very stressful times. Let's give him a call. I think he's into the game now as well. Hello, Turs.
Hello.
Very sorry.
Oh, good.
Quick intro for you here. Everyone listening, this is Turs. Turs is a Gold League player from Germany who I asked to co-cast and scheduled this time, and life has been busy, so got here a little late, but welcome in, dude.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
I think I'm going to boost your audio real quick. But give me your thoughts on how the game's developed. Have you seen anyone in your practice games buy a castle like Monos has done here?
Not really. Like, what I've seen is people going early on stone as soon as they chopped outright.
Yep.
But buying a castle is definitely different.
Yeah, well, I think Housekeeping certainly was not expecting it. And I don't think he would have played this quite in the same way if he knew it was coming. So this is working out. And something I experience against Monos is he can be so extreme. He can be extremely aggressive, which is what we're seeing now, or extremely defensive. And it has the potential to break anybody. So this will be tough for Housekeeping.
Yeah, he's definitely like one of the more creative players there that we have. So You never know what to expect from him.
Yep. Well, he snipes the monk. I like the guard tower defense for Husiel. What else would you be thinking right now if you're Husiel, as you're getting pushed right now?
I mean, he sent 11 on stone, so maybe he wants a castle at some point. I guess Koreans is kind of one of the better civs to defend this, since you have the free guard tower upgrade.
Yep. Well, I mean, archer range going down is certainly not the best. This is where I would be like, maybe I can't dive underneath 2 different towers. Is he going for the king? He's going for the king. The king is in that tower.
Surely that's not working, right?
I mean, the king will hop out. The conquistadors are waiting. Can we get a king snipe here? The conquistadors are dying to the town center. There's only one left. No! No! Oh, no. That was disastrous. Oh, my God. No. Honestly, though, I think he just needed to sit to the side a little bit more and hope that the conquistadors could still hit the shot. I think he wanted to block the king off from escaping, but if he stood in between the mill and the tower, I think that could have worked. Ay, ay, ay. What a moment. I mean, Husiel gets gifted a little bit there. Still only 2 town centers, and still Manos is on the front. So it's actually still a pretty close game here.
Yeah, for sure. Monos also has all the map control. He can grab the relics. He's definitely in the easier position to play here.
I like this from Husiel. He says, "I'm out of here, dude. I'm moving my king to the town center."
Just running away.
So, I think Husiel is probably planning on war wagons now. He's kind of saved for a castle. It has the dual purpose as well, where if you drop the defensive castle, you protect yourself from the push. Might honestly come down to the next minute now. If he wants the castle on the front, and Manos is coming back with rams again.
Manos is not giving up. He will continue pushing here.
Does he play like this against you when you play Manos, or is he more chill?
For sure.
Okay.
No, normally he does like some weird fast castle stuff or something like that.
Okay.
It's always crazy.
I'm glad to hear it because I feel a little flexed on sometimes when I play against Manos because he does it to me as well. So, oh man, monks are waiting behind. That's actually perfect positioning for Husiel. He can't necessarily take down the rams very easily, but I think once his castle's up, the conks can't be close by.
Yeah,
and if
there are 2 towers on either side, so
yeah,
it will be very hard to push this.
Monks are still focused on for conversions. Conversions haven't happened. 1 conversion happens. That's it. I mean, castle should complete. I'm just wondering if does the castle stay up here? Apparently the answer is yes.
There's still the guard tower, right? So it's always very hard to push this.
Yeah. Wow. Well, Manos sent it here, and he just taps out. Wow. Crazy. That was so close. I want to go back and look at this, actually. He was so close to killing that king. He clearly was trying to dance back and forth in front of the tower, which is probably a good play. But I wonder if maybe he could just have parked his conquistadors a little bit further to the right side of the tower. And then when the king ejects, the conquistadors have a chance for a shot. Damn. Well played from Husiel.
Yeah, do you think the GG was maybe a bit early?
From what we know, absolutely. Yeah. Because, like, Husiel lost the town center. Husiel lost a lot of ills. Manos hasn't taken any eco damage. I think that...
Now imagine if he didn't push, like, the main TC into castle now, but just went to the right side and pushed there, instead of trying to kill the castle.
Yeah, true.
I think he could have been in a fine spot, actually.
Yeah. Well, maybe in his mind, his opponent had added eco and he didn't, so it was over. But realistically, resources collected was very close. And conquistadors are still a very strong unit, but he did lose 6 rams and is about to lose 2 more. So I guess it is pretty expensive.
Yeah, he lost a lot of units.
All right, well,
yeah.
Go ahead, sorry.
I just wanted to see Spanish Ken Galleons on this map, so I'm a bit sad about that.
Yeah, I asked chat the other day if it would make sense to add cannon galleons there. And I was expecting chat to be like, yeah, but then a bunch of people said no.
They don't believe.
Yeah, you'll have to do it for us, though. Promise me if you're in that situation, you'll make one cannon galleon.
I will bet them 100%.
Okay, cool. Well, the thing I would normally ask you is who's the favorite for the series, but we already had Uciel win the first game. But still, give me your thoughts on what they would have been before the first game, I guess.
I mean, it's always going to be very close, I think, between these players. I've practiced actually quite a lot with Uciel, so
okay.
I will give him the edge.
Okay. Well, we're getting into game number 2 now. I'm really glad you told me that, because I normally have a really good indicator of who's practicing with who and who's playing with who. But with Uciel, I don't really chat to him that much. And I haven't seen him active on ranked, but I could tell he was very sharp with all of his builds. So it felt to me he was practicing. So that's good to hear.
Yeah, he felt very motivated to practice for this, so that's nice.
Well, he's 1 win away from going gold. So
yeah.
And so that would be amazing. And I think that the thing to again restate is there's no guarantees if you make it to playoffs that you're going to win, because everyone's super, super good, and it's a best of 7. Sure. So,
like, Silver League is just so stacked. It's amazing how many good players there are.
Yep, agreed. Well, Uciel has used his eagle on the back here with Aztecs to collect some of his sheep. He's brought a villager forward, which I'm assuming is a planned strategy to maybe get early loom and try and disrupt the opponent here. But he's running into the darkness. So far, Manos is just going to push his deer. We'll see if Manos sees the villager and the eagle here.
He could also try to sneak if he wants to.
Yeah, true. I guess you could always just kill the deer. And then Manos can't push them. So maybe that's what he's doing. Yeah, seems like that's the plan so far. Manos pushed in 2, which is nice. But there's not as many berries on this map. So you can't recover food as easily. And Manos might want to shut this down, though, upon seeing the villager with no loom. Oof. Wow, nice quick walls. All right, so what do you think? What do you think should be going through Manos' head right now? If his villager's here, what are you thinking in his position?
I mean, he's just sending a will, so he will be fine, probably. But he's a bit under pressure, losing some deer.
Yeah, I would be a little bit paranoid that villager would loop into the back of my base right now.
Yeah, for sure. He will check later on.
Okay.
Like all the sides, I think.
Yeah, and in the end, Uciel's just going to walk home with that villager. And Uciel's bringing in boars back at home, and Manos is still going to get an extra deer. So this map, oftentimes about the Imperial Age. And I'm not really the biggest fan of Aztecs in the late game. I just don't really have the siege. Eagles also are very good to raid on an open map, but if the middle is walled, it gets really tricky. So Uciel will probably have to be quite aggressive here.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes this map can be decided in early imp because all the gold is in the middle. So maybe if you go like lower eco imp with Aztec monks, get the gold, spam some eagles, maybe that could work.
Yeah, I mean, Manos, he's very extreme, and in the first game he was aggressive, but he can also do the exact opposite. And so if Manos is going to wall, which I would always expect here, maybe Uciel wants to just break the walls with the early drush, man-at-arms, towers, archers.
No, we said earlier that Manos is like more an unconventional player, but I think the same is true for Uciel as well. Like he's playing not always standard, playing a lot of team games, so he can also bring the aggression.
Yeah, I think Uciel is really fast, and he has a lot of talent, but I have never really seen him look experienced on mixed maps until this tournament. It's the first time, because I played him in some community cups, and like I play him on Arabia and stuff, and you know, for me, it's like, okay, this guy very clearly is better micro than me, clearly is a little bit faster than me, but some of the strategic things on different maps is just kind of awkward for him. So I don't know about this. 2 villagers here with the militia and the eagle. He clearly wants some damage. He's adding more militia as well, so this is unorthodox to say the least.
Yeah, I don't know why we have wills there when you're not even up to fuel age. Like, you shouldn't break in here.
Are you sure you're not deflecting? Are you sure this isn't your strategy that you practiced and you just don't want people to know?
Maybe. I hope Stoneplease is not listening here.
Stonefleece loves his militia as well, though. So look at Manos, though. He saw the mill, doesn't really care about it. He's just walling. He's waiting for feudal age, and he's going to try and push in another deer. I think in his mind, he's happy to repair here. I think it just has to be an archery range. There's no world you can go for anything else.
Yeah, for sure. But he didn't build a barracks set. Oh, that is...
I bet you Stoneplease is listening. He just doesn't want to. He doesn't want to. He's really hoping I'm going to ask you some in-depth questions on build orders or strategies for the series.
Yeah. You need to ask me if I practice the new civs and so on.
Oh yeah, how much practice have you put in with the new civs? How good are you with them? Scale 1 to 10.
I've played them a bit.
Okay. Well, obviously you do not need to share things if you don't want to.
Yeah, for sure.
So, but also feel free to just like completely send out a few fakes for any future opponents. I'm happy with that.
Yep.
All right, Housekeeping still knocking on this house with these 2 villagers. Unfortunately, he's like kind of committed to this now. Like, if you spend this much time doing this, you have to stay here to justify your time spent. So he needs to get up to feudal age. Archer range is on the way for Manos. This is, remember, Housekeeping needs 1 win. 1 more win, and he is going to Gold League. So this is important.
Yeah, but this is not looking great for him. He's not even walled at home. Archers are coming out. He's not up to feudal age.
Yeah, I think if you were to count the amount of deer that were eaten as well, I think Manos ended up getting quite a few. He did a great job with the scouting. And so it's not like he missed out on any food whatsoever. He gets good eco upgrades. He can start to add the farms. And now 1 archer shuts this whole push down. And now Housekeeping will have to back away. I think Margugu once said, I think it was about ACCM, because everyone was calling ACCM the cook or the chef, right? And Margugu was like, I think this is an example of the chef burning the food. This is maybe a little too crazy. I think the only positive, really, is that he is getting the walls up at home, and those villagers should stay alive.
Yeah, it's only 1 archer for now. He's not even on gold, so can't build more for now.
Well, as we have a chill moment here, if I could just ask, how much time did you put into Titans League, if you had to say? Because you had to come up, you had to play the bronze qualifier, right? Which essentially had the fast track to gold. You're now in gold. You're in a do or die set potentially in the final round. Like, you spending lots of time doing practice sets? Are you pretty like comfortable with all the maps now, and you don't really feel you need to?
So I think I've practiced more for bronze than for gold, actually.
Okay.
But I've played my practice sets, and I think I'm quite well prepared. It's a bit hard because like Titans League practice is a bit different from other tournaments because you always play best of 3s. There's a lot of maps.
Yeah.
So practice doesn't always pay off as much.
Yeah, with 15 maps, it's like you would really have to put in the work to get 5 to 10 games on every single map, right?
Yeah, it's most important that you have your home maps that you know well and that you're prepared to play other maps. So
yeah, I think if you were to end up into the playoffs with a best of 7, then it's probably worth it to put a session in for a best of 7 or something to get the feel of how the draft works and having to play all those different maps. Yeah.
Especially because for a best of 3, you always get like very good civs for every map.
Yeah.
So you can prepare for very specific civs as well.
Chad is asking how old you are. How old are you?
I just turned 24.
Okay, 24. And you've been playing AoE 2 for how long?
A long time. I started around DE. Played a bit on Wooply as well.
Okay. I thought I remembered you from the Voobly days. But basically... So it's funny, you say a long time, and that's been what, like 8 years?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, that's a long time.
That's nothing, dude. That is rookie numbers is what that is. That's nothing. But no, obviously it is a long time. UCL has had a really nice fast castle time here. And he's bringing villagers to the middle through a hole that's been in his wall the entire time. And I think Mono's... He hasn't really made more than just one archer. So Mono's... So much for pushing this back. And it could be monks in siege here for Housekeeping.
Yeah, but Monos is up as well, and he's going on stone. So he didn't invest a lot, but
Yeah.
that also meant that he's up to Castle Age very fast too.
Monos loves his castles, man. He's so crazy with the castle spots. Whether it be like forward castles or defensive castles, he's so good. And he does this a lot. The one archer, that's always making the other player think it's going to be 5 archers with fletching, right? But he just makes 1.
Yeah.
So it's a big mind game.
That means he's walling up at home, he has to send Wills home, so causes some reaction.
But Housekeeping is going double siege workshop.
I told you, he's also crazy sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, the issue here with double siege workshop is you probably can only afford to produce out of 1 of them. Right?
Yeah.
Like, that's just...
I hope he starts with the ram. Like, imagine all his infantry getting into rams.
He can't even make a ram because he invested in 2 siege workshops. Oh, okay. We got 1 ram from 1 siege workshop. Maybe eventually he'll have the resources to produce out of the 2nd siege workshop. And Monos is clearly planning on a castle. I don't know. Ram into Mangonel feels very strong here, so you can pressure the villagers on the other side. He's going to go Ram Scorpion, but I think it's mainly because he doesn't have the resources for a Mangonel.
Yeah, probably. Like, at least this will force Monos Castle to be very defensive.
Yeah.
So he might be happy with that.
Panic time for Monos here. I think if he gets the castle down, Organ Guns can be strong enough to deal with this. He's getting the stone walls. That archer, there's still a gap in the wall.
He walled it.
Okay, he walls it. So Mangonel's in queue. The further on the front the castle is, the better here, because it will range the front of your base and protect your town center. Monos has no market. What in the world? He has no market. He can't buy the stone. I would have assumed he had a market already.
And he's building more stone walls, so he's getting less stone.
Yeah. That's okay. He'll get the stone now. Mangonel is just now in queue for Housekeeping. Castle should go up for Monos. Actually, the house is... hard to judge this. The Eagles could run through. But what do you do about the Ram now? I guess you have to plan on using your bills.
The Mangonel still coming.
Yeah, Mangonel 90%.
Yeah, but that should go up.
Man, I mean, really crazy game now. Okay, so he realizes the castle's going to go up. Housekeeping did get 1 relic in the middle with his monks. Would be good for him to snag as many as possible. And probably is going to need monks more than anything now.
Yeah, Housekeeping also has 10 idle bills on STC, so he's concentrated.
Yeah, he needs some food eco here. Yeah, it's tough to go this aggressive and still have an economy. And if you look at the eco setup for Monos, Monos does still have working farms. He's building the 2nd town center, so as long as Monos can hold, his eco should be pretty smooth, but still lots of pressure.
Yeah, and he built a castle for 2 organ guns that get countered by the Mangonels. So
yeah, true. And the Eagles are in. There was a little gap there. But I still feel like for Housekeeping, just needs to be patient here. You don't want to overextend. If you were to run the Eagles into the back, the organ guns would snipe you.
yeah, he can play it slow, get redemption maybe.
Yep.
Just convert things and push slowly.
I think that's the plan right now, because he's saving up the gold for it. But he's just wheeling around right now. 40 villagers versus 44. Monos should grow in the villager lead, especially because the farming eco isn't that high for Housekeeping. But maybe this is how he has to play the matchup, right? Like, Aztecs just don't scale super well on this map, like we said. So he wants to get the damage done quickly. And there he goes. Vroom, vroom.
Rolling into the woodline.
I mean, will the Drush get value finally? Let's see.
Maybe he should get men at arms now.
Nobody expects the 24-minute militia rush. What on earth is this? I mean, at the very least, it's making things very messy for Monos. And now Redemption is in for the Monk. And Monos, he loses the Mangonel. to the conversion. Really nice job from Husiel. Ram goes down. Eagle will go down on the wood line. But Manos he's clearly struggling. He's got so many idols inside of his town centers right now. So his eco is not working because of the pressure.
And what does he build against monks?
You usually in arena you'd go your own monks, I think, right?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Yeah. I think monks are a real problem. I think his siege workshop will end up getting converted. He's dropping a market. I think not having a market for this entire build has been such an issue for Manos. He needed it earlier. He definitely needs it now. There's nothing he can do against the monks in this moment. Oh, fall back. Okay, he buys stone for a tower. Guard tower defense is decent. I like that.
I like that. Yeah.
Deletes the siege workshop. Nice attack round from Manos. The Eagles are there to protect the Mangonel. Those Eagles will be a waste. Tower may eventually complete. One of the monks dies to the town center. This is a lot happening at once here. Tower should go up, though. I think if you... as long as Manos just, like, stacks some eco behind this, I think he's okay.
Yeah, I think Husiel is also losing a lot of units, especially his Eagles.
Yeah, yeah.
I think he needs to relax a bit and try to get onto stone and probably get imp behind this with the forward castle.
Don't you love that, though, when now you're casting and you get to tell a player in a high-stress environment to relax?
It's great. Just win, just play good.
Yeah, I always feel so bad, right? I'm like, oh, just relax, like, calm down. And, like, if I'm in the game, I know my heart rate's through the roof and I'm freaking out and I'm thinking, what are the viewers saying? Oh, my God, my farm. Oh, they're going to make jokes. Like, my mind's just going everywhere. But, no, truthfully, I think... like you said, you've done a lot of damage. Maybe just balance out your economy a little bit more. He's adding a lot of farms as we say this. And you can still pressure the town center there with Mangonels. And you just leave your monks around waiting for any defensive siege from Manos. And you do this and stay consistent. You can even stay on 1 TC here maybe and go towards Imp for Trebs.
Yeah, he's building more Eagles though, which means he might... wants to invest more into Car Sage.
Yeah. Well,
I'm not sure I like that though versus the organ guns.
Well, he didn't know where the organ guns would be, right? And so his Eagles are diving. Manos has to go for quick walls. The one monk is following a little too far underneath the town center and the castle. That will go down. The Eagles are running through, but I mean, there's now a ram on the guard tower. The ram goes down, but now the guard tower is pretty weak, but it's focusing the Mangonels. There needs to be repair villagers there. There's no repairville, so he's just going to send it anyways. It's risky. He wants that tower gone. And the tower's almost gone, but the Eagles are on the way. Oh, yikes. It's hard to say.
He's losing so much.
Yeah. Tower needs to stay up for Manos. Organ guns have come this way for Manos. Eagles are also in the back where Manos is still garrisoned. Manos has 90 minutes of idle time this game, because of all the time he spent inside of his town centers.
How do both these players have the same will count as well?
Yeah, I mean, again, we said relax, and clearly he was not able to. I still think, though, he actually has some positives there. The one tower's almost down. The one TC's almost down. Manos didn't have Bodkin, though, so now the tower should be stronger. I think Manos needs to repair that tower. Repair the tower.
Yep,
It can't be that weak. Would you add town centers in Husiel's position? You've seen 3 TCs for Manos, and you've been on 1 for a long time.
I think I would go Castle Imp, or like Imp and then forward Castle.
Okay.
But I'm not sure what's better.
Okay. Stone, please, taking notes for your series and goal. He's hoping, he's planning for this exact matchup.
I also wouldn't play Aztecs on this map, to be fair.
Ah, okay. All right. Just wait. I'm waiting for the draft, though. You're going to pick Aztecs 5th for the mind games.
No, first pick. Just to flex on him and then not play them.
It's close. It goes to show you how important worker efficiency is. 5% greater worker efficiency for Husiel. I guess with the Aztec eco bonus of the extra carry capacity. And
yeah, he also has Rebo, so that's good.
Yep. He's definitely gearing up for a big push again. There's no doubt about it. He's queuing up more Rams. He's adding more Eagles. He's getting armor. He just killed one of his own Eagles, but nobody saw that.
Yeah, I like how I said he needs to chill, and his response was like, no, I'm not gonna do that.
I think it's also a very, no disrespect intended, but I think it's also a very Silver League energy, right? Like, I think when you gain a bit more experience in Gold and Platinum, and players are a bit better at defending under pressure, you just have to stop attacking. But at this caliber of player, I know they've been around a while, but like this is potentially the biggest game in Housekeeping's AoE 2 career, right? To be able to make it to gold. Like, there's so much at stake. And oh man, Monos clutches that shot. That was beautiful.
Oh, he even kills the monk.
And he kills the monk. And now there's no monk to convert the Mangonel from Monos. And Monos is going to wall in the Mangonels as well. Oh, this could be such good defense for Monos. That's so nice. He needs to hit the Rams. He needs to keep his Mangonel up. He won't keep the Mangonel up. He does take down the Mangonels from Housekeeping, but his tower and maybe TC go down. Then there's Orkin Guns, though. Shredding the Eagles.
I think they also have some bonus damage versus Rams.
The Rams are going down very quickly. The Eagles will fall out of the Rams. Kill some villagers, though. Look at the Eco KD.
Oh, is the TC going down?
TC's going to stay up, but that was a lot of Vill kills.
Look at this, yeah.
There also was a lot of Eagles dead, so... It's like, Monos will gain the villager lead because he has 3 town centers. And then Housekeeping kills the amount of villagers he needs to keep it even.
Yeah. But I think the difference is that Housekeeping is investing more, like he has to invest more into killing stuff.
Yeah.
So you can see that Monos can almost click up to him.
Yep.
There's a castle. Oh.
And Housekeeping cannot let that castle go up and he knows it. But it's such a waste of Eagles again. He does have Mangonels coming, and he does have the monks. Honestly, castle might not go up. But he needs the patience. Another monk down to the town center is so bad for Housekeeping. More Eagles going down is so bad.
He even got ballistics for his towers and defensive buildings, so...
Oh, man. Also, a fun situation here that could happen. Housekeeping will run out of the gold that he can see in his base. So he doesn't see the other golds in there, and he probably will never scout it. So he might just send all the vills to the middle then. And he also might come forward to build a forward castle.
But that's why you pick Aztecs on this map.
For the gold.
Better efficiency on the gold.
Yep. I think Monos, as long as he can get this castle up, I think maybe he's done enough. Imp is a really good call. That's how this game will change. If Housekeeping wants to win, he probably is wanting Imp himself. The Organ Guns are shredding the Eagles again. Monos will have to give up that TC, I guess. But he stayed consistent. He's held on.
Yeah, and he also just has the better late game stuff, right? If he gets to hand cannons,
yep.
What can Aztecs do here?
Yep. Value destroyed 9,000 for Monos, just 7,000 for Housekeeping. Housekeeping has lost a lot of expensive units. And yeah, Housekeeping is really hoping that he will just get to trebuchets to treb these 2 castles down. That is maybe his last chance in his mind. Doesn't know that Monos is on the way up. Beautiful for Monos. Beautiful is maybe the wrong word, because none of this has been beautiful. But, like, just really, really well done, right? This is really tough defense. The guard tower repairs, the quick walls, the siege when he needs it.
Yeah, he stayed calm and did the right things at the important times.
Yeah. And that's exactly what I want, because the next game has so much more meaning then. Right? The next game will decide first place. If Housekeeping wins, he goes first and goes to gold. If he loses, Cosmonaut goes to gold in the group. Damn, dude. Do you think he calls GG here when he sees him?
I mean, he probably should, but I don't know.
Stakes
Maybe
are really
he thinks
high.
He has a chance, yeah. And he's also up to him.
Yeah, stakes are really high, so you probably want to still play it out a little bit. Hope that your opponent makes some mistakes. Wouldn't hate a Fatoria here for Monos. Because you're only at 78 vills. Yeah. But he's going to go chemistry and plan on bombard cannons and hand cannons. Hand cannons feel really nice because you've only seen eagles on the other side. And still patience from Manos. Just being as patient as possible. There's still a lot of siege around. So much micro that's needed right now.
Yeah, and the castle from UCL is gonna go down.
Yeah, I think the fact that the Treb can just sit underneath your own castle is so huge here. Because if you had to move
there's no
out
way
with
to
it at
push
all, it
that,
would be
yeah.
such a problem. Yeah, there's no way to push it. Exactly. I think he might try. He might load up the Rams and just roll in for the Trebs.
I mean, from what we've seen from UCL, he doesn't, like, he's not afraid to
Yeah,
push.
yeah. Also, he is running out of the gold in his base now. So he's got 150 gold in the gold he can see. And so the rest of the gold and the relics is going to be in the middle. Which is exactly where the Trebs are coming. So not a good sign for Husiel. I think Light Cav are a good option against monks. I see some chatters mentioning that. But honestly, Trebuchets, bomber cannons, and hand cannons are probably enough for now, and they're stronger against the Eagles. So
Yeah, I think, I would say if you're scared of the monks, just go Heresy. And then your hand cannons will kill them.
yeah. Also could add a siege tower. Escort your hand cannons in towards the monks, in theory, right?
I mean, maybe UCL should have built a siege tower earlier.
True, yeah. But we did have it nerfed here, so you could only put 5 inside the tower.
Yeah.
The upcoming patch, you could put 10 inside the tower again. But it just doesn't move as fast as it did before and has less HP. But still should be viable, I think.
Yeah, we'll see.
Oh, man, you know what's so sad is you can't even get capped Ram. He makes it to Imp. He loses both the Siege Workshops. And now he can't even get capped Ram for his Ram, so he's still in Castle Age. Oh, brutal. Just brutal. The Rams are obviously going to go down, as will any army that's inside of them. And then all the villagers have come to the middle for Husiel, so last stand time for him. He's trying. He does have a lot of Eagles, but Eagles is just the wrong play against Gunpowder, man.
I mean, they will kill the few larches that Monos is making.
Yeah, that's true. So Mono's misclicking feudal archers. All right, all right. And you see that. It's amazing, right? You look like 20 places in the world, and there's just a little bit more signs of rust and, I guess, like, being human. It's the difference between the leagues.
And you know, when he's clicking that in-game and when he's noticing, he knows that, okay, T90 will look at that and mention it.
I would never do that. I would never do that. I wouldn't have even noticed. You're the one who brought it up. It's your fault.
Yeah, that is true. It's my fault.
I mean, the monks do have 12 range, so you're hoping for the best, hoping you can get the conversion. I feel like if you convert the bomber cannons, you need the bomber cannons to survive and be on your side. Because just killing them isn't enough.
Yeah, he can't build any siege at the moment, so that would be helpful.
Yeah.
I think Mono should just click Heresy. I think then he doesn't worry about the monks anymore.
You're saying... Oh, you're saying Heresy. I see. Yeah, true. I thought you said heavy CA for a second.
Ah, okay.
And I didn't want to correct you and be like, hey, I'm pretty sure Portuguese don't get heavy Cav Archer. Now, Heresy's a good call, though. 1,000 gold is super worth it to keep your units on your side. Or have them die, of course. There's Arquebus tech. So the bomber cannons will be affected by ballistics now. I still think Monos is just taking it patient. He's got nowhere to be. This is the most important thing in his life right now. He just has to be as smooth and relaxed as possible. All those villagers are there for the taking. It doesn't matter if it takes 2 minutes or 5 minutes. As long as he pushes the middle position, he wins the game.
Yeah, he also just has the better civ, so he's in a rush. He can take it slow. He has the better eco.
Yeah. I really wish we had a heart rate monitor on Husiel after this game ends.
I think Husiel just always has like very high heart rate, very high APM.
Yeah. Yeah, Monos isn't a player... You can't really tell, I guess, but Monos isn't really a player who has a lot of APM. But he is... all the players are fast, right? Like, all the top
Yeah.
players are fast. It's just like... he tends to be more relaxed in his approach. You could tell this game, like, he wasn't making any unnecessary movements. Just super relaxed. More and more towers. I'll check the APM now that we're talking about it. And you can see just how much movement there's been for Housekeeping. But his army's just been getting flattened anyways. It doesn't matter. This is now the point of the game where Turs is like... he understands what it feels like to be a caster when a player doesn't want to call it quits when they're clearly dead.
In my set was Stone, please, if I lose a billion Dark Age, I will just call it. I'll be like, no, it doesn't matter. It's not worth it.
I mean, it's all good. I mean, I do the same. I always say it, like, I think if you're really nervous, it's, for me at least, it's best I stay in the game and fight. If I'm nervous or tilted, I stay in the game longer, and then hopefully it's out of my mind more when I get into the lobby for the next game. But that's just me.
Yeah.
But beautiful play from Manos. He picked the better Civ. Housekeeping took a little bit of a risk here in the approach maybe, because if you can't get the kill early, the game will end late. And well played to Manos. So, again, the stakes. Manos, unfortunately, I think is not playoffs. So nothing really changes for him. So no pressure for him coming into the third game. But Housekeeping either goes first or second place, depending on this next game. And I don't know exactly who he would face in the playoffs, but it would be a best of 7 against a really, really dangerous player. So I would not put Housekeeping as a given favorite just because of the level. So this is big, Turs. This is the drama that we like at the end of a Titans League group.
Yeah, it's very big.
Okay, so speculate on me with draft for a little bit. It might not be that much speculation on one side, but Housekeeping, he has Wu, he'll have Britons, and he has Malians. And then Manos will have Persians, Goths, and Georgians. What are you expecting?
I mean, if you pick these civs first, then surely they will play Persians versus Wu, right?
You would think. You would think. But Persians, I'm not sure I like Persians on African River. I guess the game never really goes late, and Persians mainly struggle late, so I guess it's still good.
Yeah, also just the dock HP. If you get like a 4 dock, it's going to be very hard to clean.
Okay.
I like them for sure. Also, like, I think CA can be nice in Castle Age on this map.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Manos is definitely the forward dog type of player. I could see that happening from him.
Yeah, will also be interesting to see if we see 4 dogs or if we see a lot of melt arms or archers. I think there are quite a few different approaches you can take on this map.
There's a lot of pressure with the moment, but the map as well is not an easy map to manage. A lot of things can go wrong very quickly. So players need to be on point here. This is what it looks like, guys. We've got 50-50 chances now. Housekeeping and Cosma are tied. There's one more game in the group. Housekeeping gets to 25k Gold League if he wins. If he loses, he goes to playoffs. Damn. I love it.
The pressure's on.
The pressure's on, right? And I think we're gonna see the pressure in the game too. I think we'll see the APM actually go up for Housekeeping, right? Because his heart rate will be going up. I think typically, at least for me, I go way more micro-oriented when I'm nervous and high stress, right? And I'm not able to sit back and play and get the walls right and get the farm transitions down like I need to. I think most players that tends to be the case, at least the high APM guys. I'm not sure if that's been your experience, but
yeah, I think it's the same for me. It's harder to think about the game and the strategic decisions, so you tend to just micro and forget about macro a bit.
Is that what happens when we play against each other? Is that why you micro so nerdily?
Maybe. Honestly, I think you have a pretty good win rate against me on the ladder.
I just remember you were easy points for me, and then somewhere along the lines that changed. And it's been frustrating to see because, like, I mean, I can't play in TTL, I guess. But, like, you used to be easy points. Thunderbolt used to be easy points. All these guys. And like I'd always see the names. I'm like, all right, easy game. And then like over time, it's like, no, the games are not easy at all anymore. So it's cool to see. Here we are, game 3. Repeat the stakes here. We've got Husiel. If he wins this, he doesn't need to play any more games, and he will be in the 25K Gold League for the next season. If he loses this, he will fall into the playoff position to potentially make gold, and Cosmonaut, player from Turkey, will be the player winning first in the group. So nerves for Husiel, I'm sure. He's gone for the woo. He's bringing in his res as quickly as possible underneath the TC on African River. And then Monos, this is just $10 per win. Nothing changes for Monos. So we'll see how he plays. So we have a lame Turs from Husiel. Wow. This is actually...
And there's only one ball in this map.
Yeah, this is the first time I've seen this. You get...
Normally players take the ball quite early because you only have one.
Oh,
But he
dude.
was a bit greedy.
Dude, that's a huge find. You know what this does is Monos will have to push every single hunt there to make up for it. There is actually enough food, so you have the shorefish near the TC. I think Fuel H is still very doable here, but it also eliminates the man-at-arm opening at times if you lose that food.
Yeah, he should be fine, especially as Persians, but he will probably have the scouting as well. So maybe UCL can do some sneaky stuff.
Did Monos know it happened? He's moving a scout now like he wasn't 100% certain. Maybe he wants to counter lame or something or steal something.
Yeah, he should know it at this point.
Well, he could steal that zebra. So that's actually pretty nice. He's going to steal the zebra. The other one's moving with it as well. So I don't think he'll be able to get the double. But that's nice because that's an extra 140 food for you. But talk me through what you expect from the Woo here.
I mean, I expect Mad Arms. He's going for the dock in the south. But I think he will build barracks at some point as well. Just go for some Man-at-Arms, for some fires maybe.
They're both sending villagers to dock before they scout the areas. It looks like it's kind of annoying if you're pushing deer. Monos will send 2 vills to the dock. That's nice because you will recover a bit faster with the food because you can take the food with the vill. And his dock will also be up faster than Husiel's, which is also very nice with the Persian bonus.
Yeah, he has 2 players there, so... sorry, not 2 players, 2 vills there, so the scout can't pick off any vills.
And Monos has Monos has been able to steal zebras from Husiel's side. And he still has the ostrich. There's lots of berries on this map too. So I still don't think opening Man-at-Arms yourself with Persians is doable, but maybe that wasn't his plan anyways.
Yeah, maybe it's just gonna go archers, maybe? Offensive archers, maybe a bit of water. That's at least what I would do. Still, please.
Yeah, I think you have to play you have to play archers, fires, and just holds anytime you're up against the Man-at-Arms. And if the Man-at-Arm investment doesn't pay off for the enemy, then you can adapt. So
yeah, that's kind of the tricky thing on this map, I feel like, because Man-at-Arms seem good, but you can also just small wall everything and you can be fine often.
Yeah. Is Fast Castle too crazy? It's a little late in the game for it, but like Fast Castle, John Swordsman for Husiel.
Ooh, I haven't seen that on this map. It could be nice, but it's also just very risky.
Super risky. Yeah, agreed. You could lose your fish and lose your whole base to archers and
Your gold is exposed like 1 tower and you don't have wood and gold.
Yep. I think with the risky Fast Castles as well, you would probably sell your stone and then you can't tower, which would be far too risky. But Manos is up. Manos is up. We'll have Husiel right behind him. I say Manos is up. There he clicks. Still has plenty of food around after missing out on that rhino. His scout is full HP. And Husiel's scout is weak. And so often that scout HP is so valuable. You could do so much with the scout.
Yeah, and he's going for the barracks. So we will see Man-at-Arms here.
Yep. It'll be 4 fishing ships for Manos. The player who's going for who's not going for Man-at-Arms will oftentimes have the bigger fishing ship count because they don't need the earlier barracks. So Manos just needs to defend. I would say just pre-wall this. There should be no surprises. You're against the Woo. It's man-at-arms every single time. But, like, I don't know. Again, Monos doesn't have the scouting. And maybe he's thinking something else is scouting. It does look like he's going to wall in his wood line at least.
Yeah, his gold will be very exposed, though. I would like it if he sent a scout forward to just scout if there's a barracks, because he should expect it.
Yeah. I think Monos does this a lot. It's a calculated risk. He just assumes what you're going to do, which in this case would be man-at-arms. And he's like, I'm going to rush super fast feudal and I'm going to kill your scout. He does this all the time. The amount of times that he will not scout my base and I get to his base to scout and play the game normally and his scout is just waiting for me is way too damn high. But it works out for him, especially here because the scout is weak. Ooh, and Housekeeping is not showing him. He had a chance to save his scout. He's not showing him the man-at-arms. Interesting.
Yeah, but Mono's pre-walled, getting the range up, so he should be fine.
Yep. You know what you can do here? And you have to understand it. I think it comes through practice. Run right past the TC. Because there's very few vills underneath the TC on hybrid
true.
maps.
I mean, to be fair, Monos could quick wall that as well, though.
Scout survived for Housekeeping. He survived. He dropped the tower at home. That scout can scout the map later on. But yeah, he's finding the man-at-arms will likely not do damage on land. I wonder if it makes sense for him now to consider man-at-arms to the water. Probably a bit risky, but he didn't see the dock in the south. You do know the dock is in the north.
He's getting arson and sending a will forward for forward dock.
Yeah, I think one archer is never going to be enough here because the Woo infantry slowly regenerates. So Monos needs to really keep a close eye on that. And Monos also needs to keep a close eye on that villager. Still no clue where the villager's going. I think the scouting was a little bit off. As I say that, the scout goes down. But like this... Yeah, Housekeeping clearly wants to go forward dock. That is not a position Monos will ever check for a dock.
Yeah, I really like the dock. It's going to be very annoying for Monos.
I like the base setup for Housekeeping as well. The tower is so nice. If you ever get counterattacked, you're completely safe on all the resources you need. He has his own ranged units inside the archer range. So only one kill, just the scout kill. Archer almost dies to the town center there. That could have been really bad for Monos. But here comes the attack for Housekeeping. There's already a tower for Monos on the gold. But that doesn't protect the wood line.
Yeah, his woodline will be exposed.
It's a really close game right now. I could tell they're both kind of making some slight errors, like those archers for Housekeeping. Went a little too far. Loses the archer. That's painful. His forward dock hasn't hit Monos yet. Monos does have fire galleys waiting there, though. And Monos is also docking the north with the same two villagers and sending fire ships around the south to kill the fishing ship from Housekeeping. I think if things don't improve for Housekeeping with the fight soon, things could start to get really bad economically.
Yeah, he invested so much into men-at-arms, and Monos just made more fishing ships, so
yeah,
his eco is just better.
It's really nice defense from Monos too, and Persian TCs produce villagers faster, and yep, that is never what you want to see. When you see two fire ships and you don't have a single fire prepared, times can get tough. But he's gonna stay here. Monos isn't paying attention, and oh, the one fishing ship got a little too close there. Same thing in the north, though.
With this fighting a fire ship.
I think if they both trade fishing ships, it's okay for Housekeeping. I'm speaking about it from Housekeeping's perspective because this win matters so much for him. This would put him into first place. Obviously, for Monos, an extra $10 would be nice.
I mean, he just killed 2 villas.
Yeah,
That's something.
That's true. And he does have an army that will soon have fletching going around the back of Monos' base. But Monos sees that, or at least senses it. He's just waiting at home.
Yeah, he's also making skirms, which I think is good because he has the better food eco. Probably.
Yeah. Yep, he transitioned to berries. Both players have. Nice damage from Housekeeping, but he'll be surprised to see that many skirms and archers behind the walls like that. And he will find the dock position for Housekeeping. I think he was confused where those fires probably came from, but his fishing ships are still working in the north. Big demo for Housekeeping, though. That was all right.
And Husiel is in on the wood line.
Oh,
The
man.
man-at-arms have arson.
I mean, the eco's not efficient for Monos here. But he does have the army that should be able to win the fights, I think. Clearly, though, he's struggling with this. He loses another Vil. Nice pressure from Husiel. Man-at-arms will be back through. Focus down the archer almost. Monos, I think, will just fight this back with villagers, but I don't know. This is looking pretty rough.
He seems to be struggling a lot.
Yeah.
Maybe he should get armor on his skirms. Going to a different wood line.
I think he had the numbers there. If he did a bit of Vil fighting, he probably could have been in a good position, but easy for us to say. Very different in Capture Age when you can select the HP on both armies. You can't do that easily in the game. Can't drag select everything.
Yeah, true.
So it's a lot of skirms coming from Husiel, but that's a lot of food spend for a guy who doesn't have any fishing ships compared to 6 fishing ships and Persian Eco.
Yeah, he also built a dock in the middle for some reason. I hope we see a demo under Monos TC.
I guess that would work. He needs it right now, right? He needs 8 villager kills, because even with 8 villager kills, I think he'd still be behind. Monos is on the way to Castle Age.
Yeah, Castle Age is just gonna be brutal.
Cosmonaut, if you're watching right now, I would love for you to speak up and tell us your thoughts. I don't know if Cosmonaut is watching, but I find it hard to believe that he wouldn't be, because this matters so much for him.
Monos fan right now.
But again, like, Monos has played super clean AoE too, just like the previous game. Kind of expected him to be more relaxed in the first game, and he went all in instead. But, oh man, in the north he'll defend. He'll find villager kills against Husiel, who must be shaking right now. Cosmonaut says, I don't even get this excited when playing games. Let's go, Cosmonaut. I mean, it's looking pretty good for Cosmonaut right now, Turs. But there is still an army from Husiel on the wood line, and still Husiel keeps hanging around. Feels like this game is throwable for Monos if he makes one mistake.
Yeah, maybe if Husiel had like a tower coming up on the gold.
Yeah.
From Monos, that could be something, but like this, Monos gonna be up, gonna be making knights, and Husiel's base is wide open.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a really big problem. And Monos, he does this all the time. He's like, okay, my eco's kind of crap. I have a time window to do damage. I'll keep everything on gold and use the market. That's fine.
Yeah, market is his best friend here.
Yep. Double stable knights is going to be so strong. I think the key for Monos now is you send the knights to... Well, maybe you're far enough ahead you could probably clear this up first. But I still wouldn't hate the first 2 knights going immediately to Husiel's base.
Yep.
Because you still have a tower here. It's just a skirmisher army at this point. Just get that pressure in, and there he goes. He's doing it for Cosmonaut right now. He's doing it for himself, but coincidentally also doing it for Cosmonaut. 90 seconds for Husiel to hold on and potentially get first place. Otherwise, he lets it slip. And Cosmonaut will be first place. House walls have to be perfect here. There's a hole between those houses. I think there might be a stump or a tree there or something. The knights are running
wide open
underneath the TC. Yeah, true. True. I mean, you need spears. There's not many spearmen here. He's adding another barracks. He barely has economy working right now. This is so bad for Husiel. No counter damage either. None. He also needs the market, I think, which he does have. He is holding. And maybe hope for the TC garrisons to change something here. Maybe get to monks, I think, would be the key here. But it feels like he's 10 seconds away from Castle Age. It still feels like a lifetime.
Yeah, maybe he can get out some Giant Swordsman as well, raid Monos, but it's gonna be tough.
Yep, that's a lot of knights. Mono's also peeling the weak ones away. So the weak one's falling back to the monk to heal up. The other knights just go in. Sniping more villagers underneath the gold. This might be it. This might be it. This might be Cosmonaut first. Husiel second place. That's normally game-ending damage here. There's still not enough army to clear this.
Yeah, you can't kill them. Losing more and more base.
Wow. And Mono's being extremely patient behind this. I mean, his eco isn't really that good behind this. Now that I look back, there's a small counterattack from Husiel, but I don't think it'll do much. Most of the eco for Husiel is either inside of that town center or lying dead on the floor right now. Horrible. And all the weeknights go back for Monos to heal up as well. Perfect.
Yeah, that's so demoralizing to see as Husiel when you can't even kill the knights.
Yeah. Yeah, and just now he's going to get to the fishing eco. So there is that, but I think we're seeing Husiel play on because he needs
he knows
this win.
it's important.
Yeah. And he does get the conversion. So there's that. But eco is pretty bad right now. Worker efficiency last minute just went up to 25% from 19%. To be honest, Monos, his worker efficiency is at 35%. So it's not a very strong eco for Monos either, but he does have way more workers. Gabby even rooting for Monos right now. I think Gabby will be confirmed second. No, confirmed third. And then...
Okay, so who is she playing then?
She would play Bad Koala with this result.
Oh, that would be a good set.
That'd be a crazy series. Yeah, their styles are so fun to watch.
There's not gonna be one meta game, that's it.
Yeah. Yep, agreed. It'll be amazing AoE. And then Husiel would fall second if he loses. Kind of feels like he will right now, which is why we're talking about it, but Monos hasn't finished the game yet. Monks can change a game. But it's either, Husiel first or second right now, depending on if he wins this game, and then Cosmonaut first or second, depending on this too. So, are we surprised there's no siege or anything from Monos? He's just kind of slowed down with his push. I know he's fixing his economy, but...
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's the same we've seen in the game before. When he's ahead, he's just playing it slow.
Yeah.
Getting further ahead.
Yeah.
Not rushing anything.
Yeah, that's fair. When you kill that many villagers, you probably know you're ahead. He did add some farms. There will be another raid from Husiel with the tiny feudal age army, and the tiny feudal age army will actually get some damage. Not bad. Not bad for 2 man-at-arms, a spearman, and 3 skirms. 2 kills.
Yeah, these feudal age units have killed so much this game.
And Monos really needs a woodline. I guess the new TC will give him a new woodline. He seems hesitant to engage because he knows there's monks in there. He does have Lycav now, so he'll be looking for the monks.
He's also on stone, so
yeah.
Should drop a castle.
He's also hunting for the fish with the knights. I think that's pretty smart. The patient play is not exciting for viewers, but the last thing you want here when you have the lead is to dive again, lose 4 of your knights, and then have the game swing. So use the knights in other areas of the map, and then have the light cab waiting for the monks.
Yeah, I think it also shows some like experienced play because you know you don't have to rush it. You know you don't have to kill immediately. You can just play slow.
Yep. Yep, which we see all the time with the platinum level. And now the light cav are here, and Husiel's monks. I think this is the first time he's seen them. 2 monks down. This could be the invitation for Monos to ice the game and finish the game with a castle. He's got the stone fort soon. This is a good position for a castle long term next to the market. It would deny more stone and gold. Husiel just can't believe it. Cannot believe it. Monos is basically, like, Monos is not a playoff player, but Monos came to play today, brought his best AoE 2, will be in Silver League again next season. And there's the castle. Wow, that's a bit more aggressive than I would have expected. I would have placed it right next to the market.
Also, imagine the mental damage he gets from making wall defense.
True. True. Emotional damage. Monos did set his rally point to the north by mistake, so all his villagers are going up there, so that's not great. But the only way he loses this game now is if he somehow loses all of his knights and this castle gets denied. And that's not going to happen. That castle's going up. Do you agree, though, that maybe the castle should have been near the market so it would range the town center?
Yeah, I would have built it there, for sure.
All right. But I guess it's not on the hill then. And castles on the hill are also really nice.
True.
Both castles are good, obviously. Oh, man. I feel for Housekiel right now, dude.
Yeah. Imagine coming so close.
So close.
I mean, he's not... He can still get into gold, so that's something.
I think it would be... I think if he's second here, he plays Dennis in a best of 7. What do you think about that matchup?
I think Housekiel has been doing better than Dennis, I would say. But it's hard to say.
It's hard to say, yeah. I think they both kind of lack experience. Dennis hasn't been playing AV2 as long, but I think he's been playing more tournaments than Housekiel. I think it should be
Dennis
pretty...
is also more the standard player. So.
Yes. It just depends who you favor. Like, I feel like the chaos from Housekiel is gonna have to work out in a game or two to make the difference there.
No. It's also like players react differently to chaos. Like some can deal better with that than other players.
Yeah, true. Monos is really good against chaos. Dennis may not be. Nice.
He's also very good with chaos, to be fair.
Yeah, true. Monos understands the chaos, so. Yeah, I mean, nice raids. Normally I get excited about this, and maybe I should get excited about this for Housekiel. He's found the counter damage, but unfortunately his economy is just horrible, right?
Yeah. I mean, he's been holding on for so long.
He's like clinging to the edge of the cliff, right? And he could barely hold on any longer, but he refuses to let go and accept it's over.
Yeah.
Nice quick walls. I mean, love to see that. That should be a conversion now. Not bad. Could get another conversion. Monos is not paying attention. Okay. He's very unlucky. That's not another conversion. Can we talk about Housekiel having Vills in the north, right next to Monos on berries? I don't know what's happening there.
They're just peaceful next to each other.
Yeah. Yeah, well, 38 Vills versus 68, guys. Housekiel still needs to either come to terms with the fact he's dead or Monos needs to kill him, so... Might actually have a much longer game, because I don't think Monos is interested in taking any risks right now.
Yeah, Housekiel is just like, this is fine, just a flesh wound. You can recover.
Yeah. But thank you for the kind words, everybody. Thank you, Smithy. I appreciate the support. I saw that. Just hanging out here with Turs. Watching the game. We'll have 2 more sets later on today. The sets do have significance in the other groups. But it's wild to me how we had this situation come down to the final game, and then also the situation with the group with Niaz and Blue. It was so crazy.
That was so close.
Down to the final game to determine first. It's so good. I think where the heartbreak will set in is if someone like Housekiel doesn't actually make it to gold, this game is going to haunt him for months.
Yeah, for sure.
But if he can still make it happen in the playoff, then it'll just be good experience. But he's hopping in and out of town centers, hoping for the best with the conversions. Just not a good sign. Just not a good sign at all. If that's basically all he's doing. I think Monos is soon going to drop another castle on his face.
Yeah, Monos just needs to build Shonkers. Then he wins, definitely.
I feel like if he builds an elephant, though, that Housekiel will play another 5 minutes.
Probably, yeah.
It's like he's already playing on because he thinks he's dead, but he's not quite sure. But then, like, you see an elephant from the opponent, and you're like, all right, don't disrespect me making an elephant against monks. Yeah, I think this is the castle that will probably end the game. There's just not enough resistance here. And Monos is just simply waiting for it. Here he comes. He's also bringing siege with it as well. And yeah, that castle's going up. Oh, sad times for Housekiel. I could just tell he still doesn't want to tap out. He still doesn't want to accept it. He will hope for conversions. With the conversions and the Jan Swordsman and the Knights, maybe there's a chance. Here he comes to deny this, to save the series, to get first place. I just don't think it's enough here, Turs. I think the castle will complete.
Yeah, that will probably be the GG.
Yeah. He deletes the farms. Deletes the farms. He'll lose some vills. Tis but a flesh wound.
Yeah, it's still fine. You can still play. You still have some farms.
Oh, it's so sad. I mean, from his perspective, if you can now place a counter castle on Monos right where his monks are right now, that makes him feel it's winnable. Maybe that's a spot with a lot of eco.
Yeah.
Monos doesn't have any army there or anything, so maybe that's doable. Oh, there's the elephant!
Yes.
There's the elephant! Oh.
And now he calls it.
Oh, man. Well, props to Monos, right? You know, I speculate a little bit when the game doesn't really matter for a player's position. I sometimes speculate that they're not going to be able to bring their all. But Monos brought his all today. Game number 1, he was very close to sniping a king, and then he won the next 2 games. Excellent defense, to be honest. And respect to him, he'll get an extra $20. And Monos will be back in Silver League for the next season, of course. But that means that Cosmonaut from Turkey, who's been watching in chat and who's been apparently more nervous and more excited watching Age of Empires than he ever is playing, will go top of the group with that. So congratulations to him. That's a huge result.
Yeah, that's definitely good for him.
Yeah.
Getting into gold. He's been playing very good.
I know he's been very prepared. The other thing about this group, too, with Cosmonaut, is he probably felt like he had the chances to finish this before this other series, right? He was up against Thunderbolt and he dropped a game. And so after dropping that game, I'm sure he was really losing his mind. Yeah,
especially now, like, imagine after Husiel wins the first game.
Yeah, true. Husiel did win the first, yep. But Cosmonaut wins it on tiebreak. He had 4 set wins, which is the first tiebreak. Cosmonaut has 10 wins. Husiel 10 wins. Gabby with 10 wins as well. Whoa. I didn't realize that it was a triple tiebreak scenario with 10 wins in that group. That's really rare. Which also means if Gabby would have gotten that extra win on Lamo, she would have been first.
Oh, interesting.
So if Cosmonaut ends up getting first anyways, but yeah, Gabby could have had first here today. Husiel could have had first here today. Triple tiebreak scenario. GG.
It's crazy how like single games can decide the groups.
Yep.
It's like it's so much pressure actually to win every single game you can.
And that's why I was saying we had some players just like have a bad day in the first week or two, and they would say like they would say like, oh, whatever, I have next week. And like, okay, technically that's true, but it's really important you're sharp every game because one win can change everything. So Monos in chat says, if I play good the first game, I can kill the king, right? I think so. But Cosmonaut is very happy that you didn't. Or I guess that would have helped Cosmonaut. I don't know. And Monos says he training me. Did you guys actually train Monos? I think that should happen more frequently, Turs. You play in the first round against somebody in your group, and then your training partner is then the person that you just played with.
Yeah, especially if you need that person like to win games for you.
Yep.
To do better in the group.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah, apparently they did training sessions together. That's so sick. Wow, so Monos helped his buddy out. Awesome. Well, Turs, thanks for stopping in, dude. Sorry for being a little late to the show earlier.
So good. Thanks.
Thanks
for having me.
Yeah, it's been stressful days. You're playing in gold next week, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And how are your thoughts going into the final rounds? Your group is ridiculous. It is actually ridiculous. You still have a chance for first somehow, and you also have a chance to be relegated.
Yeah. It's gonna be interesting. I think I'm not the favorite against Stone Please, but we will see. I just hope I get to stay in gold.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be mad if I got to the playoffs as well, so we'll try my best.
Well, I think the thing to keep in mind is even if you do start to lose that series, the wins are still really valuable for you there, right?
Yep.
So keep that in mind. I know Stone Please can be really aggressive. So if game one gets out of control or something, just be like, whatever. I could still snag a win at the end of this thing and change everything. So I think if you avoid the sweep, you're likely safe. That's my read. So, and then if you sweep, sky's the limit, dude. Who knows? You're probably in playoffs guaranteed then at that point. So,
yeah, we'll see. I will play my Aztecs on Quarry and see how that goes.
All right. Well, hey, sounds good. I appreciate you joining in. I think the community appreciates hearing from the Gold and Silver League players as well. So, best of luck to you, and thanks for taking TTL as serious as you do.
Yep. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Salutes to Turs, please. Like I said, we'll be casting Turs' Gold League action next week. We're almost finished with Silver. We still have 2 more sets today, but basically felt important to cover the last round of Silver League because of how insane these moments have been. And then we will move back into Platinum before getting into the last round of Gold, and then we'll eventually do Gold playoffs and Silver playoffs. We have a lot to come. Smythy hitting me with 10 gifted subs when I don't have a co-caster. Perfect, because I was just going to get to you, man. Thank you so much. I saw your message earlier as well. Thank you for the love. Thanks for the support here on Twitch. Really means a lot. And chat, to have so many viewers here on both platforms, both on YouTube and on Twitch, is extremely motivating because it's just cool to have people share this joy with me of seeing the different level of players compete. So appreciate it. Final result, 2 for Manos, 1 for Husiel, and that group is now finished. All right. I need to hear from my admins here. Okay, so we have 2 more sets of Silver League remaining. I want to pull up the groups real quick. We'll take a short break and we'll come back and get into the next one. The next one is a do or die scenario. Whoever wins stays alive in Silver League, and then whoever loses ends up going out of Silver League. And I wouldn't have predicted it because I felt like both these players could compete, but they've had kind of rough seasons because of the top 3 here. So what we are going to see next, we already know that Survivalist is relegated. He is already out of Silver League. But we have Chart and Upudding. It is pretty much 50-50 on if they... No, it is literally 50-50 on if they stay in Silver or if they get relegated. That's what it is. Technically, if Chart gets swept, he falls into 6th place, but then he's still relegated, so it doesn't really change that much. So yeah, whoever wins gets 4th place. Whoever loses is out. Big significance for Upudding and for Chart. That'll be coming up next. And then the final series will determine the top of this group, and that is Combito versus Ozone, where Combito could potentially surpass Say My Name and take 1st place, and Ozone could potentially pass Combito and get 2nd place for the playoffs. And just to show you, because we've been talking about playoffs, I want to show you how that works by pulling up Liquipedia. All right, so here's the groups, and for this will be consistent with Gold and Platinum as well, so very similar in structure, so there's no confusion going from league to league. Basically, your 1st place, you're immediately up to the next league. Your 2nd place, you play someone who's 3rd place in another league. Your 3rd place, you play someone else who's 2nd in another league. So Group B is yet to be determined. These other groups are set now. This is the playoff bracket, okay? So we know it'll be Gabby, Bad Koala, best of 7. Winner goes to Gold. UCL Dennis, best of 7. Winner goes to Gold. And then it is either blue. It's blue and antagonist in separate sets against whoever falls into 2nd and 3rd place, which could be Say My Name, could be Ozone, could be Combito. We just don't know yet. We'll find out soon. Any questions? I know that was a mouthful. That was a lot. I feel like I'm like preaching to you guys. That's not my goal. Okay? I'm literally just trying to inform so you guys can understand and enjoy. Don't say amen. I'm not trying to preach. I'm not trying to teach. This is meant to be fun, but the format's important, so. Any legitimate questions that are not troll, I should clarify. Thank you, Kaponski, for the 31 months. Or, sorry, 7 months. Thank you, Huggy, for the 31. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's too late. I'll tell him next time. Thank you, Seismal, for the 5 months. Our bottom 2 relegated. Yes, bottom 2 of every group is out and relegated. So, T90, I don't think you'd be a very good cult leader, TBH. Really? I'm offended by that. I think I'd be an excellent cult leader. Are you kidding me? What happens to fourth place? Fourth place, you're just alive in the group the next season. So in Mono's case, he's fourth place. He's just silver boy next time. No more games to play. So fourth place, you're just safe. All right. I take offense to the claim that this is not a cult. We're going to take a short break. And we're going to test that theory. Okay? Short break. We'll be right back. Next series starts soon. Let's see. I feel like if this was a cult, we would have some, I don't know, ritual or some song to play, which everyone would do a weird dance to, right?
Chopper. Chopper.
Chopper.
Chopper. Chopper. Chopper. Chopper.
Agora voy buscar, cazar, construir, cultivar, degradar, excavar, remendar. Agora voy buscar, cazar, construir, cultivar, degradar, excavar, remendar. Agora voy.
Chopper.
Almost there. Just a little bit more.
But wait, what is this that approaches?
Dwarves! The English are making a sneak attack.
Lahir wishes to kill something.
Our city needs help. The British are destroying our towers. You must save Orient. No. Tack. We are tired of licking British boots. Here they come! Fire!
Lahir wishes to kill something.
Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires.
Good! You have a relic. Protect the relic in the monastery by right-clicking the monastery.
Monk, I need a monk.
Yes.
Wood, please. You have a market. Gold, please.
You made a trade card.
Stone, please.
No.
You have a market.
Yes. Jerusalem has 4 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 3 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 2 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 1 tower remaining. All Jerusalem towers destroyed. The city is ours. Jerusalem has 4 towers remaining. No.
Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires.
The wishes to kill something. Enemy sighted.
All right, so back in the day, back in the day, for many years, everyone who played online was playing a hunt war. And I kind of miss those days. I kind of miss those days. Because there's no house walling, because you can pump out the scouts, there was a lot of aggression. Games were not as clean, but games were very fun. And I kind of miss those days. Makes me so sad, actually. I had my mic muted. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for waiting, everybody. Just need to take a break, get things set up for the next sets. We've got 2 more sets today. You putting in chart, we should probably hop into. These guys played earlier this morning. We're going to cover this as Rex, and the live set starts in less than 90 minutes, so I don't want those players to have to wait around in case this is a really big fight. Hello, Fear of the Dark Age. Thank you for the 27 months. Hello, Mr. Steal Yo Boar. Thank you for the 18 months. Thank you very much, guys. To the guy on YouTube who says, is T90 pooping? If I was pooping, none of your business. All right? No, I was getting water and I was getting a tea refill. The next series is in 2.5 hours. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. If it's in 2.5 hours, then I think we'll still hop into this series. I'm not just going to sit here and wait. And if we have to kill time, we'll kill time. So, yeah, Turbo Lover, I would love to upload more Uncle videos. I need to re-record one tonight. That's my plan after the stream, because the last time I recorded it, sometimes my camera program will like every 100th day, my camera program is stupid. And it was making everything lag, and it wasn't up to scratch. So I actually technically have it, but it's not good. So I'm going to I'm going to re-record it to a level that's better quality later on today, and then there'll be an Unk update soon. I promise you, okay? No co-casts are scheduled for this. I feel bad about that with Turs. I'm going to stick with solo cast the rest of the day, and then come Platinum, we'll bring in some different people to co-cast. But yes, this series, there's the draft. Game 1 is going to be High Tides. Chart has picked Slopes as his home map, and then Upudding has picked Stranded as his home map. Upudding goes Malay, Wei, Wu, Vietnamese, and Spanish. And Chart goes Mayans, Incas, Italians, Malians, and then he ran out of time, which is what that little red die means, and he gets Portuguese randomed. Not horrible to get Portuguese last pick, to be honest with you. But yeah, clearly maybe he's not planning on playing with that 5th save if he ran out of time and it was random. So you have 30 seconds to make each pick. If you don't, that happens. Yeah, you could have got way worse civilizations with a 5th pick. Imagine randoming Portuguese in your draft. So, the new DLC will be in TTL starting tomorrow, Jafar, and anybody else who's asking. We have a patch command for those that read. I know reading is boring, but it's a big question to ask. Won't be today, will be for tomorrow. And winner here survives. Loser here is out. So let's hope we have the series split 1-1 going into game number 3. Otherwise, game number 3 might be a little bit of a wash. But get your predictions in chat. I'm going to jump into it. We've got one player here who I've made many videos on. Another player here who's very underrated, I would say. So it should be a fun one. But let's go. All right, guys. Welcome. So I don't know the experience level of everyone who's watching, right? Like, I don't know how many videos you've watched or how long you've watched or what video you saw first or where you came from. But if you watched a lot of my videos, you probably remember what a video I made on Upudding. And Upudding at that time was going for the Upudding rush. He was going for the Sicilians, and he was making sergeants, and he was going very aggressive with that. But ever since then, he's come up with some different things as well, and he's just a really good overall player. Really solid. So now you look at him, you don't necessarily expect him to go for anything that's out of the box, but he can do it. Now, I hope he gets a sheep underneath his TC. Upudding saying there was a hotkey issue and they had a pause. But he's playing as the Wu here. And then we have Chart, a player who was 2,700 elo recently, so very good on Arabia and ranked ladder. But that has not always translated to lots of success in tournaments for him. So he is a player who clearly has the skill to reach high elos, but in tournaments he's struggled. And what's fun about this last series is the winner stays alive in Silver League. The loser is relegated out. So it is a straight up winner go home situation. Chart has gone for the Incas, and Upudding has gone for the Wu. I think initially what I was looking for from Upudding was to see if he would go for the early barracks. We've seen lots of early barracks builds, and yeah, Chart is going to try this. So a bit of new meta here. 2 years ago, you would have never seen this on High Tides. Incas are really good at this, though. Incas are the best. They're basically the Civ for it, which is why I'm actually a little surprised that the devs, when they've changed the Incas with this new patch and this new DLC, that they gave the Incas the bonuses they did, because this will be even stronger now. You have the extra pop space from the houses, very flexible economy because of the free llama, and so we see militia from Chart. So he will skip the dock. But already, Upudding is going to be going for the dock. If that dock is up there, even if he loses villagers, he definitely has an eco advantage. But you always expect someone to dock on this map. It is extremely rare to see a barracks this early. I know we've seen it a couple times, but still, it is high risk, high reward. Eagle could go for a lame here. Upudding sees that. I think Upudding has enough distance there. I think he can probably get that. It's important he does, because the militia are on the way. He's waiting. He won't queue up Loom or anything. And if he doesn't see a dock, I think over the next 10 seconds is when it will dawn on him. Okay, he doesn't have a dock. Is he doing the thing? And yeah, right there. He's like, hold up. No dock from him doesn't make any sense. I have to at least play it safe. This is what I was saying earlier, guys. If you don't have the scouting intel to know what's coming, you have to be preventative. It's not that much effort just to keep yourself safe. Chart is essentially hoping for the wood line, hoping to kill villagers that are not loomed, but this will be walled in. So that's really good play from Upudding. And so already I would really like Upudding's position. He'll have the dock up, add a couple fishing ships at least. And for Chart, you do this, you still don't have a lumber camp because you built the barracks. You still don't have a mill because you didn't build the lumber camp, right? Like, that is such crazy wood investment, and he is making even more militia. I know that we'll build houses faster. That's a bonus. Does anyone know if that affects the repair rate? I'm going to assume that those are two different things. But if that would affect the repair rate and you also repair houses faster, that's kind of nice. Fox says, you ask us. I do ask you guys, yes. I don't know. I don't think it does. But I don't actually have proof that it doesn't. I think in this case, clearly though, I've seen this build work before when you just attack the houses, because Dark Age houses go down very quickly. So I'm a little surprised that Chart isn't continuing to attack a house. It feels to me like Chart is maybe lacking faith in his build right now. He does have the lumber camp, but he doesn't have the fish. And so much of this game simply just comes down to the fact that Upudding was prepared. Yeah, let's see. One Vill. Yeah, the damage is beating the repair villagers, so what I said is not the case. It's just normal repair rate on the house, and Upudding needs to either pull another Vill. Might actually need to pull 2 Vills eventually. Okay, seems like 2 is enough. Now you pull the other Vills, you accept the 2 villagers are idle. Building his own barracks here. We'll shift over to the golds. Scout for him is looking, and oh man, he's so locked in right now. He's so locked in right now. That villager doesn't have Loom yet. Loom is 3 seconds off. Okay, Loom comes in, but... Oh, the quick walls from Chart happen. Wow, quick walls from Chart actually happen there. I mean, this is big still for Upudding, because the build order is essentially to disrupt on land and force them to react to you, and then rush fast feudal and kill them on water. So the fact that the dock is not completed there is already enough to be pretty happy with things. Upudding as well as making militia. Now Chart is going to move around. Amazing that Chart's been able to click up to the feudal age here. But I do think his eco could have problems if he gets hit. He doesn't know about the barracks. Upudding will have some decisions to make. Normally you can go for an archer range now. Normally you can go for an additional dock. Still patrolling the shoreline. Chart will send another villager to the middle. So this villager's still just walled in. Upudding will not expect that. If Upudding can just clear this, I think he'll be very happy. He's had fishing eco the whole time. His opponent is not. So while maybe you don't want to fight 3 units against 6, with the hill and with man-at-arms, maybe Chart... Yeah, maybe Chart isn't aware. Okay, but you take the fight, and since you're woo and you regenerate, you maybe want to back up and just wait for the regen. Take the fight and now back up. See, that's not a fight you want right there. And that's the risk. May have been better for Upudding to go this way. Still had a lot to pay attention to. That villager was still walled in. Didn't find the dock, so he'll think he's fishing freely. So with Upudding being in the dark there, with the archer range already on the way up for Chart, with Chart getting his eco upgrade, switching over to the berries, it's a pretty nice balance. Chart will also have 5 man-at-arms here. 5 man-at-arms can easily end the game. This is also not an easy area to quick wall. The positioning of the villagers makes it really tough. But okay, a couple houses go up. Chart's just killing the zebras there. And villagers are safe for now for Upudding. Guys, this is so key. He's patrolled this scout, assuming that any dock attempt will be found, but it hasn't been. But Chart doesn't actually know where the dock is either, so he hasn't gone to the right area. Really close game, I think. This could go either way. Whatever lead that Upudding has could disappear very quickly. He obviously has the better position. But 6 fishing ships invested into now a fire galley. So that could be a couple fishing ships down and a lot of confusion there for Upudding. Didn't have a ton of scouting on his opponent's base and runs right into the town center as well. Oof. Oh, painful start. Archers need to be microed perfectly. You look away for a second, you can lose your archers as well. And this is what the chaos does, guys. Yeah, technically Upudding can micro that. But he's looking out here. He's losing his fish. He has to stabilize there. He has to keep his man-at-arms alive. So I think like with absolute perfect play, you will see less man-at-arms. But with imperfect play or just slightly below perfect play, man-at-arms can do so many good things. And the water sneak from Chart, it's a game changer. His defense is looking fairly good on lands as well. And Upudding will need to stabilize. I think long term, it's a very even matchup. I don't hate either Civ. I think I might prefer the Woo because of Traction Trebs and Imp. I think I'm more of a Woo guy anyways, because I like to be able to build a stable if I need to. But Incas are very strong. Yeah, Upudding hasn't found the dock, but clearly he knows that the dock is out there somewhere. But he lost 5 out of his 6 fishing ships, excuse me. And look at the follow-up from Chart. He already has fletching. He already has 6 archers. He's kept the man-at-arms alive. This has just been continuous pressure. And we still don't have a blacksmith for Upudding. I think Upudding has lost a little bit of confidence in playing in towards land right now. Maybe feels like he needs to get to Castle Age for John Swordsman, but there's a hole there. The units come through. The archers are on the other side. The market is also denied, which is horrible. Here also, Chart gets the wall down so the archers can't get in. I think Chart did lose an archer here, but he saved his villager. The Chart is massacring Upudding right now. Look at the amount on food. 3 on food for Upudding. 1 of those is a fishing ship. The berries are gone. He has no farms. He has no market. He needs to rebuild it. And now this is going so poorly for you, you have to rush Castle Age. You don't have time to invest into the farms. Time to wait for the fish to recover. Res collected is a very important stat, but so is value destroyed. Big difference in that. 1,000 additional value destroyed for Chart. The KD has just been so critical for him. And I think this army will scale very nicely for him too. He has a lot of archers. I think on water, he's already done more than you could ever ask. We'll see if he can come back. But even there, like, he sniped the archer from Upudding. So I know this map isn't Arabia, but it can be really scrappy. Chart decided to get the aggression in as early as possible here. More house walls for Upudding, but Upudding's eco is horrible, man. 25 on gold, 2 on food. And most of his military is also on Navy now, instead of on land, which is where he's really going to need it. I think the only way Upudding comes back is if he buys everything he can at the market and clicks up to castle. He's going to buy some food, but he still has this work cut out for him to defend. There's also more archers coming from Chart. Chart's fires are going to end up going down here. That won't accomplish much. Chart is finished with his berries. We use the market himself, and it's just enough res to click up. It does need to get the full wall down, but I think as long as he adds farms, he should have a really good eco when he makes it to castle. The reason Upudding won't go to stone for more towers right now is because you don't want to tower the back of your base, right? Like the tower on the front's perfect, but the fact that he's having issues in the back of his base, towering there just feels like it won't help you long term. But it's not a bad thing to try. I mean, you have to get desperate here. But his eco is just a disaster area. Chart should be adding more farms soon. Chart will continue with the archer production. Chart will be fully walled back here. The scout from Upudding will be found in the back. And Upudding still hoping to use the market. Oh, God. Oh, it's so painful how close he is to clicking up. Okay, now he has enough res to click up. But guys, this is essentially, even though it's a play all 3, view it as a best of 3. Because while all games are played, you got to win this series. And sometimes game 1 can just set the tone. Chart will be feeling so much confidence that he can be aggressive against Upudding in the future games. Every fight has gone on Chart's terms this game. And you just wonder if Upudding using his man-at-arms against Chart's militia was the play. I think that's where Upudding could have gone forward. The base was still open. I think that was kind of the critical point. I get it, though, from Upudding. He probably felt like he could just clear that, and then he could just have water and then be ahead, but wasn't exactly how it went here. Sorry, I need to blow my nose. All right, well, Chart still doesn't have the fish. Upudding's going crazy with the fish. Upudding does have Jean Swordsman. Without the Jean Swordsman, I don't think he'd really have a chance here. But his opponent is playing only crossbowmen. And look how many fishing ships he's adding now. So if he can get enough Jean Swordsman to clear the first wave, a fishing eco is going to be ridiculously strong. The Chart is playing in towards ballistics, so big upgrades just to win with crossbow. Let's see if Upudding can do it. He's got 2 barracks. Nice damage control. Siege Workshop might be denied. Jean Swordsman are on the way. Okay, these Siege Workshops are just to block space here. That's all it is. Block space and hold. Wait for the Jean Swordsman. He's getting +2 armor. He's lost a lot of eco. He's very little on wood. Honestly, a Siege Workshop would be helpful regardless. The Chart will add some slingers behind because he knows the Jean Swordsman will be coming forward. And, oh man, he's massacring the economy. Ballistics is paid off. Still, the eco count's close. Chart will go for the second TC. He is fully walled, so it won't be easy for Upudding to counterattack. Also, the second TC for Upudding. I think with full upgrades, with full armor upgrades, I think the Jean Swordsman, you only need 6 to clear this. But once the slingers arrive, then it's a problem. The slingers do 10 bonus damage against infantry. Once they change the slinger, though, and the slinger is basically a trash unit, which is basically starts tomorrow, slingers are still good, but I think they only do 4 bonus damage. The slinger was so good, though. Slinger edition was perfect there for Chart. And now I think he's fairly comfortable. This game will probably go late. But if you look at his eco setup, and then you look at Upudding's eco setup, Upudding has the fish advantage, but the efficiency on land is really brutal right now. The Chart just needs to be sure that he's fully walled. Man, this is... Maybe I need to take another decongestant. Again, I'm feeling good today. Like, energy-wise, I'm good. My throat's fine. It's just, like, my nose is not cooperating. Is there a hole here? Oh, my God. How many times are we going to see this? Chart, if you are completely walled here, you are fine. You're completely walled. You just got to click on the outside to find if there's a hole there, and he didn't do it. There's a hole between the 2 houses, and Upudding finds a lifeline. Oh, man. Obviously, he'll realize where the gap was now because the units came in, and he will send slingers back, but... Upudding getting any counter harass is really nice for him. That means he can maybe clear up this army. I don't know about this for Chart. Where does he go here? Kind of an awkward angle. He'll kill some Vills. Upudding doesn't see it. But if Upudding sees it and brings the Scorpions through, those units are in a choke point. And they're also stuck on the edge of the map here. Do what you can, I guess, and take the fight because you have no choice. Scorpion doesn't actually do enough on its own. That's not nearly as bad for Chart as I thought it was going to be. And here's just a few archers from Upudding on the outside. No big deal. Chart's got 3 town centers. Chart right now has 21 farms. Upudding has 9. But Upudding is fish trapping, guys. I think if you're fish trapping out here, it becomes extremely efficient and strong long term. If you're not, it drops off a little. I'd really like to see skirmishers long term for Upudding. He just doesn't have the time to make that tech switch right now, but I think skirms with Sean Swordsman is what you want your composition to be. Because Scorpion just feels so slow, and if you roll forward with Scorpions, you're probably going to regret it, so. T90, if your decongestant active ingredient is phenylephrine, those don't actually help. You need the behind-the-counter pseudoephedrine. Okay. I don't know what's in it. To be honest, I woke up this morning. My fiance was like, hey, there's these two things for you. She did all the research. She said, take those. And I made it 4 hours into the stream, so I know it wasn't poison. So we're good. I didn't even read the label. I just trust my woman, you know? But yeah, I'm not a doctor. Nice thing. This is what I mean. I think the Scorpion just become a liability moving forward. Skirmishers can give you a bit more value. This may be the last time that we see slingers as is, guys. With the 10 bonus damage against the infantry with costing gold. Unless the next series has it, this would be the last time. So enjoy it. They look a little bit more gold, you know? They definitely are packing a bigger punch against the infantry. But that will be changed. But when they update them, I say when, they technically have already done so. It's just not for the tournament. It's more of a multi-use unit, so it's better in all situations. But like right now, it's mainly just against infantry. So the night switch from Upudding, or more specifically the Haiguang, could work out here. Really needs more on golds. Fish traps are still going up when he has the time. He still collected more resources, but Imp is on the way for Chart. And Chart's got enough stone. Chart likes his forward castles here. Will Chart go for a forward castle? I feel like this position would be nice. It's kind of central, but would protect the golds. And all right, Upudding's been looking for him. Upudding's going to see the army now. T90, it must have been poison, but I tried that so often on you, you're immune now. Oh, thanks, Mom. Thanks, person named T90's mom, who's not actually my mom in chat. Makes sense, though. Like, the night switch is just so costly. But I don't know how scalable the range units are for Chart. If this was all crossbowmen, nice snipe there from Chart. But if this was all crossbowmen, then he can get Bracer and Arbalest, and then I know how that tends to play out, but I don't think the slingers necessarily benefit from arriving to Imp in quite the same way. Here he comes with the Vills. He hasn't seen... He thinks he denied the stables. Because, like, who's going to build a stable up there and then bunch down here? This could be a doubt castle, guys. We've got Bloodlines and we've got full armor for the Cav. They're coming from the far side. I think that monk needs to be sniped. Just passing. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. There's so much significance to this. Upudding will know he needs to deny this castle. Big attack round from the Mangonels. Is the Cav enough? Another big attack round from the Mangonels. Yeah, I think maybe Chart's micro was the difference there. And also, this is why I always prefer Knights. Knights are just tankier. If that's Knights, they clear it every time. But with the Haiguang, you're only at 80 HP. That's a 40 HP difference. Still, I think Chart's a little worried, and we'll just back up here. And now Upudding is marching forward. Chart doesn't see that until now. That's a pretty crazy thing to see right now. He's getting his upgrades. He's got his army over here. Castle on his face from Upudding. I mean, Upudding has been behind for a while. When you see Imp, you have to make it crazy when you're nowhere close to Imp yourself. So that's what he's trying to do. Chart's castle will likely complete there. Chart will drop a castle in his base now, too. I mean, if you just make Trebs here, I find it very difficult to see a way that you lose this game if you're Chart. But that's only if he has Arbalest numbers, and there's still a lot of slingers here. But I think there's enough Arbs. I don't know. He's trying... Oh, he just missed... He just clicked all of his Arbs back, which pulled him out of that group. I mean, it was a little messy, but he still has the ability to make trebs. And then what on earth is Upudding supposed to do from here? Like, Upudding can't break this forward line, and he can't kill Arbalest easily. I think going back into John Swordsman would only work in the Imperial Age. Castle Age John Swordsman are probably not enough against Arbs. Beautiful job from chart to macro this game, guys. The entire game, he's been behind in res collected. I'm not exaggerating. I keep looking here. He's always behind. But he hit the timing to Castle Age, he hit the timing to Imp, and he's been making very cheap units and taking really good engagements. And that's the difference. Upudding will do what he can. He is on the way to Imp. He'll drop a castle towards the north. Okay. I mean, I think if you fall back here, so you expect to lose this, you fall back to your base. If you can get another castle in your base, maybe you're okay. I do think you're pretty heavily committed towards Cav right now, and you still need to kill these Arbs. I can't show you the unique text for these civs because of the capture age bug. But missing string is free, so that's cool. I actually need that right now to remind myself of the Wu. I know the Wu have the one tech which adds the extra... Oh no, the one adds additional projectiles to their traction trebs and their loose wands. And then the other tech adds bonus damage against buildings for their fire archers. So none of those techs are super helpful right now. He just needs to get armor. He needs to get heavy Haegwang and come clear this. There it is, guys. The elite pointy boys on the way. It's going to be Kameyuks from chart. It's a good call. You have 2 castles, so I don't know about this. But you have 2 castles. Kameyuks make a lot of sense if your opponent's making Cav. He does need the front of his base, and he doesn't see that Upudding is still taking all this gold. He will check the south to see if Upudding is down there on the stone and gold. Oh, and he will find Upudding's castle up here. Yeah, that kind of hurts for Upudding. I don't know about that castle. I think a castle here, protecting your stone, protecting the bulk of your eco would make more sense, but... Upudding's still in this, guys. Upudding has a really good economy right now. Really nice balance. His units are much stronger now than they were before. It was all desperation before. Now he can actually win big fights. I think traction trebs are going to be the key, but I think he might hit a wall with the heavy Haegwang. He might need to make something more than this at some point if it's full Kameyuk from chart. But chart doesn't know where the Cav is. Chart is on the front, and Upudding finds the town center will deny it. And now we have both players going to the middle at the exact, or the south, sorry, at the exact same time. Damn, what a find. What a fight. And Upudding is going to run in. I think it's a risk worth taking. Because he's getting pushed on the front. He's getting trebs. The Kameyuks and Arbs have stand firm. I think that's so good from chart. When you get hit like this, you always continue your push. If you chase, it's very likely that they will have control over the game. I mean, chart will lose Vils here, but he also does get the additional armor upgrades on his Vils. So it's a bit harder to snipe them. And, aw, that's cute. There's... In a time of war, there is peace until chart shows up with an Arbalest to ruin it. I think Upudding would need to be the one to find the south right now. He definitely needs some advantages. He did end up clearing some villagers back here, but the Kameyuks are going to prove to be very strong. I just don't think he can switch out of Cav. He's stuck. It's the right play to continue to spam Cav when you don't have time for the switch. But I think it will end up being the wrong unit choice here. Unit's just not going to be good enough against Kameyuk and Arbalest. And the eco also will not scale well here because you don't have the gold and the stone. You don't actually... Wow, chart is even up here. Chart could be taking down the fishing ships too, but yeah, Chart knew. So often people on this map forget about the north and the south. He focused mid, he focused north, he focused south. What an opening from Chart. Again, unorthodox opening, right? He didn't open with the dock, but the entire game, it was just a conversation of the pressure that Chart is sending to Upudding. The only main raid that we saw from Upudding was just recently, and then I guess that one time there was a hole in a wall. But as a player, man, there's no better feeling to start a series where you just keep them chasing you and keep them reacting to you. Being able to do that for 45 minutes in a game gives you so much confidence going into game number 2. And again, just to break it down real quick, I think this was a very critical moment of the game. So right now, Upudding has stopped the dock. So that's a small win for Upudding. And he's going for man-at-arms. He is walled. So I think what most people would do in this scenario is they go forward. And then maybe you force some reactions from Chart. Maybe Chart's archer range is denied. Maybe he doesn't get the berries. But instead, because I think because he has the fish lead, he thinks, let's just clear this. But then he never does, right? And then he's like, oh, shoot, okay, I can't fight this. Then let's go forward. But by then, it's too late. And Chart's sneak dock was a game changer, too. Killing all those fishing ships was awesome. Upudding had that scout and patrol and just missed it. Chart also saved that bill. That was just... Feudal Age was sick. Was sick from Chart, sorry. Thank you, Sunnyflower. All right. Let's see if Chart can get momentum on Stranded. Yes, I misspoke. Haha. Funny. It's do or die. You win this series, you stay alive in silver. You lose this series, and you're out. So Upudding needs to win this. We'll go to Stranded, where I assume he's going to play the Malay. And then the final game will end up being on slopes. If I were to predict, I would say we see maybe Malay here for Upudding. And then we see Wei or Vietnamese on slopes. I think for Chart, we'll probably see Italians on Stranded. And then he loves Mayans, so maybe Mayans on slopes. Oh, man. You say everything perfectly for a whole game and no one bats an eye. You misspeak once and everybody points it out. All right. Welcome, everybody. So we'll change the colors back again. Chart. Little awkward here. That's your TC spot. Okay, so he finds it. We position the buffaloes that the players have in a very specific location, so they're able to scout to find this type of town center spot. It took a lot of work to get that right. But yes, it's a nomad start, though almost always the town centers look in very similar positions. And I was correct on my predictions. We've got Upudding playing as the Malay. And then we have Chart playing as the Italians. I might regret this because I'm sick, but I'm going to go get some coffee real quick. There's no scout to follow here, so I'll just zoom out. You can enjoy their little Dark Age. But it's been a long day. I'm feeling better. And tea was not quite enough for me, so I'll be right back. All right, I'm gonna have to interrupt your ASMR. I'm very sorry, but you guys are not here for just casterless Age of Empires, right? You're here for some commentary, so I'm back. By the way, be honest with me. Who here, with a show of ones, bribed my cats to troll me with treats or something? I think they're very unhappy. I'm spending so much time on my computer doing Titans League every day, and the last 2 days they have made it pretty clear that they're unhappy by doing different things. Yesterday, I finished my day. I still had like 2 hours more of admin headaches to get to, but I wanted to go just get a snack. I step outside my office. There is a freaking cat puke right there. I stepped right in it. Like that, like anywhere else in the house, they could have puked. Nope, right outside my office. They know what they're doing, right? And then they look at me all cute, like, oh, play with me, Dad. Give me a treat, Dad. And then right here, I just walked out. And they both came from different directions with this, like, happy little cute look on their face. And they kind of, like, faked like they were going to attack my ankles. And then were looking at me, and I feel bad, actually. The one picked up his toy and brought it to my feet, and I threw it, but I couldn't stick around because I got a bunch of needy chatters who want me to talk about the game. So, yeah, my kitties are like, come on, Dad. Get out of there. Let us come inside and see the game. That would kind of be a disaster, probably, but I'll give them some treats later. They're very nice cats. They're just very needy cats. So if you have the cat emote, that is one of them, and if you have the love emote, that is the other one. If you want to see what my cats look like. So 7 fishing ships for Chart, 6 fishing ships for Upudding. Seems like it will be a 2-dock approach for Upudding. This map is a combination of water and land. Both civs are solid. I think I have to prefer the Malay just because of the way the eco flows, but it's really close. Like one big mistake on water or land, and on land, I mean, you won't have wood anymore. You might get your TC pushed by a siege workshop. On water, you might lose all that precious fish. Looking at this, though, I feel like Chart's going fast castle. And Upudding could be doing the same. Silver has had a lot more fast castling than gold and platinum. It's just because gold and platinum are a little bit better at being able to get the most of their attacks. But in silver, players aren't quite as good with the micro and the timings. And so an extra 30 to 45 seconds of time they may have before their opponent gets value from their attacks means it can maybe justify the fast castle. A T90 idea, if we hit a certain sub goal, you have to do a stream with your cats in the room. We don't need to do really a sub goal for that. I'm cool with doing it. The issue is, so at my old place, we just had the one cat. And he was allowed in the office, and because the office wasn't, like, off limits, he was fine. And I had a little cat bed in the background so you could see him in the camera. It was really cool. I think viewers liked it. Well, when we moved into the new house, like, our other cat was a kitten. And kittens can't be trusted with crap, right? So we were like, all right, we keep the cats out of the office then, because there's a bunch of wires and a bunch of computers and stuff. And, you know, one wire gets chewed or even just pulled out of the computer, and it's an absolute nightmare finding out what happened. But I regret doing that, because now anytime this door is open for half a second, they, like, run in, and they're like, ooh, yay, you know, the forbidden room, you know. And now, so I can't bring them in now because they, like, because this is, like, the forbidden room, they don't act normal in here. They get crazy, and they're even more untrustworthy. So, it's very hard to untrain them. Okay, we've been here now for 4 years. So if we ever move, and that's likely, we may move at some point with the fiance's job. You know, if she gets a job. And if we ever move, I think I will just let the cats, I'll have a cat bed in there immediately, and I'll have it right behind the camera, and we'll just hope that that ends up being a non-issue. So, wow, guys, we have a stable from Malay. Upudding needs 2 wins to stay alive in Silver League. He is going to pull an all-in elephant play. So there's this old video. It's one of my favorite videos. It's called The Legend of the Liar. Type a 1 if you've seen it. If you're not typing 1 right now, I suggest you put it on the list. So basically, there was this player. He's a mid-elo guy. And he would play melee. And he would always chat to his opponents. And he would say, "Hey, man." And they would respond, "Hi," or no. And he'd say, "I meant to pick Magyars." Only he didn't say Magyars. He said Magyard. He would always misspell it. And sometimes his opponent would be like, oh, wrong civ. Oh. And they'd like feel bad for them. So he'd always be like, "What do I do with this civ? What do I do? I never played this civ." And it'd be a map without fish. He's like, "Oh, my civ is good fishing ships. I can't even fish. Oh." Meanwhile, he knew exactly what civ he was playing. And he was just planning on surprising them with all-in elephants. Elephants are super cheap with this civ. I think that might be the play. Don't get too excited, though, because at a high level, there can be monks. And monks can convert elephants. And they both have scouts right now scouting the map. So maybe it's more for scout control. And then they're going to combine some water. But guys, they both have essentially gone for the same exact build so far. Scouts for map control, docks, lots of fishing ships, and then fires on the water. Villager on the shoreline's been found by Upudding, though. And being in Castle Age this much faster is really nice, and nice snipe. That's a good start for him. The scout activity will be out there for chart. Upudding also has 9 buffaloes underneath the TC with 11 fishing ships. I just don't know if he is going to have the fire galley numbers. He only has 2 here. One demo, one big patrol through the choke point could be super strong for either player. But man, what a boomy game. Like, it's crazy how economic this is compared to some others. Of course, I did that whole intro, and we're not going to see a single damn elephant. It charts his sec. My hotkey is weird. Yeah, so get used to these pauses for hotkeys, because the new patch broke a lot of hotkeys. And so, in this case for silver, they had to go back a patch, but that still means their hotkeys would be broken. And then on the new patch as well, people might not have fixed them all. So, over the next week, there will be a lot of pauses for hotkey fixes, I'm sure. No War Galley upgrade is really rough for Upudding. Like, he's got some fires over there, too. Like, his fires are not where they need to be right now, and this could start to snowball very quickly. Italians, it's cheaper to compete on the water with the cheap upgrade. And it was 2 town centers for chart, ever so slightly faster than Upudding. So, nice start for chart here. Has a good ring to it. Nice start for chart. There is another word that rhymes with chart that we will save for a very bad moment, I guess. Chart is falling apart. Chart is shops at Kmart. I don't know. Does Kmart even still exist? Is Kmart dead? Back where I grew up, all the Kmarts disappeared. I don't even know if that's a thing now. Nice snipes here from Chart and the fishing ships. They both have similar fishing ship counts. Now we're starting to see the elephants. There are some fires down here from Upudding, which could maybe sneak in and kill some fish. He's recovered a little on water. I think the middle wood line is going to be the key here. They're running out of wood. You always are on this map. But you also want to protect the gold, which also makes a lot of sense. Still 1 town center for Upudding, who hasn't actually had loom up to this point. Yeah, for those that don't know what Kmart is just like a store, a retail store, but used to be Kmart and Walmart, and I don't even know if Kmart exists anymore. Boom! Nice recovery from Upudding. And down here, though, he's still being tracked. I don't know, man. Upudding had a big eco lead. Chart is still holding on here. Chart gets the beautiful quick walls there to protect from the elephants that came out of his blind spot. And he has the monk prepared as well. And the scouts for Upudding got sniped earlier. So it's not like he can just swoop in with the scouts either. There's only 1 Kmart left in the US? Wow, okay. Do you guys know if they added more sounds for the ships on the upcoming water change? Or did they just get a bunch of different bells again? Is every single ship noise just ding, 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 ding? Did they make it different? We have to be careful. We have to be careful what we wish for there. Because maybe those noises are going to be brutal. I know the Hawks are not very appealing with their noises. Or their visuals, I suppose, but... Still one town center for Upudding. The elephants are here, but the monks exist. The monks are here, man. It's amazing how just losing those 2 scouts earlier changes it. Oh, he's got the scouts here, though. He's got the scouts here. He's got the right idea. That can be a snipe. Bam. Can loop around. Where are you, monk? Where are you, monk? I know you're there, monk. I know you're there. Boom. Big snipe. Also, we got demos there from Chart. Oh, and Upudding. Oh, he got distracted. Didn't snipe the monk. I wanted to see if Chart is starting to add farms. At what point will they ever farm? Not seeing anything right now. That monk being there is so annoying for Upudding. Just because he got distracted in the north. And Chart, I feel like, has better multitasking than Upudding, if I'm being honest. He seems faster. I mean, he is higher elo. He does play... He's better on basically Arabia, I guess, which is maybe the standard in terms of multitasking. And maybe Chart will save himself here. If this was scripted, Upudding's going to win this game. And then we're going to a third game. Because then that you know, everything matters so much there. But that's how I would script this. But it's not scripted. Just like community games, it's not rigged. These town centers are really close together here. And Chart sees that too. Chart's like, hold up. You think you can town center there? That is kind of a wild town center to place. Water's still producing. We're not looking at it, guys, but they're always producing something in these areas. Upudding still adding fishing ships at times. And boom, big demo from Upudding. That's a big one. If Upudding can move in this way, could clear all the fish. It's a really big one. Maybe he's broken the line there. Also slowly advancing this way. The fish are almost gone. If there's even fire ships down here for Upudding. Yeah, Upudding is in a really good position to clear fish. But Upudding is going to get pressured on this town center. And there's a lot more villagers for Chart. So it's still a very even game, even if the fishing ships go down. Upudding needs to notice this. Upudding! Wait, does Chart click the fish? No! He's looking for the fish! No! No! Oh, that's so unfortunate. Upudding was not paying attention to that at all. They're looking over here. That will hurt the production from the town centers here. But Chart is still adding farms. Chart is the siege already. Chart is the monks already. It feels like Chart's got things locked down. He's got a nice little ratio on land. Some spearmen, some light calves, some siege. But I guess if the Malay have the full water, though, and they can get some fish traps out later, could still be extremely strong. But how are you supposed to get fish traps when you're being pressured like this? Look how perfect this is from Chart. He denies the siege workshop. The spears are always there to protect the monks. And then he has light cav if he needs to kill monks of his own. That's so well controlled. Even going for redemption now. If I had to pick a winner in this game, I'm going with Chart. I think his position on land is just going to end up being too strong. I think the water, while it is important, isn't as important as the land control. There is a lot of damage to be done behind this. So if Upudding loses control of this area, which he is, only problems will stem from this. His siege workshop's getting converted. His monk will get sniped. There is a counter raid with light cav here. There are some things on water maybe, but... Man, if only Upudding would have maybe built his town center back here. A light bulb went off in Chart's head. It was very clear. He saw the town center. Boom. Siege Workshop has been focusing on it ever since. But, like, as a player in such a chaotic map, you don't really think about it in the same way, right? You just think, oh, I need a TC, I need a gold. Boom, see it. And you... It would have been so helpful if you went this way, though, right? I think you just have to delay fully losing this area. He does have an incredible eco lead right now. And I think the fire ships might have even killed some villagers here. So his eco count's ridiculous. And maybe buy a castle. Buy a castle, because he does have some vills on stone and he has a lot of gold. And then build the castle right behind the monastery. I don't think you want to lose the hill. That's okay. I think it's too risky to do what I just said and place it here, because you have literally, like, no army. Counterattack there with the elephants from Upudding. Chart has the monks prepared. What a game, man. How are one of these players going to be relegated? How? How are they going to be out of Silver League? I mean, siege push will continue. The beauty of having the castle further forward is it might protect the other TC. Archer range is now from Chart. Chart is really lacking food eco right now. He's also completely surrounded on the shorelines. We'll start to lose houses. Ideally, if you had 2 people to control the game, you could have one of those players placing fish traps right now. But Upudding's doing this all on his own, so... But yeah, don't even add farms, just add fish traps and add fishing ships. I think he needs another castle to protect this town center. I think he needs it fast, because the push is coming. Man, where's he want this castle? I mean, if he decides to build it in front of the TC now, it's too late. Maybe, like, right here, though. Like, right here still protects the town center. Or maybe you give up that area and just take this area. Because long-term, Chart will want the hill this way. He's being patient. It's going to be Cav Archers for Chart. Chart will never make it to Imp. Chart is horrible food economy. Cav Archers is a very good unit. Siege is very good. Elephants he converted is good. Monks is good. Like, his army is insane. His army cannot be stopped. Oh, man. Upudding just has to stay away from the trouble here. He's going this direction. This is an awesome castle. This hill is so valuable. That's such a good castle if it goes up. But he's lost another town center. Soon, Upudding is going to have more castles than he will town centers. He's really housed, too. But, guys, he needs fletching. Fletching means your castle does so much more to protect your base. He's playing karambits. He's playing elephants. He wants to clear this. But Chart is full focused on this army right now. Weird scenario, but you'll actually end up losing your docks, too. So your fishing eco gets disrupted if the siege finds it. So you really can't be losing more ground. He's losing his houses there to the conversions. He's losing his barracks, which means he can't get squires. The Cav Archers from Chart are coming this way. Pick a winner right now, chat. Let's say you have $1 billion. You get to pick. You have to bet those $1 billion on one person right now. Pick somebody. Pick somebody. I was maybe thinking Chart, but that castle's crazy, dude. He does still have more docks. So if he loses docks, his fishing ships can still move elsewhere. That castle's probably going up. Where's Chart supposed to take wood pretty soon? Who cares if there were 30 idle villagers for Upudding? Upudding is going full karambit spam right now. He's up to 37 karambit warriors. If only he didn't lose his barracks, because I feel like he could get arson and take down town centers right now. You can clear this, but also you can just kind of avoid it. Fishing ships are still out there. Still has fishing ships down here. And here he goes. Chart might want to... it's so tough. Like, can you even switch back onto water? Chart needs to find the town centers. It might be 0 town center gaming here for Upudding. That's a lot of Cav Archers that are about to have ballistics. And a lot of town centers that have good upgrades. I don't think these karambits are going to do too much. And I know Upudding spamming fish, but are they actually working as they need to? That's a good clear up. That's a very nice clear up. See how many hits it takes, though, to kill the Cav Archers. Here's not so good for Upudding. And now his town center's getting pushed. Oh my goodness, what a game. Where are the docks? Okay, so the docks are down here. But notice no fish traps. They're fishing and they'll run out of fish very quickly. All right, Upudding is coming back. Upudding is bringing all the termites. Chart's micro has been insane all game. He sees it. Beautiful attack rounds. He backs up. There's a choke point. Ah! Not good. Not good for Upudding. His units are turning into pudding right now. Ay, ay, ay. Half the Karambits die before they get in close. Chart lands another attack rounds. And Chart will mop up the army. Oh, my goodness. Oh, this is so intense. Remember the stakes. Like, Upudding has to win this game. He has to win this game or he is relegated. Still, though, I think Chart has big problems. This might be one of the best stranded games we've ever had. This map has produced so many good games over the last 2 years. Still, the fishing ships are there for Upudding. Still, the eco lead remains. If he can clear this once, it'd be amazing. He has to be more patient. This town center for Upudding needs to complete to secure the golds. Chart sees it. Upudding is going in. Chart is focusing on the CA. He's looking at the Cav Archers. The Cav Archers that will deny the TC, but he will get cleared. I don't know if that is good for Upudding or bad for Upudding, because that town center being denied is horrible. But that is a clear that he needed to finally have to keep his TC up. And now he's actually pressuring Chart over here and bringing rams for that town center. Chart needs gold right now. That is Chart's gold income. That is the only gold income he has. Karambits do not kill this ball of CA, so you basically just have to avoid it. And again, the castles are so key. Imagine if Fletching and Bodcanero was in for Upudding. He's sending the rams with the Karambits. The Cav Archers have to weave through the middle of the map. But they can do that. And they can find some crazy damage. Oh, but speaking of crazy damage, the Karambits will slice and dice the vills. The town center will go down. And now Chart is dropping a castle here, dude. So he can take the gold here. Wow. Well, I'm sure Chad is very happy they didn't have $1 billion to lose on whoever was going to win or lose this game. I still always have to lean towards the player with the castles in the middle and the economy. But I don't think those fishing ships are working very efficiently. The rams are taking down the town centers, though, which is always going to be clutch. I'm still not seeing fish traps, right? So the fish is almost gone on the map. It's all in the south if you look at the mini-map. But Chart did lose a lot of eco here. He's down to 60 villagers. Upudding still has some eco around. It's all exposed, but he still has it, I guess. The Cav Archers are so good here. I don't know what's happening. I really don't know what's happening. I think Chart can win. I'm telling you. I guess Scorpions are kind of an issue. But Upudding is no wood. These farmers, these gold miners are all exposed. This town center may or may not go up. Who knows? And the fishing ships are all like... And none of them are trapped. They're all running out of food right now. So then it would be 55 vills against 59 vills. They're both in Castle Age. They both have access to some wood and some gold. I don't even know. But I will continue to restate. Upudding needs to take a deep breath and get blacksmith upgrades. This castle should be ranging this. With Bodcanero, that ranges that gold. That's a game changer here. But, I mean, he's raiding all over here with Karambit warriors. He's got villagers he needs to save here who are all going to go down. Luckily for him, he's got 2 town centers. The Chart is actually going to push this one with some siege pretty soon, it seems. Maybe Upudding has just enough to win the game before the fishing ships run dry. They're still working. There's like 800 food there. He's killing off the CA as well, yes. The Scorpions were a really good call. We will have a 1-1 scenario with it being winner of game 3, stays alive in Silver League, loser is out. The script is written. I think. I mean, Chart's well within his rights to fight here. If you played Stranded games before, you'll know that sometimes there's some wacky scenarios, but I just don't know if he has enough. I think it's very likely that Upudding could just clear up any siege with a couple Karambit Warriors. He's going to send his Vills, which is a bit much, but yeah, I think a couple Karambits can go deal with that. And he's still continuously taking down town centers for Chart. I mean, Chart is no food. And the wood in the middle is such a safe resource. The relics, too, in such a messy game are really helpful for Upudding. Wow. They both just sent it, right? No one knew exactly how it was going to go. They both just sent it here. And went YOLO. I like the Cav Archer choice from Chart. I know Italian Cav Archers aren't a very good long-term unit, but he was never going Imp anyways, so... I like the Mangonel push. I like the Monk push. I like the activity with his army. But I think still with town centers here, Upudding should be okay. And technically could always add the fish traps now. If he were to think about it and notice it. I just don't know. The beauty of the fishing ships is you just haven't had to look at them. Then they've been bringing in food, so... I doubt he's really paying attention to that. The castles changed the game. If Chart would have denied this castle, like this castle I think was critical. Any Cav Archers there denying that changes the game. Upudding built that with no army. And he had a choice. He could have built a defensive castle at the bottom of the hill to stop the siege push earlier, but he chose not to. All right, Chart is no TC gaming now. Town center's down. He has no food, so it doesn't really matter, I guess. He's still wrecking with the CA. Like, the Cav Archers are still insane. Holy. And he's pushing this town center. It's a weird one. Upudding knows he's got a better eco, but he also simultaneously gets to feel how crap his own eco is. But I think even just ramming down the houses long term, all that stuff adds up here. There's the town center now for Chart. Yeah, now if people had $1 billion to bet, they would probably bet it on Upudding, right? I know a lot of you did before. Yeah, this Mangonel is such a nice find. Chart can only make more Cav Archers and more Siege so many times. Crazy game. This is what a great map, an amazing level, but not perfect play, right? So top 100, but like clearly still human, still flawed. I should probably stop saying still human. It's not, it's meant as a compliment for the very top players, but could come off the wrong way. Yeah, it's just what that 40th, 50th, 60th in the world, plus the stakes of the moment can bring you on an amazing map. It's one of those rare AoE2 games. And then we get a third game as well, where winner stays alive. What a game. Upudding made 271 Karambit Warriors. Wow. So, had I not looked at that, I would have said, man, the Karambit Warriors were really strong. Were they, though? I mean, they were, but they were strong because of the numbers. If you make 271 Spearmen, you might have good chances there. But I want to go back. I want to show you this. Just go back to the castle. Back when this push is happening. So, I told you during the cast what I would do, okay? I would have dropped my castle here, and I would have done it to save this position and save this TC. And I don't think it's a bad play per se. But the second that castle goes up, where does Chart go? Here. All this hill and pushes this direction. So Upudding, he just gives up the TC. He lets it go down. And instead he drops the castle there. I think that changes the game. Because it became so tough for Chart. From Chart's perspective, he can't move this direction from his production buildings very easily. He's completely cut off. And then also, obviously, he gets attacked from that castle. And then there was a future castle. It all stemmed from that. And he let everything else pretty much just die. That was amazing. I mean, as a player in a game, you don't want to just give up your town centers like that. But it was the winning play. And honestly, if he had fletching and bodkin and like ballistics, the castles would have done so much more. But even just castles without fletching was an unbreakable position. Yeah, so there's the KD. Chart obviously slaughtered units that game. But economically, Upudding with the fish. I had a lot of food there. Chart needed to control the hill. Needed to at least have some control on water, and he wasn't able to do it. And we will move into the final game here. We've got people gifting subs on YouTube right now. Let's go, Ron. Thank you, Ron. Chat, is that a YouTube-only cast right there? That was sick. I think that has to go to YouTube at some point. I think YouTube main channel might be a little focused on Titans League, but damn! YouTube, if you see this and you want to see the next game, which you probably should because whoever wins it survives. Whoever loses it is out of the league. Check out the description. Check out the extras channel. We will have it there for you. So, yeah, we might not see too many more stranded games like that. All right. I might be sniffly, but we will power through. We will move on to the next game, guys, here in just a moment. Thank you, Jacob, on YouTube for being there. What's up? The Watcher on YouTube says, the term YOLO was last popular in like, what, 2011? Listen, The Watcher 23, go look up the year that Age of Empires 2 came out, and maybe you'll understand how an Age of Empires 2 caster would still say the word YOLO, okay? This game came out well before the term YOLO, so I think it's acceptable that I say YOLO every now and then, all right? Let's not be so judgy. Scavenger, thank you for the 4 months. Squid Vicious, thank you for the 13 months. If I was saying fat, P-H-A-T, I was like, yo, bro, that was fat. That was rad. Maybe I could face a little bit more judgment. But the Watcher was not expecting me to see that message. I'm sorry, man. I read YouTube chat, okay? I'm not going to stream on YouTube and not see the chat. I feel like I'm maybe a little bit more testy because I'm sick. But I say it with love, all right? Just like you guys do to me. I hope. I pray. Here we go. All right, so this is for all the marbles. This is for fourth place. Winner here will not have to do any qualification process, which could be very difficult to get back into Silver League. They would just simply be a silver player for the next season. Honestly, with how good both of them are, I think they can go into Silver League. I think they could potentially make it to Gold. I think they both underperformed this season, but not in this series. So we got Chart going for the Mayans. He immediately brings his Eagle forward, so he will try and lame in the all-important third game. And then we have Upudding playing as the Wei. And Wei, if they have the time, if they can research their ecotechs, they get more villagers than anyone else in the game. So a new villager for every ecotech is very strong. So I really like Chart trying to slow it down, especially because Mayans start with the extra vills. So it might be a little bit of motivation. It's like, I'm not letting you get to the extra vills. I start with the extra vill. I'm the OG. Finding the 2 pigs will be helpful. Finding the 3rd pig will be very helpful. There's also a boar there. But I don't think taking the boar is very smart if it's in the back. I'll take the pig, though. Villagers over there. Chart's going to kill the pig. Oh, nope, he can't because it's his now. Give it back to him. If you give the pig back to Upudding, maybe you can kill it. But no, he steals it. That is 4 pigs stolen so far. It would be absolute madness to steal that boar. So he'll just pass through. But Chart has been aggressive when he can be. Behind this, Chart with 3 on wood. Would not be surprised to see 4 on wood for some militia. And, oh, this is really nice as well. If he can stop this deer push. Oh, that's so good. Oh, what a start. What a start for Chart. So you steal food. The only thing that Upudding can do to recover the food is to push in the Ibex from this side and from this side. But the Eagle blocks him off from doing that. Upudding will now just come over this way. to try and push in the next Ibex. I think Chart should go home now. When you come forward this quickly, you're missing your own resources. So he probably should just go home now. But he's not doing so. If he stops this next Ibex, that would be really impressive. But he's thinking about it. He's unsure. That Ibex has gone home. He probably looked over there, said, okay, it's not moving. And now he looks here and he sees this one. This is so smart, man. And guys, in ranked Arabia games and stuff, like everyone acts like they're best friends. Nobody steals anything. In tournaments, gloves are off. And I like that. Like, it's a completely different game when it's tourney mode and everything's fair game. Beautiful job from Chart. It's why win rate actually for Mayans, Aztecs, Incas, probably a bit lower in ranked games because people don't like to steal and use the early eagle. But Chart, he knows exactly what the situation is. He has those pigs coming back to his base. His resources also last 10% longer as the Mayans. And he has slowed down the food income for Upudding. The Upudding already pre-walling the wood line. And he just has to keep trying here. He should be able to push in the Ibex eventually, because the Eagle is going home now. You can't kill the Ibex with the Eagle. You can only just block it and push it. If you could kill the Ibex with the Eagle, that would be insanely strong. So yeah, in theory, you can move out here and you can recover the food on the sides with a mill, but then your villagers are exposed. So players don't want to do that. Look at Upudding. He's missing out on the res underneath his TC right now. And what this means is, if he wants military, he cannot get both ecotechs. But then you're stuck because you're also the way, and you want both ecotechs to get the extra vills. You have to choose one or the other. I think you have to respect that your opponent will go army and probably just get one ecotech. But this definitely changes how this game plays out. And villagers will go to gold for Chart. Villagers, I think, are going to go to the side for Chart as well. And the barracks is up, and he will want man-at-arms. So delay your opponent's feudal age. Immediate follow-up pressure. It reminds me so much of what Chart did in the first game. Very different, obviously. The first game, it was a hybrid map, but I would say 60-40 chances right now for Chart. It's been that dominant of a start. But Upudding, if he can stay safe from the pressure, has a civ that can stabilize this. And he also knows what's coming in. He sees the flag. He knows it will be man-at-arms. Angel says, Red can't push his own deer. Does it balance out for him, or does he not need his deer? Well, he has the extra sheep, right? So he has the extra sheep. He doesn't need the deer. And with the map control, he's actually taking the risk to move out this way. So I think in Chart's mind, he's kind of... His opening forces his opponent to not be able to take this food. And his opening also slowed down the amount of like food income in general because he stole the pigs. The only option for Upudding is to wall up and play defensive now. He has no choice. But the walls are very nice. He'll somehow full wall this. It's a very nice base for it. The gold is still in the back. He is getting the horse collar upgrade, which you wouldn't normally do in an archer build, but he's doing that because you get the additional vill. And Upudding does see those villagers are out here, so... The Chart really likes those fast archer follow-ups. His archer range is up, and he'll be adding in the archers. Really nice for him that he doesn't need the, mill soon because he still has the food, so he can go blacksmith for fast fletching. Fletching should be very far off here for Upudding. When you get both... Oh, wait, actually, hold on. He didn't get double bit axe. Soulified in chat says, T90, the quality is really low. Is it a problem on my end? If you mean the visual quality, yes, it's a problem on your end. If you mean the commentary quality, then you have higher standards than I can match, unfortunately. And I'll try and be better. But I think you are saying the overall visual quality. Okay, visual. Okay, cool. I thought you were making fun of me there. I'll still try and be better, but yeah, just do a refresh, I'd say. But do you really need fletching right now if you're Upudding? I wonder if he knows he didn't get double bit. I can't really think of justification for skipping double bid X. Okay, there it is. Well, he got Horse Collar and double bid X is a little late. I think it's risky to be moving out, though. Maybe it's a risk worth taking. He knows the villagers are over here. Ooh, but Chart is building a tower there. I don't know, though, because if Chart Tower is there, then his wood line's exposed. Upudding really needs a blacksmith. Upudding also might want to get to Tiger Cab this game, so maybe getting to stone could be his long term. He does not know about that tower. That is a really good read from Chart. It got really quiet out there. Chart's got the upgrades. Chart's got the army. Upudding will play damage control. I'm sure he's getting really excited right now. He's like, oh man, 4 free villager kills. Let's go. And then he sees the tower. And Chart looked for that too. I think Chart can defend from that as well. Because he didn't see the army from Upudding active on the map, he kept archers at home. So he should be able to match this. I'm so sorry for the sniffles. You have no idea. I'm fighting off a sneeze so hard right now. This cold is more annoying than anything, but it's game number 3, man. It's game number 3. We've got to focus up. Be better, immune system. Please be better. Upudding. Balls away. We have 0 kills, 0 deaths in the final game of Titans League for these two players. Winner stays alive, loser goes down. And to be honest, I do think that... So the way it would work for whoever gets relegated, next season they would play in the big bronze bracket. And they could just make it right back here. So season 6 of silver or whatever, they're back in. But still, there's a lot of good players that are going to be in that bracket that you never really know. It's not group stage then. It's just like a single knockout bracket. So you just don't want to put yourself in that position. And yeah, so far Chart holding the map control, which he's so often done this series. Snipes 2 archers there, and we'll just march right forward again. No problems with the sniffles. General question, do you have a mute button? I do have a mute button, but it's like kind of off to the far end of my desk. We believe in the natural experience here on this channel. Muting is like editing out my failures and faults, and we feel that that is untruthful to the audience, so... But no, the mute button's just really awkward to click, so... I think Upudding is still microing it well. I think Castle Age is going to be the worrisome time, but if he can clear this right now and clear the archers, who cares about Castle Age? He needs to chase this down right now. There's a very small buffer army for Chart. And if Upudding cuts to the left, he needs to cut to the left to prevent the escape. Yeah, this is a good find, but the archers have to follow, right? The archers have to be there for the man-at-arms. All Chart wants is to save these archers and get home. He's really regretting moving as far forward as he has without more eagles. I think the difference in the game may have been how Upudding judged that fight. I think he had a chance to cut those archers off, and those archers wouldn't have had a chance to go home. He does snipe 1. But the rest of the archers can probably fall back now. And when you invest into this many skirms and get the armor upgrade, you do delay your castle time. Upudding will drop the market now. Chart isn't fully walled. He's been very aggressive. But he should be able to get the walls down. Just double checking the trees. Yeah, trees are no problem. He'll just move to a different wood line. Oh, there's a hole! Oh my god, there's a hole there. He was not counting on that. His archers are all the way over here. Ooh, and he can't tower because he towered the left side. Upudding almost doesn't seem to trust that he can do damage here. Upudding, go in. Go in. Stay. Stay. Stay a while. Go back. Go back. He leaves. Oh, man. He doesn't want to lose his army. He thinks there's an army coming in to clear him. He doesn't have many archers, so maybe he's worried about the eagles. But I think from what we can see, if he runs in, he can do some real damage back there. He doesn't know how many eagles are in the barracks. But Chart's going to be loving that. Chart could just march forward. Chart will get crossbow. Chart will get bodkin. Upudding still massing skirms at home. But the wood lines and the golds are such a problem here. Upudding is building houses here instead of palisades. I really hate it when people delete their own palisades like that. Because if you built the house there just one tile further behind, you still have the house and the palisade. It's the right thinking to keep it secured, though, and he's going to get hit here. Hate's maybe a strong word. But his wood situation on both sides is going to be problematic. 50 seconds away from Castle Age for Upudding, and there will be 2 separate armies from Chart to deal with. And Chart knows. You move off of this wood line, you then have to move this direction. And Chart will camp the farms. Chart could break through there too. Oh man, and all of Upudding's army is over here. This is a real problem. Yeah, stable's good. That blocks the pathing. Will force the units in towards the town center. Probably still needs to pull a couple vills. Upudding has the market to balance out his resources. He hasn't lost many vills. He knows about this army. He's getting elite skirm. Another game where Chart gets ballistics early. Reminds me of game number 1. There's arguments, though, that siege is the best play here. You could maybe do both, but going ballistics against elite skirm doesn't help you that much. You're still kind of in a bad spot, and Upudding clears that. I'd like to see an immediate response. Yeah, delete the house run through. Exactly. Upudding's doing the right things here. It would be such a waste of time to run the whole way around. And so, Upudding is the way. He knows the way. If you lose 2 villagers, when you can research tons of eco-text to get those villagers back, is probably okay. I think he needs to secure the side of his base. Right now, his scout is up here in the north, looking to see if Chart will do anything. But if anything, Chart was going to go over here. Chart's economy is definitely not the prettiest eco ever. Like, when he hits these crossbow timings, it's oftentimes using the market, and it's timed perfectly to get to Castle Age, not necessarily to boom. And you don't have a lot of mobility right now if you're Chart. So I like the second town center, but it'll be tough for him right now. I think he's doing the right thing to recognize he needs to wait for more numbers and just wait for the counter. The defensive siege workshop is perfect against the skirms. So you do a little mini boom here. Add eco, wait for your eco to rise, and then you can make a switch. Stay calm, stay relaxed, add the siege, and yeah, Upudding needs to back up. Now Upudding needs a second TC, in my opinion. And I think he needs a wood line. So go all the way over here, all the way over here. Sorry, that was me using my mute button. Mute button guy, there you go. I've got a bit of a sneezing fit coming in, so I might not speak for a little while. Okay. It's just super annoying, dude. It's super annoying. Again, I feel like my body's trolling me with the sneezes. The last time I had a cold, it was like this too. There it is for Upudding. I think you can argue this is very late for the second town center, but look at how much map control he has right now. He's active on the left side. He knows exactly where Chart is there. He's active on the right side. Chart is struggling, guys. I think that second town center being in the middle where there's so little wood is going to become such a massive problem for him. But he is getting to a critical mass of siege and crossbows. He also is pretty heavy on stone. He does have 3 town centers as well. He does still have the villager lead. Crossbow count is healthy. Siege count is healthy. I would love to see a siege workshop from Upudding towards the middle. He will drop another town center over here. Skirmishers on this side for Upudding kind of died at the town center there. He had the 5 or 6 of them. It's the downside of microing so many different armies, right? John Base should be good against the crossbowmen. if they're in similar numbers. Where they'll struggle is actually against the siege. There's quite a few Janbeis in the middle for Upudding that he hasn't really been using, so Chart will be surprised by this. Chart thinks he has the numbers advantage, and there's going to be 20 out of nowhere. So I would be marching forward right now. And then he might lose everything. And then Chart might be relegated out of silver. Here we go. Big shots needed for Chart. His micro's been insane all day. That's a good shot. Look how weak the Janbeis are. But the Janbeis also wreck the group of crossbows. Split micros needed. Upudding splits into the shot. Not ideal. But he will take the mangonel. He will still hold the map control. And the map control is still critical. Resources collected is so close. And guys, Chart is going to play towards Imp right now. He's just thinking about his options. He's looking at his eco. He's just thinking, I don't have enough to move out. My resources are rising. Let's play fast Imp, Arbalest. Maybe that can win the game. Meanwhile, 4 TC boom for Upudding. I think Upudding's Imp time can be pretty solid, but it will not be as quick as Chart's. And 32 farms for Chart against the 13 for Upudding. Upudding has the town centers, but he doesn't have the food eco. He doesn't have the farms. A lot of the wood is invested into the Janbeis right now. But he had a lot of food floating. When you're late to the town centers, you can be 4 TCs. Obviously, you need to have more farms added, though, at a certain point. I think it's the correct call from Chart to just chill. Moving out against this army, you lose your army. I like this castle, considering the circumstances. It protects the side of your base. Now I'd like to see a second and a third archer range. I think you need max numbers. But, like, man, he's so good with the imp timings here. It'll be crazy, though, because if Upudding can fix his eco, which he has not done. I'm looking back. He's not adding any farms. But if Upudding can have castles around the map and stuff, he'll gain a pretty nice Vil lead. He'll have a lot of map control. He also has some deadly units he can switch into. Still feel like Upudding, just because of the moment, is just leaned a little too hard into the aggression. There's a clear difference between the players, between like eco and aggression. I guess, at least in this game. Ooh, that would be a nice find, but there's not much Upudding can do about that. Chart will build that town center and has the crossbows on the left side protecting. Just being patient, sitting behind the walls, fixing the economy. Wondering what the response is for Upudding. Oh, God. Okay, will he see the whole group is there? Okay, that's enough where I think you castle here because you have eco. I just don't know. Where he places his castle is pretty important right now. Because he might misread the game. He might think that he can go forward with it or something, which would be a mistake. Also, I wonder what he does with the eco when he sees imp from Chart. First thing you want is an immediate fight against this army before it's upgraded, but you're never going to get there with all your army in time. So I think then you want imp yourself, and then you want to sell off your wood and buy food or something. And obviously defensive castles. But castle in the middle is arguably more important than the castle on the side. Because there's stone and gold there in all your archer ranges. Yeah, he's using the market. He wants the fight. He's at least forcing this back. Giving himself some time. Upudding will idle his town centers now. He will click up to imp. He has enough stone for 2 castles. And oh my god, he's missing a building. Oh, I hate it, dude. Ah! Okay, he's on the way to imp now. Soon. We've all been there. It's so painful to not have your second building there. Click up! Click up! Click up to imp! Click up to imp! Is he missing another one? No, he had the university, right? There he goes. Oh my god. Oh, well, he can't drop a castle here now. Castle here could be kind of suicide. Luckily, he could always protect his wood line. Castle in the middle could be bad as well. I don't know, guys. I think Chart has cooked up something here. His eco has been so good. Look at how many farms he has. And now he's on Arbalest. 2.5 minutes till his opponent is an imp. And he can just march forward right now. That's exactly what he's going to do. Upudding is looking for that, though. He's looking to cut off reinforcements, maybe. He will find the Vills. That'd be a really nice find. I don't think he can kill them all, though. I think that castle's still going up. The Arbalest can just turn around. Chart also re-walls it. Upudding's archer ranges are so important here. Upudding will drop his own castle, knowing what's to come. I'm not sure his castle completes, but even if it does, it can just be trebbed, right? I just think he doesn't really know how to approach this right now. He's trying his best. Population's actually ahead. But the next couple minutes are going to be really painful. Okay, his castle does complete. He is getting some raids over on the left side. Chart will make trebuchets. Upudding taking the north now. We'll clear this up a little. Still has activity up there. Still has army back here. He does have the villager lead. And he can make traction trebs. So double siege workshop behind for traction trebs against the castle would be strong. Maybe he can hold. He still has lots of stone. Game is so close. So close. And yeah, we have another series after this. Ozone Combito. Last series of Silver Leagues coming up after this. Yikes. More like Gone Bays, am I right? They're all dead. Painful. Now, he still has 35 of them. I guess he has another group over here. He has fixed his economy. He is making a double traction treb. I like the idea of just repairing here and keeping this castle up for as long as you can. I like the idea of skirms. Skirms are always good. The upgrades he's getting as well apply to his Jean base. Nice shot from Upudding to still be in this game. But, I mean, the worry is the Eagle switch. If you're going full range units against Mayans, and Mayans have all the gold locked down, which Chart will. Chart will have this gold available. Chart will also castle... Oh, well, he's going to try and castle here for that gold. El Dorado Eagle switch is deadly. Capture Age is bugged, so it shows the red X, but it's 100 HP for Eagles. Ooh! That's not a bad find for Upudding. Upudding keeps banking on the fact that at some point Chart is going to come to the north. Like, he keeps waiting for it. It hasn't happened yet. And Upudding's castle falls. And now the traction trebs need to be protected. Well, traction trebs are probably protected for now. The Eagle switch is a very lengthy switch. It takes a lot of time and a lot of upgrades. Whereas Jean Bays and Skirms are good now. At what point will players need to get the relics too? I think Chart's maybe working on it. There he is. He's going to get one. That's where the barracks will go up for him. Chart has positioned his trebs behind to somehow range the traction trebs there. Anything you can do to give yourself another minute or two in this game is so important. But I think Upudding recognizes that. And Upudding, guys, has 200 pop. How is he not dead? 200 pop. Also extremely patient, too. So if he takes his castle down, he can just replace it with a castle of his own and take his golds and take that stone. Jean Bays get into the back. Looks like they raided quite a few vills. The Arbs will clear it, though. Only 96 villagers for Chart. I don't know if Chart can afford El Dorado. He has the gold available, but he doesn't really have the gold being mined. Now, Upudding just slowly marching forward with the traction trebs. I think Upudding can win this game if he foresees the Eagle switch. It's gotten way too quiet. He needs to go for a unit that can compete with the Eagles. If he doesn't do that... Okay, so here it is, right? He's thinking about it already. He'll probably drop stables. If he doesn't do that, he dies. The front of his base is still wide open. And the left of base is still wide open. Oh, God. And he wants a castle there? Right now, of all times? He had the north the whole game, and now there's Arbalest going. Oh, God. And now the Eagles are here. The Eagles are here. Elite Eagles. They don't have El Dorado. So they don't have the HP that they need to necessarily finish the game here. The castle's still standing for Chart. He does lose a lot of his arms. The traction trebs are still here. And the Jean-Bays helped out there against the Eagles. Not sure what happened here. I think the Arbs killed the villagers. They're moving in. Upudding needs to notice that. Upudding is running really low on gold right now. Chart's castle has taken so much damage here. It's taken 14k damage, but he has kept this castle up. And now the Eagles will come down here. This is perfect. Eagles are going to be deadly here. El Dorado is on the way for Chart. In the north, Chart is raiding Upudding's eco. Can Chart do this? He is about to lose the castle. But oh man, what a raid. Upudding's castle here will help the rest of the vills, but not these. And as he finally takes down the castle, he really needs the stone to secure this area in the middle. That's the issue. He can't take that stone. He can't take that gold. Started to place a castle up here. Even that got denied. So now the Vil count's even again. I just don't think that Upudding has enough here. His army is really large, though. He's got like 25 more Jean-Bays in queue. So maybe with the Lycav meat shield, he can do this. It's pretty much just Eagles for Chart. The Upudding really needs a garrison here. The castle will eventually shoot down those Eagles. This is what the Eagles need to do as well, right? Get into different positions. Split up. Upudding will have his death ball, but you just need to raid. And raid he has. Villagers are just dying everywhere. Upudding does not have the stone for a castle. He is pushing the castle from Chart in the middle. Chart's going to be up to 50 Eagles. Would love Chart to get the upgrades. But look, the Eagles back here, they force Upudding's hand, and now Chart will send everything to the front. I think if they had the attack upgrades, they might win the game. Without all the attack upgrades, the Jean-Bay numbers may be good enough. It has to be now. That's all you have. And your economy is in ruins. You're down to 76 vills. Chart's killed like 90 vills over the last couple minutes. But the Jean-Bays are still there. The golds is all mainly here. There is very little gold left on this side. It's all these golds through the middle right now. It's less than 10k gold remaining. Which means your traction trebs can't die. Upudding. Oh, and the pathing as well, sent it around the stone. Poof. Another unique tech Chart should get is the skirm upgrade. I think if he gets Holchit, his skirms fire an extra projectile. If he wants to play skirms, it's a very good addition here. But I think he just needs patience. He's waiting for more range units, waiting for the Eagles. Upudding's base is always exposed in the middle, which is a horrible position to be in, so it comes down to this fight. Kind of the same for Chart, to be honest. If Chart loses the middle, it's game over as well. It just feels so fitting. Final game of the season. Win it, you stay in silver, lose it, you're out. The army count's insanely good for Upudding. I'm just not sure about the army type. And the Lycav, it's not really a meat shield because it's so weak with the lack of armor upgrades. He doesn't have the gold for the upgrades. He does have the hill. Hill is best case scenario. Traction trebs can hit the skirms. Is that enough? I don't know. I don't think so. The Eagles can snipe the traction trebs. The skirms and arbs can help against the Jean-Bay. The trebs from Chart can take down the town center. Still was very close. I don't know. It was still really close. But Chart can make more. Chart has the better economy. So Chart can reproduce units. And you're not going to see Upudding remake traction trebs anytime soon. And it went from 0 skirmishers to now 50 skirmishers for Chart. It's not even about the Eagles anymore. And there's the upgrade. There's Hulcha. So I'll have the superior skirmishers. The only thing that Upudding's making is range units. I guess there is the occasional melee unit, but still lacking upgrades. And because Chart has not had this single-minded avoidance of upgrading his Mayan skirms, or making the Mayan skirms, if you know that meme. Chart is going to win this game. And even though he was basically bottom of the group the entire season, I think the last 2 rounds he has stellar performances, and he is going to stay alive. I think it's over, guys. And I think, like we saw earlier today, the players are going to be pretty heartbroken about it. Because there is meaning, Upudding will continue to fight. He'll fall back. He'll hope for more light cav, hope for more upgrades, but I'm just not seeing the positives now. It was that imp time from Chart. And also, that castle was there for so long. That was so well played. It took 15k damage before it went down. Just repairing that gave him so much time. The Mayan skirms meme is some dude who is basically saying that pros lose because of the single... I forget the quote. Maybe somebody can quote it. Somebody said that they knew better than pros, and they said that pros lose a lot with Mayans because of the single-minded stubbornness avoidance of the Hulch's skirms. Something like that. And then that poor guy has been quoted by casters and players alike ever since. So... And I'm not saying they were wrong. I think Mayan skirms are underused. I just think the way it was phrased was maybe a little aggressive. It was a phrasing issue, not necessarily a point he was making. Again, Upudding, he continues to take 50-50 fights. I mean, maybe I'm missing something here. But he's still in the game. His eco's up to 60 on food. He really needs to get the melee armor upgrade for his cav, though. I think he would need more gold income for that. But he does have 2 relics. Chart is a civ that I guess you don't necessarily rely on gold if you can make the skirms and the halbs. Skirms and the halbs can still be really strong, but it's very hard to raid now. Eagles will still die to the castle, and eagles are costly, so you don't want that. You want your eagles in the main fight, and maybe Upudding can start to get some raids in on the left. Yeah, Upudding is armored out on Cav from what he can research with the blacksmith, but there's a unique tech, guys. I'm forgetting the name of it because Capture Age is bugged, but the unique tech gives you +4 melee armor. So that's what I meant when I said armor. It's not necessarily helpful against the skirms, though. It would be helpful, way more helpful against the eagles. And I guess, like, maybe against the halbs, but I still just think the issue for Upudding is his main base is gone. But he is getting more upgrades. He does have a lot of stables, and he's got a lot to fight for here. So maybe there's a chance. I think the fact that Chart doesn't have a castle here gives him chances. But Chart's got a castle deep in his eco here, in the middle here. If he gets a castle here, and then there's also the castle in the north, he's pretty well protected. And yeah, maybe Chart overboomed at 150 vils, but I don't think you're not going to complain about that. You still have a very good economy. You still like your chances with the map position. Once you take all this stone and gold, then you can delete some vils later on. What a game. A Heart's gonna, or a Chart, sorry, is gonna go for Halb now. So just get all your late game technologies. Halb makes sense. But Upudding's not tapping anytime soon. And whoa! That's a lot of light cap from Upudding. Okay. And he's about to have +4 attack. He'll clear this. Also, I think he's selling off to save for the unique tech I was talking about. Definitely a tech you need to get here. 73 on food. Has Chart, like... Oh, wait, did he just lose the... What happened? I think he just lost his blacksmith. So he's not going to get the +4 attack. No! But there's... Oh, Tuntian. Okay, so Tuntian, you get what? Like, soldiers passively produce food when they fight? That's not the tech you want, though. You want the other tech. I guess that tech's not horrible. Just thinking, was Chart too passive here, or is he just playing it safe? I think he's just taking his time. He doesn't want to overextend. And keep an eye on his Vil count. I think there is a point where he might delete some villagers to have a big wave of eagles. He will drop a castle this way, and he's bringing his trebs. Yeah, that's the way to do it. You know Upudding is fully in the south. Drop a castle here to protect your trebs and make a push for this area. You clear either one of the sides, it's probably over. Still find it extremely risky for Chart to not have any castles here. That is a lot of exposed Vils. But losing Vils is not bad for him. So losing Vils could actually benefit him. And here comes the trebs. There goes the castle. Villagers are going to get slaughtered, but the villagers will be replaced by eagles. And if there's 50 eagles again, 50 eagles are going to be a real problem. The Chart is even stonewalling this. He expects Upudding to be here, but Upudding stables are over here. Upudding's got to go all the way across to get there. And all right, Chart's down to 122 Vils. He lost a lot with that raid. It's just one of those things that's good for Upudding if he can survive. If he can survive the flood, that raid was worth it. But this is the downside of raiding your opponent when they have that good of an economy and that many units in queue. Now they're going to have the army lead, and I don't think he can compete anymore. It's now 77 army for Chart. The town center's gone down. The Vils will all be raided over here. And Chart will drop more castles in the corners of the map, controlling the wood line. It was a good fight back from Upudding. I thought he was dead like 15 minutes ago. But I just do not think he has the army now. Especially if Chart has helps. Hussars trade okay against the Eagles. At least for their cost. But Halbs just completely shred them. And there's not much of an eco anymore for Upudding to make more Jean Bays. He doesn't want to call it quits. He doesn't want to accept that this is likely over. But I don't know. This is a year in advance. We haven't seen the bracket yet. I would be inclined to say that Upudding will probably be Silver League again next year. It's just that he would have to fight for it and earn his way back, right? I could be wrong. There will be a lot of motivated players. We could have upsets. There's no guarantees, of course. A lot can change in a year. But Chart will not have to requalify for it. Chart will be sitting pretty in silver. And he's even going for elite plumed archer now. Yeah, he's I guess plumes are... A mass of plumes with Halbs is probably easier to use than skirmishers long term, so... Yeah, I doubt there's going to be a situation like Jordan in the bracket, Danny Winks, but the Jordan situation was pretty unique because Jordan retired and had to fight his way back. But the point is, I mean, you could just face a really good player and you might have an off day, right? You have an off day and then rip. That's what happened to quite a few players in that bracket. Yeah, there's the risk that something goes wrong. Yeah, maybe there's a balance change. Maybe someone has a YOLO strat. Maybe you get unlucky with a map. Like, high-level AoE can be brutal. So it's going to be sad for Upudding to drop down. And that's why he's still playing on here. Which I respect. And for our schedule, I think we're going to have 30 minutes yet for the next series. So better we have a game than not, I guess. But he can't push back. Chart can build 2 more castles on the map. He's got 6 already. I would say maybe a castle over here in case you get raided there would be perfect. I think plumed archers, more of a dual purpose threat right now. They're good against the Hussars and they're good against the Jean Bays. And slowly but surely, Upudding will come to grips with his fate. But yeah, I don't think it was Skirms that won the game. I don't think it was necessarily Eagles that won the game. I think it was Imp that won the game. How Chart played Castle Age was kind of crazy. He just sat in his base, defended, and then he hit Imp and went forward with the immediate castle. And that first castle allowed him to do everything else. I think this does say something about the way as well, right? The fact that Upudding is still not dead goes to show you how dangerous they are with this Yanbei Hussar comp. He hasn't had the gold, he hasn't had the stone, he hasn't had the relics, he hasn't had the Vil lead in a while, and he's still pumping. But the chart can just take his time and know that he has the castles every single area of the map, except the left, which really bothers me. But I think the second he gets attacked there, he'll probably drop a castle there. Doesn't really feel like there's a need. Martin says Pudding can still win this. If Pudding still wins this, I'll lose my mind. If he had golds and he could maybe go for siege, I would maybe agree with you. But I don't see a way that he can ever push these castles. He has no golds. And the only gold that's been on the map has been all charts, right? Then these late game scenarios, you're talking about controlling corners of the map. And you're talking about castle positions, right? So like this corner's completely gone. This is the only corner he has. Eventually he will be worn down. But he's not going to call it until he's been killed. Until he's sure, because maybe Chart... Who knows? Maybe Chart's cat is an aggressive one and will hop on the keyboard. Maybe Chart will shift delete all of his plumed archers. Anything can happen. GG. Great series. Great series. Amazing play from both of them. I think while it did come down to this final game, you just got to remember they played 15 games. So we talked with Turs about it earlier in the day. It's like this format, every game matters, right? Maybe it's the first 2 weeks. Maybe there was a game in there where Upudding through. He should have won week 1, week 2, week 3. And he could have lost this 2-1 and still survived. That's just, it all adds up. So ultimately, I think that the cool thing about anyone who gets relegated out of silver or even gets this experience is that's 15 tournament games where they get a feel for the nerves, the pressure, the stakes. They also get some decent amount of money in their pocket. So really good for everyone here in this group. I'll pull up the group here to look at the standings there. But what a banger series, man. And for Chart, game 2, losing that game could have been so painful and exhausting, and he still came back and played like a beast. Just like the straight stamina to do that is amazing. That was a 2-hour play all 3. That is what we've scheduled play all 3s to be. But oftentimes we haven't had so far this season. So actually got our full money's worth there. So yeah, I'll pull it up on Liquipedia once it's updated on Liquipedia. But for now, we can pull it up in our little stat sheet here. One sec. Go here. And they were in Group A. Well, what group were they in? They were in Group B. So the final series coming up, Kambita versus Ozone. That'll be in about like 15 minutes. But Chart wins 2-1, which puts Upudding at the bottom. Upudding with 5 wins relegated. Survivalist with 4 wins relegated. Chart with 6 wins surviving. And then you have Ozone with 7 wins, guaranteed for playoffs. It's just a matter of where they end up. And so in the final silver series, it'll be Kambito needs a 3-0 to get to first place and auto-promote to gold. Which, context, last time he played Ozone, he beat him 3-0. So it has happened before. And then if he doesn't, if he were to win 2-1, Say My Name still gets first. And then if for Ozone to change his placement, Ozone would need 3 wins as well. So they both got to aim for the sweep. And Ozone was saying that he doesn't want to be third place because that would mean he faces his practice partner Blue in the playoffs. So there's a lot of motivation for him to get to the second place to face somebody else in the playoff position. So yeah, in Kambito's case, he cannot win a tiebreak over Say My Name. Shadow Shell says, I thought Kambito and Ozone already played. Good memory. They played in the bronze bracket, which was the qualifier for silver and gold. So it is a bit of a rematch. Sorry, guys. I just have this constant tickle in my nose. It's super annoying. It's like every 5 to 7 minutes now, I'm fighting off sneezing. I'm going to power through, but it's just annoying. So we have like apparently 20 minutes until the next series starts. Any questions, guys? Any thoughts? I think I'll take a quick break after some questions, and then we'll come back, and I'll be geared up for the next one. Yeah, no, really, I'm fine. That's a big thing that I've already done, actually. He says, it'd be interesting to compare the winnings from Silver League to what these players have won in their entire AoE2 career. Yeah, I mean, let's look at that. And I think it's worth showing players who've probably been around a very long time, right? Versus players who haven't been around a long time, because it doesn't really prove our point. So let's go with who's been around a minute. So like Gabby. Gabby's been around a very long time. All right. So Gabby right now, we don't know what her winnings will be, but she's got $100 from wins. And then let's say Gabby ends up being 9th through 12th, which is probably lower than what she would end up getting. But let's say she ends up getting there. That would be what? $450, right? So Gabby has earned in her entire career, I guess you guys can't see it here. She's earned in her entire career $3,300. She's been active since 2010. So 3,300 is her career winnings. Titans League Silver at minimum for her probably right now would net her $450, $500, which is like, that's a sizable amount of money, I would argue. You can actually see in 2025, her total for all tournaments combined was 430. So it would already surpass that. 2024, her total was 350. So yeah, man, like the money in silver is huge for these guys, as well as the experience. And so if you look through it, it's the case for a lot of them, right? Thank you, Reddy, for updating Liquipedia. But yeah, I don't know. There's going to be some variance there. Like Stark has had a longer career, and Stark has had like really big performances, but Stark also had big performances before the money was as high as it is in AoE. So that's the other part of it. Oh my god. Dude, Stark's photo on Liquipedia, though, he's with his bat. For those that don't know, Stark put anyone he beats, for a period, he would write their name on his bat. So you can see Rietz. You can see, that's Leary there. There's Vivi. I think that's Veleza. There's Mr. Yo. I hope I'm not on there. I would be on there. There's Sobek. So yeah, anyways, but Stark has been active for like 20 years. Career earnings is 11K. You look back and see what he's accomplished. So like, wow, it takes us back to 2012. Did Stark not have any earnings in the prior years? Oh no. So Stark has done really well in team game events. Like 1v1 earnings from 2024 was $1,000. So that this season would be half that already. Year before it was like $400. So even for someone like Stark, it's still like really good money. So, and what does that do when you're a player who puts in time and effort and actually gets rewarded? You're motivated. You want to play more. And it's not about like how much you could spend the money on, really. It might be. But no longer is it, oh, I just lost to like, I just trained for 2 weeks to lose to a top 16 player in the first or second round and get $0. It builds confidence because you're in a group, you're in a category of players which are similar to your skill level. And the goal there is to grow the player base, right? And players are more motivated to continue to play and compete, make some more money, grow, and then maybe they will be top 16 in the future. So it's an exciting part about TTL. Griffith, thank you for the Prime. Hunger, thank you for the 14 months. T90, when will we have the new patch? New patch is tomorrow. We'll have Platinum League kicking off tomorrow. Which, I don't know how much of a schedule we have public for everybody right now on that. Honestly, had a nightmarish time getting things scheduled with Platinum. We ask for one play all 3 a week. We do everything we can to make it as easy as possible to schedule. We're following up with people all the time. I'm hoping we have no big delays. It should be Friday through Monday, 3 sets a day. So my fingers are crossed on that. Sorry I can't bring the full schedule yet. But yeah, JBR is working on it. Got it. Cool. Thank you. The donations will only go text to speech if it's $20. Just because I didn't want spam, but thank you, Donut, for the $5 dono. He says, buy an apple and get healthy. Thank you. I have an apple downstairs, so maybe I'll do that during my break. T9, did you have an ultimate goal you'd like to achieve for TTL in the future? For example, would 250K make you feel like this is finally at its peak? Yeah, I definitely have things I'd want to improve with this. Money is one of the biggest ones because it makes it more exciting for everybody and more motivating. To be honest, how much effort and energy I put into that is based fully on how much of that energy is matched by the people who participate. So, you know, this is so much time, energy, and effort, and I really enjoy it, and the viewership is absolutely sick. But, like, you know, after the season, I'm just going to look back and see, like, is it worth trying to go through all the phone calls that need to happen, all the things that we have to do, all the sacrifices to make it a LAN and all that? Like, are players going to be on board with that? And you really hope everybody is. So I don't know. 250K would obviously make it much bigger. But every season I've tried to improve in incremental steps to make everything better, which we have done. Map pool's been better. The structure of the event's been better, at least in like the lower leagues. So I'm happy with it right now. But my brain's always thinking about what we can do. All right. Which silver player has the best chance to get to platinum in 2 to 5 years? Which silver player has the best chance to get to plat? I mean, realistically, you should probably go by the players who got promoted then, right? So this isn't updated. I guess we'll look at Wikipedia. I don't know. It's a tough question to answer. Let me pull up the list of names. I said this yesterday. I think that there's a certain threshold of how long you've been around, right? And it's years and years. But, like, there's a certain threshold. Like, people improve, and they hit a wall. And then from there, you might have minor improvements over, like, the next year or two. From there, minor improvements over the next year or two. But there's definitely, like, that hitting the wall that happens. And so I would be inclined to pick people who don't have, like, who I wouldn't have said hit that wall yet. Like, someone like Bad Koala has been around a super long time. Stark's been around a super long time. Now, Stark looked amazing. But do I think that Stark can go from winning silver to necessarily getting auto-promoted up to gold next season? I don't know. I think that's tough. Stark was there before, so he should be one. But no, as far as, like, a new player in silver right now, I would probably pick Blue, Niaz, Kambito, Antagonist, Ozone. Probably like those players. Because they're younger. They haven't had this super lengthy career already. And they're clearly improving, like, step by step by step in the events. Those would be the names that come to mind for me. So, but it'll be fun to see, you know? Especially if you watch season to season. Are you considering organizing a new season of TTL again later this year? As of now, the plan is once a year, and asking me about planning anything else right now when we're still trying to just manage having this season run well is very overwhelming thought. People have been showing up asking me about other events during this, and I'm just like, So maybe ask me later. Maybe ask me at another time. Okay, we got another set coming up. Let me take a break. Give me a couple minutes. Final series of silver coming up.
heiße, dass ich soll. Dass ich soll. Dass ich soll. Dass ich soll. Ja, dass ich soll. Dass ich soll. Dass ich soll. Dass ich soll. Rete, es war.
Ja, Rete.
Ja, es war.
Rete.
Du wäre.
Hova, Sucha, Wo wäre?
Holzer.
Heise, das war.
Wocha. Auwa.
Heise, das war.
Wocha.
Das ich soll, das ich soll. Berete.
Bereite.
Das ich soll. Das war ja. Heise, Flickmann. Das ich soll. Berete. Ja.
Geboren.
Das war Heise. Das war Heise. Das dumme. Fischere. Ja. Jägere. Ja. Fischere. Jägere.
Ja.
Das ich soll. Streete. Sa.
Auwa.
Flickmann. Ja.
Rete.
Das war
Flickmann.
Berete.
Hey, ja.
Ja. Rete. Das war das dumme. Fischere. Ja. Jägere. Ja. Fischere. Jägere. Das war das ich soll. Das war das ich soll.
Heiße, dass ich soll. Rete,
Ja.
es war. Ja, es war.
Ja. Berete.
Du wäre. Es war. Ja,
Fischere. Ja. Jägere. Ja. Fischere. Jägere. Das war das ich soll. Das war das ich soll.
hey, ja.
Ja.
Ja,
Das ich soll. Ja. Hey, ja.
ja.
Das ich soll.
Ja, hey, ja.
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 Das ich soll. Ja. Das ich soll. Das ich soll.
Hey, ja.
Das dumme. Hey, ja. Heiße.
Hey, ja.
Sa. Berete.
Hey, ja.
Streete. Ja. Gebure. Das ich soll. Das ich soll.
Hey, ja. Hey, ja. Heiße, dass ich soll. Dass ich soll.
Don't resign. 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 Don't. You can resign again. You can resign again. You can resign again. You can resign. You can resign. You can resign. You can resign. Resign. You can resign. You can resign. You can resign. Resign. You can resign. You resign. You can resign. You resign. Resign. You can resign. You resign. You resign. You can resign again. Don't resign. You can resign again. Don't resign. You can resign. Resign. Don't resign. You resign. Don't. You can resign again.
Oh, shoot, my mic is muted. Someone in YouTube chat says, this song's about me. And I was sitting there, I was thinking, the king of the losers part? The king or the loser part? And then he says, bow down to me, losers. All right, well, I see what side you're on then. Next series is coming up, guys. Excuse me. Next series is coming up. They'll draft very soon, so schedule for it is in 8 minutes, but I will happily chill with you guys and just chat for a little bit. 1890, why don't you stream with big trees? It makes the game look so beautiful. Well, because beautiful is while it may be more beautiful, it is way more difficult to find holes in walls and see the structure of bases and all these things that are really important. So, unfortunately, we have to compromise on beauty to be efficient and for the game to be competitive. So, sorry about that one. If there was a middle ground, if there was like a medium tree mod, we could maybe consider that for cast. So, there is actually a super large tree mod, which I tried to do once, and it lagged my computers and my viewers' computers so much, I never could make a video out of. But it makes the trees like freaking 5 times as big. I gotta try that at some point. I think I was streaming on Facebook with that, so. Baka says there is a medium tree mod. Yeah, I mean, maybe I could do that. I don't know. I'd have to see it. But I think big trees is just too big. Too much. We had to compromise on beauty. Yes, we have to compromise on beauty on this channel, all right? Get used to it. That's just how it goes. If you're expecting things to be perfect, go somewhere else. But here, I'll try my best for you, so. Yeah, we haven't looked at memes today. Probably a good time to kill a couple minutes looking at today's memes. Let's see. This is always tough to do because I've been here the entire day. But, you guys probably have been in and out and maybe missed some of the chat. So I will explain the context if need be. Oh my goodness, dude. Are there any mods that are banned from the tournament? Realistically, any mod that is allowed in the game is allowed in tournaments. So players could use like any graphic mods they want. So there's really, I don't think there's an easy way for them. If it's in the mod center, a player can use it. That's essentially how it works. But yeah, for those that missed it, freaking Say My Name was here. I was talking about him, and then he in my chat, with chat, was saying Say My Name. I called him out. He was saying Tristan is what he was. I was like, come on, bro. You too? So he thought that was really funny. That was at the start of the day. What was this? I'll buy the stone in Fast Castle. I'm going to snipe the king with rams and conchs. My conchs died at the town center. My conchs died at the town center. Dude, that could have been such a play. That could have been such a play. I feel so bad for him. That was so sad. Oh, dude. It would have been such a masterpiece. And it was a really important game as well. So what is this? This is because this is my cat who puked on the floor outside of my office. Yep. Pretty much. Me mad at the cat, and then the cat's like, you need to come play with me and let me take a nap on your lap. Doesn't look quite like that, but yep, and there's the forbidden room. That's how they treat it. The second this door is open, they fly in here, man. They start hiding and stuff and like being all bad. Like normally they're pretty good. The last time the cat on the right was in here, he sat on my lap, and I was like, oh, this is pretty chill. He's gonna nap. And he kept going. It would have been great if I was on stream, because you would just see his little paw come up and boop, 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 boop. He just kept hitting my mic, and I was like, stop it. If I didn't pet him, he would hit the mic, or he would claw my chin. So it would have been a great angle for you guys. That's the Upudding game. I don't even understand fully what I'm looking at. There's so many Karambit warriors there. This is great, though. I feel so bad, dude. I complain about it being cold, and I live in Florida. I will always appreciate a Calvin and Hobbes meme. So, in my defense, my office gets really warm, and then it's hard to get the proper temperature in here with my air conditioner. So I'm actually cold because of air conditioning. And if I get too warm, I get like real sweaty, and then chat makes fun of me and makes jokes. So it's a very difficult balance. But yeah, it's 82 degrees Fahrenheit where I live right now, so it's not exactly cold here. Open the window. I don't want to open the window because I'm really loud, and I don't want like neighbors to hear me. I'm always paranoid that people are going to hear me outside and hear me being a nerd. So I prefer to just keep that for us, you know? Because I had friends visiting, and I still had to work. This was like 2 weeks ago. And they were like not close to this room. And after I finished the stream, they were like, we'd occasionally just hear you go, oh my God. I'd just get randomly excited. And they'd be like, we have no clue what is happening. But apparently that was important. So I'm pretty loud. All right. So both players here need a 3-0. They'll be drafting soon. And it looks like they've just started the draft for us, or just about to, which is perfect. Why don't they have Stream Up support you? They don't have to watch my stream to be my friend, okay? You guys have to watch my stream to be my friend, though, okay? That's where it's different. But the people who knew me before the stream, who didn't meet me through the stream, they have that luxury. And they do. They do watch. Some more than others. But generally speaking, the person in my life that probably watches the most would probably be Uncle right now. T90 Unk is really watching the content. Might even be listening in now. And then my brother as well, so. And obviously, like, my partner. Yeah, Unk spam in the chat. Oh, man, that emote does him so dirty. It does him so dirty. I can't wait. He hasn't seen it yet because I didn't make the video where I showed it to YouTube. But I'll show you the actual photo. Like, the thing about emotes is they're funnier if it makes someone look less attractive, I feel. And if it makes them look weird. He looked really dapper in the actual photo. He sent me the best 2 photos he could find. I promise it. I promise you. And we still turned it into that. It's cute, though. It's funny. T90, do you think we might see some crazy strats on hybrid maps for once? Once the new patch is implemented? I'm really curious about that. I don't know about, like, crazy strats. I think the map that might be the biggest change is probably Coast Arena. Because I'm not sure how the balance will go between, like, galleys and hulks and demos and stuff. Maybe Stranded. I mean, Stranded's affected hugely, too. I would guess that maybe hulks just kind of fill the role of fires, maybe? I don't know. It's definitely worth practicing for the players while they have the time. Coast Arena for Ozone. Kombito really likes close maps, so that's a surprise to me. And then game 1 is going to be Monocle. All right. I haven't seen Monocle in like what feels like a lifetime, but I think it's been a week. Or maybe 4 or 5 days. DXL, we get access to prior patches if need be. So for this tournament, Silver's still being played on the old patch. They just get given a code, can go back to the old patch. So Microsoft is able to help us out there. They actually... So, one's in chat if you saw the 12-hour game, the one where the guy got super salty and hit his villagers in corners. I don't know if I told you guys this yet. So basically, as I explained in that video, Microsoft, they had to do some work to get a patch for that for me. Like they didn't just have it available because after a certain period of patches, they just don't have it anymore. So they had to work. Like people were contacted. I don't know how much time it takes, but basically that was just for me, right? So they did me a really big solid. And they were interested and also excited about what the game would be. I didn't know what the game would be. And then I obviously found out that it was basically someone griefing. And I made the video. Well, they were nice about it, but they reached out and they're like, hey, maybe in the future, if we do a special patch for you, could you possibly make sure that the game is not something that features something that is against the code of conduct that players sign when they play online? I was like, oh, oh, I can see why that's a problem for you. Oh, oh, shoot, right? Because from a dev's perspective, they worry that, you know, like it's not exactly great behavior and it might like make more players do that. So they were nice about it. I was like, oh, okay. I didn't think about that. Sorry. And it's something to keep in mind next time. So. But yeah, we had a good laugh. It wasn't anything serious. But I felt so bad. I was like, oh yeah, maybe I shouldn't have done that. But here's the flip side of that. For anyone who says, oh, you're exposing this and more people will do this. Also, there's people who already do it who need someone with a microphone to say, stop being a dumbass. Like, don't do that, right? So I think there's also value to the community just being like, come on, be better than that. I think there can be some positives too. So, yeah, exactly. In the video, it's not like I said, this is cool or you should do this. I was very clear that it was not cool, so. Doom says, all right, now I'm going to do it. Okay, Doom. All right. I'll have my eye on you. I'll pass it along to the devs to keep it. You're on the list now. Look what you've done. Georgians, first pick for Kombito. Burgundians, and now... What is Ozone going to choose here now? Probably a water sieve, probably like Koreans, Japanese, yeah. Japanese could be for Monocle, but it could also end up being for Stranded. Is no griefing or forced resign really in the code of conduct? I'm not sure. That's just kind of what was passed along. I assumed it was. I think we all, before we play online, sign something that says you agree to not be this, that, or the other, right? But nobody reads it, so we probably just all signed away our our future savings and our dignity, right? Like, who even reads those things? Just in case, World's Edge is listening, when it comes to sponsoring tournaments and hosting events and all of that, I very much read everything. But the other thing, I'm not sure I did. It's been a long time ago now. I probably just forgot. How quickly I can talk myself into trouble. I mean, always talking about my dog. It's enforceable if it's reported and looked into, right? But a criticism I've had of the game is I don't really think the report system works, nor do I think there's enough people looking into reports. So, and I could be wrong on that, but that's just kind of been my feeling. Lithuanians is a civ we haven't seen playing too much. It's a good civ, but hasn't really made the cut. Wondering what the plan is there for Ozone. Sicilians as well. That's interesting. So Sicilians is probably for Monocle. It'd be kind of a tricky civ to deal with there. Oh, you guys want to hear something funny? So the devs, I think they did a good thing, and they also made a mistake all at once, okay? Because they thought, let's add voice chat to the game. That can be helpful for people. That can be a cool feature. And on that note, I can understand that. That's a good option to have. But when they added it, they auto-enabled it for every single player. And there wasn't exactly like a notification that made it clear it was added either. So there's the draft. So they add auto voice enable for every single player that plays the game, not thinking that like a very large percentage of people are going to have headsets and microphones that are on that like, and they don't know, right? So if you guys have a story, please tell me. I asked last night on Twitter or Z or X or whatever it was. I was just like, can people please tell me your stories of what you heard the first couple days? Someone says, oh my God, this is so good. Hold on. I kind of want to make this a YouTube video. I wasn't recording. Crap. I'll have Hardy edit it later, hopefully. This guy says, I haven't read this one yet. I had a guy from Colombia having a whole job interview for a back-end developer position, negotiating the salary and working days, speaking about his current Indian employer, his skills, and portfolio. All this while playing African Clearing. Naturally, we lost in 23 minutes. I just want to know if he got the job. I hope he got the job at least. Hardy, can we clip this for later? Because I have more. I think we can just clip it from Twitch. This is the one that I saw this morning. I woke up excited to try the new civs. Was surprised voice chat was a thing. Made some new friends. Until my wife scolded me. Sammy, put your pants on. Your dick is out. They thought it was my mom. Why didn't they make this push to talk? ... I don't know if that's real. But I posted this and he responded within 2 minutes. It was almost immediate. So why was I have a lot of questions there. Why are you not wearing pants? I wanted to try the new patch. I usually don't play when my 2 toddlers are awake, but I couldn't wait. Let's just say voice chat resembled a wrestling broadcast. Dude, the worst part is you can't even disable it when you're in the lobby, by the way. You have to, like, leave the lobby. So you're in the lobby, that starts happening. You have to, like, leave the game and leave the lobby to do that. I think that's it for now. But, yeah, I still can't believe they added voice chat. And auto-enabled it for everyone. That's crazy. So if you have more stories, let me know. Maybe we can make some fun content out of it, but so funny. I probably wasn't enough for a video, but that was so freaking good. Anyways, we'll switch gears here. We'll get into the games where they're about to start. It's privacy infringement. The Microsoft executives definitely forced it. I saw some tinfoil hat theories that they're like, they want the audio from everyone's voices for some greater plan. I find that often the truth is somewhere in the middle, right? You have like the tinfoil hat. Oh, they want to listen to everything we have and AI and this and that. Right? You have that. And then you have like whatever the other side of that would be, which is like, I don't know. Honestly, the other side of that is they just didn't think the auto-enabling it would be a problem because they didn't think, which is actually what I think is true. I think it's just like they think about so often, even with like implementation of Civ design, it's like they think about what they want, and then they don't find out the result of whatever the Civ design is until after it gets into the game, right? Like the new bonus, which you get 15% of your units back, 15% of cost back of your units when you lose them. That's an interesting bonus. Simultaneously, they have a unique unit. You pay for one and you get 2 units. But if you delete both units or lose both units, you get 15% from both. So it's 30%. So it's like there were 2 different decisions. They didn't think about how they would flow together because they probably didn't put the time or energy or whatever to manage that. So it's just, usually it's just, whoops, we forgot. We'll fix it later. So did you actually test the 30% thing? It's confirmed. It's confirmed. Confirmed by someone who spends way too much time testing these things, had early access, and who I would trust with my life when it comes to even insignificant Age of Empires 2 data. So, yeah, it's confirmed. That would be Ornlu. Yeah, Ornlu. Ornlu was on that. And so I haven't actually tested it myself, but that's what it felt like when it was in the game. And Ornlu confirmed it with me. So, and what I said to Ornlu, this is how I spoke to him. I said, please give me the details on the Blackwood Archer death percentages. I desire the truth. And he responded within 40 minutes. And he says, that was the first thing I tested. So it's the first thing that he thought to test, and it still got into the game. Interesting. He says, each unit gets full 15% when it dies, so you get 30% of the resources back per Blackwood Archer pair. Yeah. So there's the words from Ornlu. All right. Let's focus up. When I do the long streams, I tend to lose focus and rant. Switch gears a little bit. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching on YouTube. Thank you much, everyone watching on Twitch. Let's talk about the significance of this set. This is the final set of Silver League. We've had a lot of sets already. It all comes down to this. Not the biggest one in terms of meaning for the group stage, but still a set that could change things for the first place position. So I say it's not the biggest one in terms of meaning because of the unlikeliness of the 3-0. So what's happened here is we had Say My Name win 2-1. We had Chart earlier in a banger set win 2-1 over Upudding. So the bottom 3 is established. Upudding and Survivalists, they're down, they're relegated, they're out. Now, Kambito and Ozone can only change their position with a 3-0 on either side. If it's a 2-1, the positions stay as is. But Kambito can get first place. He can surpass Say My Name, go immediately to gold with the 3-0 versus Ozone. And the last time these guys played each other was in Titans League Bronze, which was to get into Silver, and Kambito beat Ozone 3-0. So imagine, from Ozone's point of view, if he loses the first game, he's always third place. Always third. I mean, you still have a lot. You have your pride. You have the viewers. You have $10 per game to fight for. But, like, you might hide some strats. The motivation isn't at its tip-top peak if you lose the first game. I can see this snowballing very quickly. And it could go the other way as well. Maybe Ozone wins 3-0, and then Ozone goes to second place or something. So, so it all depends on how the series plays out. They're going to be in game number 1, where it will be Burgundians against Sicilians. And we will be into it. Checking YouTube chat here. Sorry, YouTube, I forgot about you for a second. What's up, guys? I really wish YouTube had the first time watching stream feature that Twitch has. It's very nice. Because And it's especially nice because if I ask if anybody is new, everyone always says they're new, and that's the meme. So I never... Usually I know anyways because okay, I've seen that name before. But yeah, the feature isn't there for YouTube, which is a little unfortunate. But welcome in, guys. Glad you could be here. Let's get into it. All right, guys. So, final series in the group stage of Silver. There will still be the Silver playoffs. And right now, the odds are that both Ozone and Kambito will end up in the Silver playoffs. If this result is a 2-1 on either side, then it will be second place for Ozone. Then it will be, second place for Kambito. And it will be third place for Ozone. And they will go into a best of 7 playoff to get to gold. Now, if Kambito sweeps 3-0, he will steal first place from Say My Name, and Say My Name will fall into second. If Ozone sweeps, wins 3-0, he will pass Kambito, and he will go into the second place position in the playoff. So, no danger of getting relegated here. Still the $10 per win. Overall, I'd say there's a lot less pressure, but it really just comes down to how the series begins. I think Kambito will be feeling like his chances are very good against Ozone because the last time they played each other, he won 3-0 in a best of 5. So he's got the 3-0 before. Kambito goes for Sicilians here. On this map, we've seen a lot of infantry, and so pretty clearly, I think the game plan is to build a donjon out here. And, or a donjon really anywhere, but most likely on the fish to protect it and make sergeants. I think for Ozone, we've seen a lot of Burgundian Flemish militia, so he also wants infantry. So both infantry units these players might go for they'd have to be in feudal age to produce. Like the difference obviously for Ozone is he just needs the barracks. So I think that's okay for the Burgundians. Because it's always a weakness when you're up against man-at-arms. You have to wait till feudal to make the Flemish militia. But, I mean, here, the Sicilian player needs to wait to make the sergeants as well. They both have the UX in front of their name because it's a new clan. And I actually don't know the full name of it, which is a little embarrassing. It's new. I believe it is a rebranded... There was a team called Combi who had... a sponsor. Maybe chat could help me out there. I think basically they've rebranded. It's no longer Combi. Yeah, Uxmal Esports. Okay, is it Uxmal or Uxmal? I wonder. Anyways, it's I have a couple South American players or Latin American players on their team, and both these two are new teammates. So they haven't been teammates for a very long time. Shout out to the llamas. Llama guys on YouTube. Llama gals on YouTube. I know you like your llamas there. Llama just scouting around. That is, of course, not important at all. But they've both gone for the same build so far. Scouts are moving forward at pretty much the exact same time. These players are very, very good. And if I had to describe the difference, there's honestly not that much of a difference. I think Ozone always likes to play through army control. And he very rarely is able to recover if he isn't continually controlling the game. Like, make one army, force a switch from the opponent. Make another army, force a switch from the opponent. Kambito, I find, can recover a bit more if he loses that control, and sometimes he will give that up too. Sometimes he can be very passive. But Kambito is really improved. I think 2 years ago, he wasn't even on my radar. So he's gotten very good very quickly. Plays a lot of games. Ozone has had some good performances. Ozone was someone I thought maybe would be top 20 2 or 3 years ago. But like I said earlier, sometimes players hit a little bit of a wall and see how fast Kambito is. I mean, that's insane speed for Dark Age. Peaking in his Dark Age is faster than my Imperial Age, which is a little sad to say, but and we'll see if that translates into the fights here. So Shorefish, very easy investment to get here. One investment of the mill with 100 wood gives you access to, in this case, what is that? 5, 6 fish, over 1,000 food that comes in very quickly. There's the donjon now for Kambito. Everything we expected so far. You can build the donjon in Dark Age. It will only fire arrows once you make it to feudal, but once he's in feudal, of course, he can make the sergeants. What will be kind of tough here is building multiple dungeons because there's no stone in the middle. So if the plan is to use the sergeants to build more dungeons, that's extremely difficult. I guess there is stone out here, but... Fruit says, T90, you've been streaming a lot the last few days. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm good. Is that a problem? Do you want me to leave? I can leave. You're right. It has been long days. This series isn't that important. It's just the last play all 3 in 10k Silver League. With the potential for Combito to get first place and Ozone to switch his playoff position so he can avoid his practice partner Blue in the best of 7. It's not that important. We don't need it, right? No, I appreciate it. Okay, good. Good. Because I wasn't going anywhere. So here come the sergeants. We've got the unique infantry units out here. I feel like my left arm would get extremely exhausted over time here. He's probably got quite the bicep here, but here he comes walking through. He is on stone. And the first sergeant actually is onto the wood line already. And so the sergeants get here faster than the Flemish militia do. Pretty sure there's also a hole there. On the backside, the Flemish militia from Ozone. I think this is where he was looking. He almost kills that scout, which would be a nice find. But just wondering, will we see a dungeon on the front now? It's going to be archers for Ozone. I think sergeants are just way better than the Flemish militia early, so... I think the idea from Ozone to make archers with the Flemish militia makes a lot of sense here. The sergeants are backing up. Sergeants might just want to come to the hill and build a dungeon here. It's risky, but for now, there's no pressure at your base. I think Ozone might want some counterattacking with the Flemish militia. If Combito wanted a dungeon forward, he could have gone for it, but now he's building the defensive dungeon. You know what city Ozone is from? I do, but I don't know if it's my place to tell you what cities people are from. I don't know. I guess... I guess maybe it's not too crazy, not too weird, but... He's from Colombia. Where is Don Cabron from? He's from Argentina. I know that about Don Cabron. Yeah, so Combito has simply forced a lot of reactions here, and Ozone getting housed a little bit. Sergeants just command so much respect. More quick walls will be needed here for Ozone. He doesn't get the quick walls in, and the sergeants are through. Needs another quick wall this way, which he'll get. But man, are these sergeants annoying. And now Ozone's counterattack took some time. He'll be over here. Sergeants are through again. But Ozone does drop a gate, and Ozone does have the archers here. And he did just get fletching, so I think he's trapped these sergeants. This is a nice find for Ozone. Hasn't lost any units yet. That's confidence from Combito to think that he could just build the small palisade walls. Usually players can get punished, and oh man, he didn't fully build the walls, so he didn't have the time to react. And so villagers exposed. The sergeants are going down to the archers. There are skirmishers here too, but nice start for Ozone. 4-0 KD for Ozone. Make it 6-0, make it 7-0. Damn. Honestly, it felt like the sergeants were really holding the game there for a while. I thought Combito was going to build a dungeon with them. And if he built the dungeon on the front, I'm not really sure exactly what Ozone would have done. But taking Combito off of stone means he can't make more dungeons. And, yeah, pretty clean start for Ozone. He's not spending any food. So, Castle Age could be coming in quickly with the amount of villagers on the shorefish. And no easy way for Combito to counterattack right now. I mean, you just... Usually with skirm play, you're just defending. If you're exposed here, you might need your skirms there. It'd be worst case scenario to move out. And then archers just show up to your base. So I think it's very likely Combito just sits back. Yeah, so what's the schedule right now? We have this series, last one of the day. Tomorrow, Platinum kicks off again, round 3. Nice snipe here from Ozone. And then we have Saturday, Sunday, Monday, all plat. And then I think we do final round of gold starting on Tuesday, right? And then we do that for a couple days before we move into gold and silver playoffs. And it's technically a little bit of a break from Plat League. And then we get back into Platinum and we finish it out. Finish the last 2 weeks. Move directly into the playoffs for Platinum. I'm basically summing up a month of content, by the way. Oh, sneaky from Ozone. Ozone on the outside, on the way to Castle Age. Very clean start. He's on the stone. And his game plan is to play into a castle, which I love here. I think the blacksmith was a little late for Kambito. Honestly, it's just one of those games. The eco's similar, but it's just one of those games that comes down to the army investment, right? Very nice trades from Ozone. 9-1 KD. Still can change, go either direction, but I feel like you pick the Sicilians for the Donjons and for the Sergeants, and the fact that hasn't worked isn't a really good sign for the Mexican. Sarcasm says, I just joined. What are the blue squares in the ring around the map? Fish. Fish, or technically turtles, but basically food. And villagers on fish is way faster than villagers on farms. And one farm is 60 wood and one mill is 100, and you're surrounded by fish everywhere, right? So this is what's going to dominate the food eco here. I like the details from Ozone. Preemptively building a stable. Oh, he's actually going 2. So that surprises me. I thought it would be 1 stable for husbandry, and then he would just maybe build the castle. I think I would maybe prefer that, but if you have the stables, you can still make some knights, and knights are certainly going to be helpful. And Ozone, back again. Wants his revenge for getting swept in the bronze bracket. Nice fight. Snipes a villager. Unfortunately, his Flemish militia are mostly dead before he hits the next stage. And he might end up losing his archers, but I think that's still worth it. This gives you some time. And like we said, it gives you control. Kambito has to react to this, has to chase this. Allows Ozone to expand his eco behind this. I think he wants a town center here. Otherwise, that's a weird misclick. And doing what he can to save the archers right now. I think Ozone needs to just accept that these archers are going to die. Don't be too attached to your army here, because you need your economy. Town center's still not up. Castle's still not up. Knights are going to be on the way, though. And knights are going to be over here, where Kambito doesn't have an army yet. Kambito also built a monastery, or started to, and then canceled it. So he decides against the monks, which he's really going to need right now. Ozone's losing his archers. The knights, if they were to dive here, can get kills, but I think he's macroing a little bit. He's adding the farms, dropping the town centers, and now he goes back to the knights. I see Blue is in chat. Blue, how are you feeling about having to potentially play Ozone in the playoffs? I think you guys are practice partners, right? You're probably hoping Ozone wins 3-0, so then you can play Kambito in the playoffs instead. I mean, from what I know about some of these players, they have multiple practice partners. Some cases, they'll play with like 6 to 8 different players, so it's kind of hard to avoid running into a practice partner, but yeah, it would be bad for you if Ozone doesn't get the sweep. Yeah, exactly. Ozone's playing amazing right now. He's playing really good. Ken on YouTube says, too bad T90 will never read the comments on YouTube. Yeah, I know, that sucks, right? So disappointing. I would never, ever read the comments there. If only I did. The Cavalier choice ended up being a nice move because had he waited for the castle, it would have taken so much more time to get the pressure. So, Cavalier's nice. Eco upgrades are looking good. He is transitioning into farms instead of the shorefish. Obviously, the shorefish are faster, but they're very exposed, and eventually Kambito might get a bit of a raid going, but this is where Ozone thrives. Just running around the map with mobile units. There, he'll dive for a monk. Oh, Kambito doesn't get the conversion either, which he's very unlucky with. And, I just think you need to keep this whole flow of the game. Some small details you can do here is send the weak units back to heal up. But when you're opponents chasing you with slow infantry units and you're just hoovering around the base, as the quote goes, it's a dream. Maybe a castle in a position, if you were to get counterattacked, that could be solid. I think a castle right here is really underrated on this map. Because there's a lot of wood lines there. It's right between player bases. Everyone forgets about this because everyone focuses on expanding to the outside. Ozone. Yep, still looping around. Probably needs to stop making Cavalier now. I think the numbers of monks that Kambito's getting to is pretty dangerous. Props to Kambito, by the way. He's been under constant pressure. Vil count is even. But, yeah, and I think with a couple conversions, maybe it can swing some fights. Would love to see Lightcap from Ozone. Instead, it seems like he just wants to kill the monks. And he loses 2 to conversions. If he can kill that monk, I think I'm okay with it. But the monk can hide inside the TC. And monks are still going to be out there for Kambito. Units are getting pretty weak right now for Ozone. Quick look back at the economy. The eco upgrades are perfect. The farm count's looking good. There's not nearly as much on food for Kambito. At least when it comes to farms. There's 12 farms against 16. It's not that big a deal. But now there's enough for a castle for Ozone. More armies coming this way. Ozone doesn't have any monks of his own, so the Cavalier can just instantly counterattack. I'm curious. I feel like this is now the state of the game where if Kambito gets some counter pressure in, Ozone could start to make some mistakes. He's been all Ozone this game, but if a couple units start to go down, maybe he overextends and loses this army. Yeah, now Ozone needs to chase for once. The monks are waiting. All that army's together, plus there's the donjon, and that's a lot of very weak units there. So Ozone backs up. Still no castle spot for Ozone. He does have more units patrolling around back here, though. Good work. He just located where the monks were, and now he goes to the other side. It's perfect. That's really good job from Ozone. Buddy's been spotted down here. We'll lose a couple vills himself. Kambito has more villagers. I'm telling you, man, like, he can just survive. For Ozone, it's all about this early pressure. I don't know how this fight goes. It's awfully tough to get in there and kill the monks, and the sergeants are okay against some weak units. I think if Kambito wins this fight, he'll be very satisfied with that. There's still the fight on the backside where monks are getting conversions and units are going down. Kambito will kind of deal with that. And Kambito still has some units over here. 86 villagers for Kambito, 73 for Ozone. Ozone's whole army went down. Still think he likes the control, but I think you need to switch gears a little bit. Start to think about him. Your opponent's mainly going monks. Making Cavalier into monks, even if you have devotion, doesn't feel like the wisest move for me. I'd like to see Light Cav instead. It's cheaper. They have the conversion resistance. Holy town centers from Ozone, though. My God, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is this my uncle? It can't be my uncle. There's a little too much raiding in the castle age. If it was Unk, he would probably have not made a single military unit yet. And he would have a castle on the front of his base. Keep things nice and protected. And he would probably panic ever so slightly more if he gets attacked. But who cares about that? Panic is normal. Ozone comes in again. And wow, that was a super fast conversion. I think that conversion was like preloaded on the villager. And he's still making army, guys. Still making Cavalier. He refuses to stop. That's what it is, though, right? He's spending so much food on Cav that he doesn't have the food to also produce vills out of all these town centers. Relics should start coming in. Outposts are starting to get built. Honestly, the monks are the biggest thing right now. Ozone is going full army play. He wants a forward castle. If the conversions come in, though, for Kambito, it completely swings the game. But Devotion helps, and Devotion definitely pays off for itself there. That's honestly best case scenario for Kambito. The fact that he got that many conversions is a bit fortunate. But Ozone, bro, are we really dropping a castle with... Oh, well, we're not dropping a castle anymore because Kambito saw the vills. But it's all part of Ozone's plan. It was foolish to drop a castle with 3 villagers. Now he's baited his opponent into dropping a castle that he can deny. He's dropping his own castle behind with even more. Big brain masterclass from Ozone. Kambito thought he had to drop the castle there, and Kambito drops the G, and Ozone wins the game. Yeah, I mean, Kambito just couldn't get any offensive pressure. Ozone just kept flying in. And so with that, that confirms in the group that Say My Name will be first place. What we could have is we could have Ozone going to second place if he wins the next 2 games. For Kambito, the only thing about the next 2 games is your pride and $10 per win. It does not change who you face in the playoffs now. So, well, actually, no, that's not actually true. That's not actually true. The games do matter depending on who he wants to face in the playoffs. Because you kind of know how things are going to go at the bracket. So we'll see. But yeah, congrats to Say My Name. I don't know if he's in chat. But Say My Name will be in Gold League with that result at least. The reason Kambito resigned there is because all that ever happened in that game was he lost vills. He barely did any counter damage. He lost all of his monks. He lost a bunch of vills. He drops the castle. By the way, on the G situation, I can double check and see if maybe there was a follow-up GG. Okay, calm down, everybody. Capture Age didn't pick it up, but he said GG after the G. He meant to say GG. Calm down. No salt. But yeah, damn. Ozone was just in full control the whole game. The vill count was even when the game ended. So for us, we're able to say like maybe he should win that, but I think that from his perspective, his castle almost gets denied. He's getting raided all the time. The game just felt over. Sorry, scoreboard is incorrect. Ozone 1-0. But yeah, so they're in group B, and the situation right now is, so Say My Name's first. Second in group B is currently Kambito. He would be facing Antagonist. Third in group B is currently Ozone. He would be facing Blue in the playoff. Now, Ozone and Blue are big practice partners. So Ozone wants to go 3-0. If he 3-0s, he steals second place and will face Antagonist instead. And then Blue will get Ozone. So that's basically... They both said that as well. Like, Blue and Ozone have both said that to me. So, but also, forgetting all of that, I think just beating Kambito would be very satisfying, right? Because Kambito beat him before and 3-0'd him before. So he'd prove a lot to himself. Gabby's like, please, Ozone, please beat him. What's up, Gabby? Yeah, 50 seconds till we're into the next game. It'll be Wu against Lithuanians, which, again, we haven't seen picked that frequently. So not really sure about the Lithuanians choice. I think it's a good civ. I think he's going to pick a civ he's comfortable with, obviously. But I don't know. Other players haven't really been playing it. Maybe he wants to play water and then skirmishers or something. Oh, man. I would do so much to just wake up tomorrow and be 100% healthy. My nose is my enemy right now. Like every 10 minutes, I have to fight off a sneeze. Nose is running. I think we're going the right direction, but it's so freaking annoying. Yeah, I could drink more tea, maybe. Maybe the tea will help. We'll do some tea after the stream, because I got to record some videos after the stream. I've been putting in the freaking work the past month, and we'll do the next month. And lots of other points throughout the year, to be honest, but TTL is a grind. All right. Score is wrong here, sorry. And I don't know what happened with the colors and all that, but let's just fix that real quick. We got Mexico for Kambito, and we have Colombia for Ozone. Again, to repeat the stakes. What do we want? Kambito back in the red and Ozone back in the blue. Right now, if Ozone wins 3-0, he would change his playoff position and move into second place in the group. But beyond that, if Kambito were to get a win over the next 2 games, they would stay Kambito second place and Ozone third place. What Ozone just did was he gave Say My Name a massive favor, and Say My Name is confirmed first. And the near 40-year-old from Vietnam, who barely plays 1v1s, who mainly just plays team games for fun, who I don't think practices, and I don't think puts in the work that some of these younger players do, he continues to be a beast in Age of Empires 2. It's a really fun story. It's a really fun story. What's the saying? Like, form is temporary, class is permanent, right? Was it? Do you guys remember the, there was a player who was drunk and beat someone in a qualifier. Which player was that? I don't think it was it Say My Name? It was a really funny story. He like reverse swept him or something. It was a Vietnamese player. It was not me, no. It was definitely a Vietnamese player. They were going to go, I think it was Say My Name. Because whatever it was in the next round, they were going to face ACCM. And ACCM's like the king of Vietnam, right? And no one thinks they can beat him. So they went out the like evening before and they got like super drunk and had like 10 beers and came home and played. I think it was Say My Name. And so anyways, whoever it was, I have to look it up. It's a best of 5. They lose the first 2 games. And then they just start doing chaotic stuff. Just chaotic things. And they start pulling it back and they reverse swept this guy. I think they reverse swept Overtaken or something. Yeah, they hit that level. I think they were probably too drunk and then they just hit that level where everything clicked and everything made sense and there was no pressure. And then the other guy was probably all hyped up on caffeine and got like way too nervous and started getting jittery. It was super funny. I'd have to look it up. Kambito drops the dock on the back, has the early fishing ship numbers. The beauty of the Lithuanians here is you don't need to have much on food at the start, especially on this map, because you start with the fishing ship. So that's enough food income for villager production. So they'll max out the amount on wood for nonstop fishing ship production and delay their elephants. And Kambito will bring in the elephants a little bit earlier here. So you're saying drink your problems away? No, I clarified in the cast that I'm not advocating for, you know, for getting smashed. And I also clarified that, you know, it is not good for your health. I added all the disclaimers. It was not an advertisement. And then there was still some guy who got really upset. Like, really, really upset. Like, you shouldn't be doing this. Like, this is so bad. Like, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, come on, man. It's just a game. I found out I wasn't the one who was drunk. I found out he was drunk. I'm just the caster here. I guess I got a little one guide there, but anyways, it's crazy the things that stick with you. It's really ridiculous. Obviously, the feedback can be awesome sometimes, but then sometimes certain messages just live in your head forever, right? And it's not the majority. It's the minority that could sometimes stick with you. It's wild. But I'm still wondering what Ozone's plan is here. The Wu most likely would go for the water approach. They have really good early water bonuses. Also good for a man-at-arm opening. We have seen a lot of fast castling in Silver League, so my guess right now is that Ozone is going to try that. But as I say that, the villagers headed off this way. That could be, okay, just for a lumber camp. It still doesn't really tell us too much. He's 1 dock versus 1 dock. Definitely feels like fast castle from both, though. And in Kambito's case, he's got a lot more water buffalo walking around. There's a rhino here, and there's an elephant here. Maybe Ozone plays water, actually. Yeah, Ozone could get this elephant, but I think it's really bad for Ozone he doesn't have any buffalo underneath his TC. Kambito's bringing a lot back. He'll have 5 buffalo with the elephants. It definitely feels like it'll be 2 docks from Ozone now. And maybe it's forward docks, actually. He knows, roughly speaking, where Kambito's TC is. Yeah, this feels like double forward dock to me. Interesting. So he wants to build the docks directly on Kambito so he can surround and kill the fish as quickly as possible. This is something Dragonstar did, but when Dragonstar did it, Vivi also did it, and so they both went forward docks on the other's dock. It was super funny. So this is, yeah, the first time that I've seen someone do it against a different strat. T90, I just went and looked, and it was Say My Name Who Played Drunk. It's so funny, dude. It's just so wild to me how long he's been around and how good he is. Yeah, so this should be double dock. This is a really nice build from Ozone. I don't know if it's enough to work, but it would otherwise take a lot longer to end up killing the fish. Ideally, the docks would have been completed already, so maybe he needed to math it out a little and get the villagers further forward, but he will make a fire from the dock at home. He will then start to make fires from the docks in the front. And this is probably Fast Castle John Swordsman for Kambito. So if he loses the fish, he's going to have the food, right? Like, so to me, this feels like his plan is to contest on water a little bit. When you shift this much to wood and that much to gold, and not having as much on food, I feel like he wants fire ships. Yeah, and there's the third dock. And there's even going to be a fourth dock. So he knows that some pressure's coming. He just doesn't know from where. Yeah, Rooster, you leave the food rotting underneath the TC because that 200 food is not as valuable as the thousands of food on the fish. And you need your build order to protect your fish, essentially. But yeah, I agree with you. I feel like with this much food underneath the TC, I would not try and immediately pivot into water here. But it could be Fast Castle still into water. It doesn't have to be Fast Castle land. It could be Fast Castle water. We now have a pause here. That is that a hotkey situation? Because Kambito just queued up galleys? And he didn't mean to, or what? Remember, players had to backdate their patch. The new patch came out 2 days ago. We are on the old patch now. And with the new patch, they brought in new stuff to the game. And so that has overwritten some hotkeys. We, of course, notify players, double-check your hotkeys, but I've been around long enough to know there's always going to be a hotkey that pops up they didn't think about. So I'm guessing he meant to queue fires instead of the galleys or something.
Yes.
Sec hotkeys. Galleys get canceled. Fire galleys. Yup! Called it! Called it! He did not want those galleys, so that wastes a couple seconds. Fishing ships are going down already, though. And, it's kind of funny. Ozone will know as well. Like, if there's a hotkey pause, he absolutely knows that there's a situation with his water hotkeys. I mean, you would assume that that's going to be the case, but he hasn't seen the amount of docks yet. And so far, Ozone has found reward for this build. There's a lot of fires flooding. Behind this, Ozone has apparently brought in an elephant. He's finding some buffaloes. It's very clean eco. And honestly, Kambito's under a lot of pressure here. And again, like, realistically, I maybe you lose a little bit of fight. I just don't know, but like, he's always going to playoffs regardless of how this goes. Those thoughts could start to creep into your mind, especially if you're a younger, less experienced player. Maybe you get frustrated. You might just be like, I might be dead here. And honestly, I think he might be dead here because he's chosen to play water against a build that's just faster with it. If Kambito wasn't up against forward docks, he would have had the time. But the forward docks have been amazing. And also, Ozone's fishing ships are still behind here, too. So he's added fish. It's not like he has a weak economy right now. It's just nonstop pressure. That should be a kill for Ozone. But it's evening out. He'll lose some fires. He can't really escape now. And yeah, maybe I got a little bit ahead of myself. Feels like the numbers are looking good for Kambito. He still has the food underneath the TC. He could still reach Castle Age at a decent time. We do, however, have archers for Ozone, which is something that Kambito is not ready to deal with right now. And Kambito still could be pressured on water. Yeah, this dock position is really sick. Ozone's villager gets roasted there, but if you hold a demo in there, one big boom, and then you could pop back out with more fires. super difficult to focus on the archers at the same time. Like if Ozone could have the archers on the woodline at the exact same time, he's got a window. Boom! But he's focused there. Big demo. Kambito backs away, and he's going to focus here with a demo as well. The pathing is really awkward in these situations. But ideally, you're able to hit the villager. Villager comes forward to repair for Ozone. Good micro from Kambito. Really nice job. And still no demo there from Ozone. And there are the archers. But if Kambito can click up, I think he's missing his second building now. He needs a market or a blacksmith. And he didn't go for a mill, so he can't go for the market. But if Kambito clicks up, this could be really good with Jean Swordsman. Okay, this is what you do. You hop out with one fire. You bait all the fires onto it, and then you hit with the demo. Okay, that actually was horrible, because he used 2 demos on the same 2 ships. That's not what you want. But the idea is there, chat. I'm just trying to teach you. Ooh. Kambito got a fire all the way over here. But that probably won't lead to too many kills, and now Ozone is back again. The tower is forced from Kambito to keep his woodline safe. He is finally on the way to Castle Age. I think Kambito will probably take this dock down. There's a big demo coming in here from Ozone. If he can land this demo, this could swing the water fights his way again. His fish are looking pretty inefficient at the moment. And he's not on the way to Castle Age, so... I definitely think Kambito's position is a bit stronger here. Oof, God, but that... Oh, that's so... Chat, you just don't know. In a tournament, when that happens to you, it's just... Let's just say if your mic was enabled, if your mic was auto-enabled, because, I don't know, maybe like a decision from Microsoft or something, not that they would ever do that, your enemy would just hear you go, oh, like, come on, dude. Look away for a second, the demo. Just pain. I have to question the stable choice. But I guess a couple scouts and Hey Guang is not awful here. And scouts have more viability against monks and whatnot later on. So I think Ozone needs to realize, okay, he just canceled, just as I was about to show you. Needs to realize he can click to Castle Age. But that Castle Age timing difference is pretty significant here. And that scout will easily kill that archer. It'll probably kill this archer as well. I think we just missed a demo from Ozone, but there is a lot of fire ships for Kambito. He's got so many. And so he's got the fires. The archers did very little for Ozone except force the tower. The scout will kill another archer. Hey Guang could be on the way out of the stable. Kambito's still leaning pretty heavy onto the water here. But demos in the choke can be your saving grace. If you position your docks here, and you always have a demo waiting in the choke, the player who pushes you could be in trouble. Kambito, your upgrades are in 3 seconds, dude. Don't push now. Okay, well, now his upgrades are in, and he has his own demo, and damn, dude. All right, well, so much for that. Demoing the demo and having all your fires make it through the blockade is huge. Yup, and Ozone's lost water now. That is way too many ships to deal with. Maybe Ozone can hold on this side. What you can do is you can try and reposition your fish, but all your fish have to go across the map, and you've still got some land pressure to deal with. Nice hold from Kambito. Really impressive. And I think he got it right. I think balancing... I think being proactive to defend your fish was huge. A lot of players just try and go for Jean Swordsman, and then they have no fish, and the opponent has fish, and they have a better economy, but... as we've seen, the fish can be really valuable here. Ozone's now in Castle Age. I think he needs some monks now. Killing the scouts are pretty nice. A couple monks, a couple spears could be good. Remember, Kambito never scouted his opponent's base until those scouts just died. Because it's a nomad start, so... looks bad, obviously, but he was very busy on the water. He's looking here, he's looking up here, he's looking down here. But there's 14 fires for Kambito. There's only 3 for Ozone. And I actually covered some games with Ozone the other day. where I was talking about how some of the best players on Nomad maps will just find a way to snipe some fish even though they're behind on water. That's what he needs to do. This dock, he's making a demo. Just one fire in there to snipe a couple of fishing ships would be so valuable. Ozone drops the second TC. But I think pretty soon he'll have 0 fishing ships. And second town center's coming up for Kambito on the hill. So nice map control. Remember, if Kambito wins this game, the playoffs are set. It'll be Ozone against Blue. And it would be Kambito against... shoot, I'm kind of forgetting now, but Ozone is busy. Ozone does not see this. Yikes! I mean, he's looking so many different areas. He's looking over here. He's looked over here. Maybe looking down here. And Kambito, a great game. Okay, so it would be Antagonist and Kambito. Man. I don't know what to think about those sets. We'll obviously have time to cast them and predict them, but best of 7s will be really fun. Because like in playoff 3s, you can be kind of in control of what maps are played. And so you're never really playing a map that's completely out of your comfort zone. But in the best of 7s, obviously we see different civs. Because you have to go further down the line with civilizations. Stamina becomes a factor. Tilt becomes a factor. All these things that playoff 3s are very different then, so... If you asked me 6 months ago, I would have said Antagonist would have made Gold League, but he ended up falling into Silver. And then I would have said Antagonist would have maybe won his group, and now he's going to playoffs, so... Maybe I overrate Antagonist a little bit. I don't know. I feel like Kambito can definitely beat Antagonist. It's very close. And I think Ozone can beat Blue as well. But I don't think Ozone can beat Kambito in this game. This is just bad. You have no land control. You have no water control. You still want to try. Because he wants more than anything to get the sweep here. To get revenge and to change his position in the group. But I just don't see it. You can tell he's trying to sneak to find fishing ship kills. It's looking kind of unlikely. And another confident town center in the middle for Kambito. Yeah, Kashtai, glad you could make it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the kind words. Welcome in. Even though this wouldn't change the group standings at all, if Kambito wins this game, we obviously still have the third game. They play for the $10 for the pride and for the, the series win. Which in most tournaments, of course, is what decides the set, so. Ozone's doing exactly what we talked about with Bad Koala the other day. Snipe the fish with random fires. That is precisely what he needs. But he also needs land now. It's like, honestly, the fishing ships feel so unimportant at this stage when it's 76 eco against 48. A nice conversion there. I'd like to see an archer switch from Kambito. Maybe that's not the right play, but I feel like you have a lot of wood and a lot of gold. I don't think this Civ's Cav Archers are amazing long-term, but I think you could maybe make them now. But he doesn't want that. He'll drop the barracks. Quadruple barracks as well. And he will get food for every barracks that completes, too. That feels really nice. No water control for Ozone. Does still have this dock. We'll still try to get the fires onto the fish somewhere. But Kambito's got 3 relics. Starting to mix in the farms as well. 4 town centers. I mean, the only way Ozone wins this game is with a big castle in the forward position. He can take the hill, storm the hill with a big fight, and drop the castle. That's the only way he wins the game. And here he comes. He's bought a lot of the stone. That's a really tough castle to deny. And Kambito doesn't have any army from the barracks yet. This would also mean the TC is a waste. The barracks are a waste for Kambito. And Ozone's brought 18 vills. I mean, with monks and Latus, maybe this is doable. Yeah, Kambito has to leave. He's focusing a lot on fixing his economy right now, but he did not expect that from Ozone. If only Ozone could plan on another castle. It's tough to find the stone. Yeah, right there. He's looking for that tile of stone. If he could turn this into another castle and just slowly creep in with castles, maybe he could make this happen. That was the only way he could come back. And the only way he can continue to come back is if he continues to pressure the front. If you make the castle range both town centers, it's at the bottom of the hill. Also, this castle is much safer to protect, so I really like this castle from Ozone. Also, I don't think he knew about this town center until right now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he didn't have scouting on that. Remember, the farms are a spec bug, so Ozone doesn't know about these farms. Anytime I show the farms and go Fog of War off, it will show it, but in-game, the player won't see the farms. I wish they could fix that, but that's just how it works. The other thing, too, is the building terrain change. So, like, the building terrain changing there because of buildings, that changes in Capture Age Fog of War, but in-game, the players don't see that until they scout it. Monks are really going to be the key here. Kambito is still adding fish, adding more docks around the outside. Actually had a villager here. I think he spotted the villagers on stone. He knows the monks are going to be strong, so he's going for light cav. Here comes Ozone. I think just placing the castle here is your best bet. You don't want to overextend and go too far forward. Can he keep his chances alive here? Another castle. I mean, if that castle goes up, this is more economy from Kambito that gets pushed back, and he will run out of like space for wood eventually. And that castle's going to go up. Kambito could easily panic here, guys. He is going for a counter raid over there on the stone, but he needs to address this. And right now, all he has back here is a couple monks, too. I think if Ozone can get Atonement, convert those monks, we have a really serious comeback on our hands. Or use the light cav to snipe the monks. Oh my god. Okay, this is where Kambito... The map is super confusing. You have all this water, so it boosts your score a lot. This is where he'll start to shake a little bit. Because now Ozone can get conversions. Ozone could go in with the units. Ozone does get attacked over on this side. He has to react, obviously. But if Ozone brings his latest in here, he can get non-stop kills. Look at the panic. The panic queue of the Haegwang. He's panicking. He's making as many Haegwang as he can right now. But feeding that in towards monks could be a problem. He's still getting the raids, though. Ozone can't deal with that. But at the same time, he shouldn't deal with that. He should still just keep going forward and snowballing this push. Monks are the key. Monks are the key. If you can just convert your opponent's army over and over and over again, this can swing. And there's not many light cav here right now. Still, there's raids. Ozone has to garrison. Still, there's the attacks on the front. Ozone needs every conversion to land. He can't lose monks. He can't lose monks. If he loses monks, it's over. He got a lot of conversions. He's getting more conversions. Monks are stupid frustrating as well, right? I'm just saying, there is a chance. But these monks need to back up. They need to survive, and maybe not. Maybe Kambito's done enough. He will snipe the monks, and yeah, it's just so tough for Ozone to get the monks again after he loses the critical mass. And a great job from Kambito to counterattack him, too. Obviously, Kambito really just needed to fix the army numbers. And now that the monks are gone, now it's going to be tough for Ozone. 60 on food for Kambito, but it never feels like it because a lot of that's on fishing ships moving all around the map. Still tough, though. Like, you're still running in towards castles. Ozone will snag fletching for the castle, so the castles can do more. Still a really awkward position to play from. This is what happens on this map. If you win the water and you lose the land, you eventually just run out of wood. Run out of space, and where all your villagers are just ends up getting sniped. This is a nice find, though, from Kambito. He's on the gold himself. Ozone sees that. Can he quick wall there, or is the elephant... Elephant wall! Okay. Kambito does have pikemen now, though, guys. He's got pikemen. Pikemen should protect. Those villagers going down, it's not that big a deal. Ultimately, I think you need Imp, or you need to go, like, Rams an army to push the castles back. The castles are just so annoying. You can't... you can't stabilize. Or no, you want to win a fight defensively and then counterattack. But with 2 castles there, you're just stuck. So it's this never-ending annoying cycle. But now he has the pikes to defend. And now he will have the He Guang to go to Ozone's base, where Ozone will not have a lot. And honestly, if I'm Kambito, I just take down the TCs. It's like, come on, bro. Nice try. Nice try. Nice try. You made me sweat. But I know you've got nothing. And the town centers can go down very quickly. Nice quick walls from Ozone. Damn. Beautiful quick walls. But he can't quick wall the wood line. And then he can't push. And now Kambito stalling out military production and will save for the Imperial Age. That's a great raid. I think it's a fight that he might win as well, depending on how the engagement goes. I'm pretty sure that he will win the fight against the latest there. Yeah. The little stand ground patrol, both players doing it. And we'll see what happens, but Ozone needs to win the fight, right? Yeah, Kambito's played really well. Ozone has as well. This game should have been completely over. Ozone had a 1% chance, and he played it on. And he turned it into a 5% chance or a 10% chance. It's really sick. The fact that he's killed 50 villagers like this, when he's been behind... He's collected 20,000 less resources is really impressive. But he can't stop Kambito if Kambito gets to Imp. He still can't stop Kambito here. He does trap him a little bit. But, like, just attack the town center. Who cares if you're Kambito? And Kambito will drop his own castle here. Will it go up, though? Kambito has to react over here. Kambito doesn't have the army here. He still has all of his army in Ozone's base. Castle's denied for now. This is pure chaos, man. The monks are there for Kambito. More pikes will be on the way for Kambito. Monks for Ozone are going to go down. Yeah, that castle goes up. That castle will go up. Ozone still has so much to look at his base. Funnily enough, you don't even need the castle to make trebs. Wu can't make regular trebs. You could just make traction trebs from a siege workshop. But the castle still protects you. And I think Imp is also the get out of my game move here, where Ozone will have to resign probably. Ozone probably keeps wanting to resign, but then he looks back and his army is still here killing vills. And that army's killed 31 eco. 32 units. So, a lot going on, but Kambito will finally clear that. Castle's up. Imp is in. And Ozone taps out and calls the GG. And that WP there, that's very fitting to the game. That was very well played from Kambito. It was super clean. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the build from Ozone was perfect to pressure the fish. Kambito ended up winning water anyways. And Kambito, under all that pressure, ended up beating him to Castle Age. In Castle Age, he got such a massive lead. And ultimately, things got a little tough. Ozone did what he could, but that lead ended up being enough for him. Very difficult map to play. So 1-1. They'll play the third game, but this does mean the group is set in terms of position. Third game will be for Pride. For Pride and maybe like not so much Glory at this point. Guys, I think I might step away during Dark Age. I need to take a quick bathroom break. Let me see if they're into the next game. Okay, they're not in yet. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Perfect timing. It looks like they just hopped into the final game. I hope we see a banger on Coast Arena here. I'm wondering what this is going to be because I feel like on some level, if you have a super secret strategy, you probably want to keep that super secret because you're both going to playoffs and your opponents are known now. But it's going to be 2.5 minutes till we're into the game. It will be Georgians against Japanese. And it was my right nostril for the first 8 hours of the day would consistently make me want to sneeze. And I've been able to battle that. And now my left nostril's like, what's up? I'm the guy now. I'm the one trolling you. I prefer to feel feverish over this stupid sneeze thing. But I guess maybe I wouldn't. I don't know. Yeah, I'm feeling better than yesterday. The biggest worry for me as a caster is a sore throat. And so 2 days ago, I woke up with a sore throat. And then yesterday, it was still not great, but it wasn't worse. And then today, no sore throat. And it's just like really runny nose and very like tickly nose where I'm like sneezing and stuff. So I think it's working its course. I think I'm getting better. I don't think the casting has been affected that much. I honestly think I'm just complaining about it to you guys because it's bothering me, but hopefully it hasn't been too bad for you guys. So yeah, I had some honey tea earlier. See, TTL mug. Got my honey tea. That was good. I'll definitely do more of that tomorrow. So, but yeah, I think it's just a cold. Hopefully it runs its course in like 2 to 3 days, and then we're past it. And then my immune system's nice and strong for Platinum League. That'll be sick. What's up, Toch? Thank you. Thank you for the 35. You're welcome. Glad you're still here. Daberg, thank you. Lewis Nick, thank you for the 45 months with Prime. Yeah, I haven't mentioned. If anyone's got a Twitch Prime, you're enjoying TTL, drop it in. Means a lot. This event's a lot of work, man. And I don't mean the coverage. The coverage is a lot, but like just making things fire on all cylinders for all 3 leagues is a lot. I will probably have an hour or two after this where we have to talk through lots of things that were not necessarily in the plans. The plans were set, but you know, shit happens, I guess. So hopefully we'll be able to work through that. If it's allergies, use local honey. I don't think it's allergies. I just think it's a cold. I don't think so. So we'll see. All right. So game 3, back to the colors we've had originally. We have Ozone in the blue. We have Kambito in the red. The reminder is this is just a $10 game and a game for Pride, which of course is a lot. Hopefully have an excellent Age of Empires 2 game. But in the final game of Group Stage in Silver, the positions are set in this group. Say My Name is first place. It will be Kambito second in the group, and it will be Ozone third in the group regardless. So we will see Ozone and Kambito again on the channel in a best of 7. Their opponents are already set. So again, on some level, if you have a really cool strategy, you probably do want to hold back on that, in theory. But maybe not. Yeah, maybe it adds to the mind games. Maybe no better way to test a strategy than to use it in the actual tournament, right? But Japanese, I mean, great fishing civ. Great naval civ, and it's Coast Arena, so you have the coast, you have the water. So I definitely can understand them for that reason. Georgian's not necessarily the greatest water civ, but when you start with the free mule cart, you immediately become a very competitive water civ because you can get your dock up very early. So I think both civs kind of even out in terms of their strength on water. Japanese can be a little greedier, meaning they can not defend their fish for a bit longer because of the Japanese fishing ship HP and just strength there. But I think Georgians are better overall for the arena style. But actually, you know what? The more I think about it, neither civ gets bomber cannon. Georgians want to play like knights or cav units. Japanese have faster attacking halbs. Japanese have good monks. I think it's actually a really good matchup for the Japanese. I think Georgians are a better civ to match up against other civs that can be played here. But I think specifically Japanese against Georgians, I really like the Japanese. But if you win the water, you're probably going to lose the land. Your golden stone is always on the front. So you have the potential to do a mix or lean very hard into one strength. We've seen someone lose water and instantly win land with Monks and Siege. Crazy game. And we've also seen someone like, you know, win water and then get pushed on land, or lose water, push on land. That's basically how it goes. So, Cabal, I don't think we'll be adding whales. Whales, it's too late to make any major changes to the map. But I think they're adding the ability to put whales in the game. Halfway through the season, it's probably too late for the map script change. It's already enough to have new civs added. Adding changes to the maps midway through the season would feel bad. But in future seasons or future editions where this map is used, it's definitely something I'd like to throw in there. I really like the oysters. Like, the oysters being there was a really cool addition to the game. That adds a lot to this map because you can take it with your fishing ships and with your vills, which I think is really nice. I am curious what it looks like when you go whaling in AoE2. Because, like, I asked my fiance what whale it is, and she basically said it depends. She says whatever whale they put into the game, it's not clear what whale it is. And then she was asking me, well, like, what time period is Age of Empires and all these things. And I was just like, oh my God. Oh, also, she has a bone to pick with the devs. And I don't think I'm going to tell them because they'll be annoyed. But basically, they're adding snakes to the game, okay? And they say the snakes have poison. And she was like, are you kidding me? She's like, it's not poison, it's venom. So then she's like, tell me about the other animals. And so we were looking through all the different animal descriptions. And she was like, oh my goodness. She was like calling them out basically on all their mistakes, all their errors. And she also said, if you would like, we can do an informative video on animals / sea creatures in AoE2. We could say the ones that are accurate. We could say the ones that aren't accurate, and I can join you for a video. And I was like, I don't know if chat's going to like that. And then I was like, oh, shoot, that's horrible. What I should have said was, yes, babe, yes, help. But I was like, I don't think chat will like that. That's what I said, and it was kind of rude. And then I had to backtrack a little bit. You guys say you're interested. I don't know how interested you really are. Really? All right, well, maybe we'll do, like, categories. We'll do categories. We have to first find out what this whaling thing is. Like, what it looks like. And then she can give us information on the proper whaling... Well, not proper whaling techniques, so you guys can go out and whale. But, you know, what they did in the past and how accurate that is. So, yeah, it could be a series. All right, but just thinking through for content, let me see. So you guys want the animal facts. If it was animal facts / her making me look like I'm uninformed and idiotic when it comes to animals myself, would that make it better or worse? I feel like you guys would probably very much like her, you know, talking some smack, right? And make me look like an idiot. Way better. Okay, perfect. That's what I thought. Well, Kambito's on the way up. 2 docks on the back. He's just going to add the galleys here. Notice how he doesn't mind any of the golds. And he has the villagers on the oysters. So you can do that on this map. I think eventually you're going to want villagers on golds. And the risk here, too, is if you lose water... If you lose water, your gold's supposed to be in the back. Or sorry, no, if you lose land, your gold's supposed to be in the back. And if you already take all this gold and then you get pushed on the front, it becomes a big problem. Ozone is still adding fishing ships. Ozone's going for 3 docks. Almost feels like this is the reverse of the previous game. The previous game, Kambito went fast up to go for Navy. Now Ozone, he's going to go for Navy. But Ozone will do so to protect his fish and will probably be in feudal age for a little while. Gambito's Georgian, so eventually there's some regen on that scout, so he will love to take the scout fight. But the regen is super slow. I'm surprised. I feel like... Well, we'll see. I'll see if I get around to doing that video idea. Very busy times for me right now, but I think people might like it. I would certainly not be the guy to be the main voice behind it because I'm admittedly very uninformed when it comes to, you know, animals and particularly like sea life, but she's a marine biologist, so she knows all that stuff. But she also, like, with the snake one, it really bothered her because she really likes snakes, so. Fletching isn't in for Kambito yet, and he will have a really tough time killing the fishing ships of the Japanese without that. So I just don't think he was fully expecting exactly what was coming from Ozone. Ozone's fairly happy with things. Scout's still on patrol here. Kambito, that was a test to see if he can get that snipe. Oh! Oh, but the scout goes down. Ozone gets the snipe. That is huge. Huge, I tell you, because you can go to the middle and see if Kambito's doing anything now. I think Castlage will definitely be coming in at some point for Kambito. He's transitioned onto berries. He's taking the sheep. He's building the market. He wants to buy his way up. He's just kind of shifted. He's like, I will play defense. I'm not going to pressure you. And I think Ozone is going to eventually understand that that's what is happening. But he's essentially bracing himself right now for the incoming attack. That's never going to happen. Is she a marine biologist like George Costanza? No. She's a little bit more official than George Costanza. I debated. She had this really cool project. And I'm really torn on it, right? Because, like, on one hand, I want to support her work. But also, on the other hand, I feel like it's probably good to respect privacy as well. And I just view it as the 1% rule, right? Like, if 1% of viewers, who I ever encounter on the internet, are problematic, that could end up being quite a few people, right? So I thought about it. She's starting to publish some papers and doing some really cool things. So, but I haven't really shared specifics of it with the masses because, you know, I just don't want things to be weird. So, but yeah, she's really smart, does good work, and hopefully she gets a really badass job after she graduates and we sort out where we're going with our lives. A bit of a weird period where we don't know exactly what the next years are going to look like because of all that. So we'll see. And Kambito loses the fishing ship, but now he knows Ozone is down here. But Kambito will also be in Castlage much faster. And it still feels to me like he's just going to play full galleys. Ozone essentially has to use the minute and a half where he's on the way to Castlage to get away from this. But he overextends a little bit. Yeah, so a bit problematic for him that he's got to be chased. But he will send the other Maston on the other side. I don't think Kambito's expecting that. He is mining some golds, but most of his gold income is still coming from those oysters right now. And the galleys could go for the snipes. How on earth do you know George Costanza reference when you don't know anything about fields other than AoE? It's Seinfeld, dude! Of course I know Seinfeld. How little do you think of me? Of course I know Seinfeld. I'm not completely classless. I don't know if someone who knows Seinfeld is classy, but... Oh, some good snipes over here. Honestly, if you get through here and just snipe the fishing ships, you're at least okay if you lose your fishing ships eventually. What you don't want is to miss out on these fishing ship kills right now. I would just take the fish. You could also take the war galleys and then take the fish. But there's more war galleys to come, so that's probably the safe play. His fishing ships are getting relocated to the north. Ozone needs to move the vills off the gold there and move over to the forward gold. Lots of pressure here. And he's probably going to lose water, honestly. Ozone doesn't have the numbers or upgrades yet. Castlage timing, really good for Kambito. Ozone will get his upgrades. Over here, he'll have 11 galleys versus 11. Some of Ozone's are weak. But he does have the other group coming back here. Honestly, numbers will be very close. It could still go either way. A second town center now for Kambito. So it's one of those rare games where they're both doing the exact same thing. Which means it's one of those rare games on this map that might actually go on till Imp. And one player isn't really far behind. But if you've committed this much focus and upgrades and whatnot to water, you never want to stop. So it's this never-ending cycle there. And I mean, eventually they gotta go middle, but probably not the time. I don't know every Seinfeld reference, but I've watched a decent amount of Seinfeld. So every time I rent a car, I think of the episode where he sets a reservation for the car, and then there's no car there. That's always in the back of my mind. I just don't trust him. I've never actually had any instances where the car's not there. But he has the reservation for the car, and then he shows up, and they're like, "Sir, we don't have your car." He's like, "What do you mean?" She's like, "We don't have the car for your reservation." He's like, "But I reserved it." Is that not the point of the reservation? To reserve the car? He's like, "But sir, that's not the way it works." I don't think you understand. It's a reservation. Yeah. Always think of that. Ballistics would make sense with this much Navy. Still haven't seen anything yet. We do have relics starting to get picked up from Ozone. I think if Ozone were to pivot into a siege monk push right now, it could be really solid, but he's building the outpost. Yeah, okay, he sees the town center at least. That's a nice find. He also knows about the church, so he knows that Kambito will probably add monks. He still does have his starting scout. But Kambito is transitioned into the town centers a lot faster than his opponent here. Ozone deletes. Scout should be coming out next, and Kambito all comes back to the scout fight. That should be a dead monk. Oh, the church, though. Ooh, church saves the day. Oh, that's so annoying for Ozone. Don't take this the wrong way. I'm talking about the game, but I hate the churches. I hate them. I know they're nerfing them. I agree with the nerfs. I just hate them. I just don't like them. That's good play from Kambito to make it work, though. 2 monks now. So we could see this turn into a bit of a monk war with atonement, maybe. Oh, conversion stopped. So if it has to restart, the monk could die. And then he can back off. Nice play from Ozone. Navy's still patrolling in the north, 17. And then down here we've got 25. Ah, but Ozone came through and sniped some fish, didn't he? Yeah. Ozone has been keeping him on the move. Scout goes in again. Delete that, Ozone. Delete that. You always delete that. That's conversion. See, back in the day, guys, there was more conversion variance. And then a bunch of people complained massively about the variance. But now, that's predictable. That should always be a delete. Realistically, I think Ozone should always know that now. Whereas you take that chance a couple years ago. And now he can't move out into the middle. And I think that scout being there, I mean, obviously he could maybe convert it back, but that makes life a little difficult. And he's still not ahead in eco. There's still variance with conversions, but it's just not nearly as severe. But yeah, if you were to make it so the conversion time was the exact same every single time, you would just see people get the perfect deletes. They'd understand when conversions would come in, and monks would just be... Monks would be kind of brutal to balance. So I like what they've done in the end. Still feel like, I mean, there's no fishing benefit for Kambito now. I don't think water is of importance to him. I think he should just really focus on the middle. He's got 3 relics, about to be 4, 3 TCs. None of his eco is set up near the shoreline, too, which is really well thought out. A lot of people would have town centered there. And Ozone has really leaned into the water. He has benefited with the 8 fishing ships, I suppose. But this is about to be an arena game. Kambito will just leave. Why not? I love this. You have no fish to protect. You've okay, these villagers don't love this. You do actually have some eco here to protect. But yeah, go snipe the fishing ships from Ozone. The first thing Ozone's going to do when he wins water is add fish. I'm keeping a very close eye on the middle with the scout that he converted and outposts. And Ozone will just slowly take down the docks, but Kambito doesn't need them. Doesn't need them whatsoever. Ozone is going triple range. Feels like Cav Archers now. I don't hate it. Japanese Cav Archers are strong, and you already have the ranged upgrade, so it's a pretty easy switch to make. And he obviously needs land control. The fish for Ozone are moving this way. Ozone is realizing now that the galleys are coming this way to snipe his fish. But the wood line's a problem. Kambito's TC here and taking the wood here is a really specific detail that ends up being really strong. The Ozone kind of has to do the same thing, but he didn't think about it. The war galleys are still killing more. I don't know. I'm liking Kambito's position here. It's really going to come down to if Ozone can get the castle up. Oof. Which he... Ooh, man. You know what? I think he can. He's got 17 on stone. He's got double mangonel. He's got Cav Archers through the middle. He can come back and defend his fish. If he gets the castle there as well, it'll range 2 town centers. I think Kambito has been a little too focused on water, and he didn't expect this army from Ozone. Wow. He definitely has the worst economy right now, Ozone, but that is a... Oh, God. This is a big moment. Ozone's castle is likely going up. The castle for Kambito, he has more villagers building. The counter castle's not a bad play, but there's Cav Archers here and there's siege. Honestly, though, well played from Kambito. He'll counter castle it. It's still a nightmare because the mangonels can still sit on the other side and take down the town center. This castle still ranges the other town center and everything around it. Ozone still has really good map control. And also, Ozone's going to win water now. So he will add more fish, and he's adding more docks to still fish out there. And who knows, maybe the patrols on the outside do something eventually. Kambito will add rams from the back siege workshop, and he's trying to mass petards for the castle. But man, Ozone wins this game, I think, if he holds the rest of the map. If he holds the rest of the map, it's game over. He already has this position. He needs to use the mobility of the Cav Archers, but Kambito has a moment here. He can see the whole map with the outposts, and he's expanding with town centers, and he's dropping towers there. So, still curious on where he's going to go Imp. I think Imp can change this game, but yeah, we have a pause. Keep in mind that Ozone's military, a lot of that's on water, which doesn't immediately change the game, so... I think this game changes a lot if Ozone doesn't keep his Cav Archers there. Kambito says dropped 2 minutes. Insane. Okay, so he froze up there. I think Ozone will come again with another castle. Yep, here come the Vills. Which town center will Kambito go Imp in? Oh, he doesn't go Imp, actually. He queues up 13 Vills. Okay, I mean... That's a problem, then. The CA mass is an issue. The monks will need their conversions. Most of the monks will go down. Here comes Ozone. He'll take down the tower. He takes down the monks. If he follows this up with a castle, that's a lot of economy exposed for Kambito. And he's still surrounded by a castle over there. Ozone is going to drop a castle. There. Which is underneath a current tower foundation and underneath a new tower foundation. It has to go up. He lost a lot of Cav Archers, but he still has the siege, and Kambito has to back away. Yes, that's the play for Kambito. That's what I thought he was going to do. You see, he just canceled all of his Vills, and it's like, oh yeah, Imp. That's the way to save the game. He's on the way up. I mean, I think now Ozone needs rams. It's such an interesting map. But yeah, if the castle's gone, Imp gives no benefit to Kambito because he can't make trebs. Kambito still doesn't really have much of an army. I think he needs some decisions there. I don't hate making your own Cav Archers. They are worse than Japanese Cav Archers, but at least it's something. Ozone will want Imp himself. Balancing out his resources a little bit. Still adding the fish. Would love to see his Cav Archers actually move in underneath the TC. There's no repairs there. But had he done that, we have 2 preemptive towers from Kambito. Okay, well played. Yeah, Ozone's castle is attacking the wall. So he clicked the wall, and after you do that, it'll always auto-attack other wall pieces, which is really bad for him. So he's lost 1,500 HP, and Kambito's only lost 10 HP. Who wins? Chat? Who wins? Let's not forget, Kambito is 5 relics. He has enough gold for now. He has towers. He has a lot of farms. I mean, it can go either way, but I think I would say Kambito. I think being imp faster changes a lot here. And having the guard towers means that Mangonels can't push. The Cav Archers can't push. And Ozone will need to back up. Would be so cool, though, to see Cannon Galleons on the outside. If you could get Cannon Galleons on the outside, you could really constrict the opponent. Even just these War Galleys eventually making it down here would deny Woodlines, right? Interesting, we're seeing some fires being added by Ozone. I don't know why. I think maybe he's worried about his opponent coming back on the water or something. I think Ozone needs to plan for life without the north middle area. You're always going to lose this position. So just plan to have all the eco down here. There's still gold and stone around down there. You got to keep this castle in the south up at least. Not in love with that castle. But I don't hate it either because he's constricting Kambito. This castle blocks it off. And if he can hold this position, which is a bit further back, maybe that's realistic. Maybe he can win the Trebor. Ah, there's the docks from Kambito. Okay. Did Ozone see that at all? Blacksmith upgrades just come in for Kambito. Yeah, Ozone didn't see that. I don't know, though. Like, what? I guess Ozone has some eco on water. I'm not sure I'm fully in love with trying to retake water here. But I just haven't seen a game that's been quite like this yet. It's such a unique map. It could be really good. Ozone dropping another castle, but where is Trebs? So I didn't like this castle. It's going to immediately be under pressure. And now you'll double down on it, and you'll repair that to keep the castle up, which is more stone that you won't have for future castles. That's probably a regrettable castle. And there are fires down here for Ozone. But it's going to be fast fire for Kambito on the outside. I think this is the rest of his gold. I don't think he has a lot left. It says 4K there, but that's some of that. 2,400 of that is right below it. And then I guess he has this other tile. About like maybe 2,000 to 3,000 gold left. I think Ozone saw fast fire. So he will go for his own fast fire. He could end up losing water here. Without Galleon, you're going to have some real problems. And wow, Ozone just gives up basically and clicks it to the corner. His other fast fires will come in this direction. 2K gold from Kambito from the relics. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. That's painful. I think he knows his fishing economy's up there or something. And he also has fires coming from this direction, so he wants to meet up. But the Galleons might not even survive to become Galleons. And Kambito's holding. He's out-trebbing the Japanese. Those 5 trebs are clutch. No Japanese treb upgrades for Ozone, and he doesn't have the numbers. Man, both are such good players. Both players could do well in gold. And both players could make it to gold. Because they will both be in the playoffs, but the competition's high, man. I think the fact that Kambito's been able to push back so convincingly and have such a big skirm count is incredible. Like, how do you get double castle dropped and stay chill and get this much farming eco when you also can't be anywhere near the shoreline the entire game? He's been squished into this tiny little nugget of space and has somehow made the most of it. Maybe backs off here for Ozone. But yeah, he's struggling. He queued up a couple demos somewhere. Still really needs more trebuchets. Or he needs the Mangonels to land some shots. Onager. I like Onager here. Because the Romans don't get the Romans. Well, it's true. The Romans don't get bomber cannons, but neither do the Georgians. But is it too little too late? Because the second you don't have the map control anymore, the second you lose momentum, your opponent can just make the switch. And already we see Manaspa coming out, and Manaspa would just snipe any Onagers. Ozone's still hoping to recover on water. Who cares? It's all about lands. Obviously, water matters a little bit. But the land army difference is significant right now. And Manaspa are the perfect siege snipers. Okay, Onager will be in 1 second. Watch Kambito micro this, and it won't even make a difference. This is why people don't go for Onager at a high level. Because the micro's too good, and it's too expensive of a tech, and honestly, even that was impressive. The Trebs take down another castle. The Trebs will move immediately to this castle. And Kambito, all right, not really selling us on the micro maybe, but he has the skirmishers to lose. He has the Trebs there. Ozone letting this one slip away. But Kambito's economy, despite not having fish, despite getting double castle dropped, was just unbelievable here. I think the game has slipped away from Ozone. There's nothing you can do now. Even if you land a big Onager shot, you don't have the army or the castles to support. So, you get rid of the skirms, and still the Manaspa are there. Still the Manaspa can do big things. The Onagers are doing damage. I take back what I said. Maybe we need to see Onager more at a high level. Apparently it works. But, I mean, even still, it's a symptom of a bigger issue that he didn't have the map control. The fact that he had to go for Onager was mainly because he was forced to. Yeah, Cav Archer won't work anymore against the skirms. Navy as well could even go Kambito's way, and Kambito wins 2-1. Great game. If you just look back to early Castle Age, Kambito, he added the town centers really early, and he transitioned into that, and he got the relics very, very early. All that stuff bailed him out. The food in Gold Eco was ridiculous considering the circumstances. The fact that he had none of the middle gold control and still had more gold. The fact that he had no fishing ships and still had more food is just because he got the town centers rolling super fast. But again, look at how like awkwardly condensed his eco had to be. That's tough. You can't be too close this way. You can't be too close this way or anywhere on the shoreline. And then you can't be beyond your walls. So for a period there, he's literally using every inch of space that he had. Like, look at this. It's like before he went back on water here. Where can he actually be where he isn't already? Nowhere. Like, I don't think I appreciated that in the moment. He can't go any further this way. He's dead. He can't go any further into the middle. He's dead. He can't go any further here. He can't go any further on the outside. It's like he truly filled every little nook and cranny with farms and production buildings, and then was able to work his way out from the space deficit. So nice stuff from Kambito. Fun series. Fun series. All right. So we now know what the silver playoffs are going to look like, chat. And I'll pull up the brackets now. Well, actually, let's just overview the groups. Actually, I think that's probably the better way to do it. I just saw Liquipedia get refreshed. Oh, man. Liquipedia editors. Let's go. Thank you so much. It's so nice. I almost had another program. We almost worked on another program so we could have to update it on our side. But what a nightmare that would have been. All right. So, in Group A of Titans League Silver, we've got Niaz winning. He came in the final moments, guys. The final week. He was behind the entire time. In the final round, he won 3-0 over Antagonist, and Target beat Blue 2-1. It was drama. It was intrigue. Niaz is going to gold for the next season. Blue and Antagonist will be playoffs. Target is in 4th place. Target's going to be back in silver next time. That's all 4th means. And then Goku and Babaram are out with 5 and 4 wins. In Group B, also was very interesting. I don't think this is fully updated yet, right? This isn't fully updated yet. I believe he actually ends with 11 wins. If I see a pop-up that this is updated, I'll update it. But I believe he ends with 11 wins after that. And he is tied with Say My Name, but Say My Name wins the tiebreak. The first tiebreak is set wins. And then the second tiebreak is head-to-head. So he would have won actually in both categories. So Say My Name goes back to gold. Congrats to him. Kambito and Ozone will fall into second and third place and go into playoffs. Group C, we had a triple tie for 10. Do you know how rare that is? Maybe it's happened once. I don't think so, though. Triple tie for 10. I think it could have happened last year in Platinum or something. So the first tiebreak is set wins. So Cosmonaut had more set wins. So Cosmonaut wins the tiebreak. He gets first place. And then when Gabby and Husiel played, Husiel beat Gabby. So while they're tied on set wins, Husiel had won the head-to-head there. And that's how things shape up. Monos will be back in silver the next season. Thunderbolt and Lambo are relegated. We'll show the playoff bracket for Husiel and Gabby in a second. And in this group, it went 11, 10, and 9. Stark winning the group with 11 wins. He will be back in gold. Bad Koala and Dennis go into the playoffs with 10 and 9 wins, respectively. And then Nahuel survives barely. His last round, he got swept. He got stomped. But Moray, who was already down, beat Deeker 2-1 to keep him alive. If Deeker got one more win, Deeker would have beat Nahuel in the tiebreak and stayed alive. So, fun stuff. I don't know how many silver players are watching right now, but to my silver bros, amazing season. It's really motivating to watch you guys play. Really motivating to see the training pay off. I know how seriously you take it. I was so happy to expand silver into $10,000. You have no idea how important that was to me because you guys really take the moment seriously. And I feel really respected by the amount of effort and interest that you guys all put into it, okay? Very easy to take events for granted. It happens a lot at the higher levels for players who have events all the time. But to the silver players, seriously, thank you. Thank you. It was so fun to watch. All right, so not updated yet. Can I do a refresh here? Okay, it's not updated yet, but we know. So for the playoffs, it'll be Blue versus Ozone, best of 7. Winner moves into gold. It'll then be Kambita versus Antagonist, best of 7, same deal. Husiel versus Dennis, and then Bad Koala versus Gabby. And honestly, I don't think there is a single strong favorite in any set. Can you guys say one? I have no clue, dude. I have no clue. I think they were all very solid players in the group stage. You guys are saying Gabby's a solid favorite. I think Gabby's the most well-known. I don't know if Gabby's the solid favorite over Bad Koala. They both do crazy stuff. That is must-watch AoE too. But Bad Koala's been around a super long time, dude. And Bad Koala just does not give a crap. Like, Bad Koala, if he shows up playing his best, he can beat any of the names here. So, I don't know. And, like, Antagonist, I don't know if he's a big favorite over Kambito. Maybe Blue's a little favorite over Ozone. It's tough, man. I think all these sets, it's hard to pick a favorite, which tells me it's must-watch AoE. So I'm excited. All right. Whew, 8 hours. Long day. Ay. Long day. I'm tired. I'm very much looking forward to being able to sleep in a little bit more tomorrow. Tomorrow we're back with Platinum League. We'll start off round 3 of Platinum, so back to the 64K League. And that starts tomorrow. Schedule isn't public yet. I think I have to have some calls on what our schedule is for tomorrow. So that might not be something I can tell you right now, but be here tomorrow, guys, if you want to see more Platinum League. We have 3 sets, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. That is the plan, unless there's any changes. We also have the new civs, and we have the new patch starting tomorrow. So, yeah, I think that's about it. If I missed any questions or thoughts, I will get to it tomorrow, all right? I appreciate you guys very much for showing up and supporting Titans League, watching live on YouTube. The amount of subs and follows and just viewers has been amazing, so thank you. But yeah, I need to head off. I need to rest. I have been casting sick the last few days, and these have been some very, very long hours on top of the hours that I have to put in after the event to make sure things are scheduled and running smoothly for the broadcast. So thank you very much from the bottom of my heart, guys. It's been a good ride so far, but we're just getting into it. Hope to see you more over the next couple weeks. See you tomorrow.
All is dark, there's no fear, for you are good at what you know. But if you push all your dear, you better know. We're set up, man stone, those are on their own. You can send whatever army, they can fend them off alone. Go queue up, summer scouts, we'll always be holding out. We've got nowhere else to be when we play AOETD. We play AOETD. We've got nowhere else to be when we play AOETD. Fine and exposed, rush them down. You always know just where to move. Murder holes abound. You better